Yeah, and again, like OCs is the best in the business. We are kind of touching on this earlier in terms of playing Mina. That is, it kind of like looks like Mina's like farming like super hardcore, but he's also at the same time roaming super hardcore because of the efficiency, like you were saying about how well you can play camps as Mina. So in between the roaming routes, so and just getting the impacts, you know, getting the kills, getting the pressure on the lanes, getting the ganks. So looking forward to seeing what Ozzy's can do in this game with respect to that. He's set up well to kind of have a good game, unlike the last map.
And, you know, between the two teams, with the Kelvin team fighting and, you know, in theory, what a really farm Wraith can do, Abrahams does have an edge into the late game, but it's not like what we had last game where there was a massive divide between the two. Like, Leviathan have enough avenues here to be pretty scary into the late game, you know, not the least of which is of super farmed OCs who we've seen take over games on Mina as one of the characters that I think more than people have been willing to admit is like one of the more premier carry heroes, at least when played by people like OCs.
Yeah, certainly. What's your feeling on Together's Silver?
I don't think Together Silver has ever given me strong feelings one or another as you caster curse the crap out of him, Dan. Like, that is on you. He died because you brought the focus on him. The spotlight of doom came on Together. It's like, can you rate Together's Silver gameplay? And Fate is just like, yeah, rate this as he just goes down. But I don't know. Overall for Together, neither good nor bad. Oh, my word. Cried like a child, dropping 50 subs in one go. Unbelievable sub bomb from Cried Like a Child.
I tip my hats to you, sir. That is incredible support. Thank you so much.
Oh. A little bit of action at the Guardians here. Resuming again a little bit low. The pressure being put in here from this Wraith Silver lane, though, pretty solid so far. Even with Together dying once, every time we look here, it's pretty much at Guardian, even considering some time taken for box runs.
All right, well, OCs is getting harassed a little bit here. You know, trying to win that priority as Abrahams on this these bridge buffs. They've got a really good priority. This left side lane has been going very, very well for them. And, you know, again, like, what bridge buff are you going to get? Like, it can make a really big difference, or it can do absolutely nothing.
Oh, most of the bridge buffs are pretty good and usable by most heroes. Like, the baseline exception being, you know, you get casting buff as Ven, you're not really in love as OCs. Picks up his first kill of the game. And, you know, OCs have been very active roam-wise this game so far, Dan, where, you know, OCs gets placed in middle, and usually you'll place, you know, your heroes who want farm in middle, so you could take advantage of big box runs. But in OC's case, OC's is also taking advantage of opportunities to hit both left and right.
Yeah, again, as expected, the Apollo Shiv lane is pretty oppressive. Really, really crazy damage. And a nice save coming in. Urasumi shipping Overseas back straight into the fight. That barrier, and still a very hard lane here as we switch over to Arzo on this raid. Arzo, I think you kind of highlighted this already. Arzo, I think, is really a huge win condition for the team on this raid. We'll see what he can do. There's the telekinesis trying to get the kill onto the Abrams. Overseas will go down. Really strong poke in this lane. Silver and Wraith.
Still, compared to the last game, Abraham's not getting quite as far ahead in the first 6 minutes as we saw before. We haven't really looked at too much the Apollo lane thus far, where, you know, things have shifted up a little bit in who's with who. But okay, Death Slam, more like a ground slam into a ground strike, and it's enough to take down Rayake. So as evasive as Apollo can be, the right timing found by Empty Dreams. Just a
pigeon shooting.
Yeah.
All right, so heavy pressure on the left lane. We're back on this right lane as well, where it's been very dominant Apollo Shiv, but again, the focus now turns onto the defense of the Arzo and Together combo, Silver and Wraith. There's a Nox Nostra also providing extra damage and pressure. Again, this is that moment where you really want to try to win the tempo initiation of taking down a Guardian and being able to roam off of the back of that. And then kind of that domino effect can start as you can then take down multiple Guardians. But good defense. They actually managed to hold on, even though you had that ganking presence from OCs.
Reg just paid the hook attack, so it's going off the right. You just see the hook icon on the UI. Of course, thanks to TrackLock for making some of these enhanced UI elements possible. And you see the hook, and it's like, Reg has just gone down by 50% HP and goes all the way back to base. We don't even need the camera over there, Dan, to understand what just went down.
Yes, that's huge work from all involved, including the players, of course. Aero's just tanking some damage there. But still, I mean, the output from also and Together is very strong here. So they're just able to have enough damage to keep the push at bay. Getting into 8-minute mark now. The Sinner's Sacrifices have spawned on in. OCs is coming back again to gank into the lane, but quickly behind him is Sanya Sniper on the Celeste. A 3v3 here on the left side.
Also, OC's all sorts of deadly, hitting his 4.8k Spirit Spike. It's like for OC's, like, what items do you want? More purple. Nothing but extra purple. Good silver damage, though. Being laid in the Irizumi forces out the stone form. Overseas on the drop seismic slam, and it's a bit of a retreat, even with OC's lurking in the wings. Abraham's able to apply a little bit more pressure on this 3-man rotation thus far. OC's, though, healthy. Kind of a spot where OCs can come in from the outskirts. I mean, you have to respect Amina at this point in the game.
This left lane has received so much attention, and neither Guardian's gone down just yet because of the defensive efforts from both sides, but both are very low at this point, so might expect both to go down at once. That mid Guardian's gone down for Abrahams in favor of Leviathan as they try to keep... They really want to win this left lane, but they're going to lose their Guardian, actually. So this tug of war is so far very close between these two teams.
Also, it hasn't really resulted in a ton kills-wise. I think it's just like 1 kill so far, but... Ooh. Okay, Irizumi will find Arzo before the Project Mine gets him out of dodge.
Don't upload your videos to YouTube. Upload to Restream, where we will live stream it to YouTube and all your platforms at once. Get ready for 5 times more engagement and views. Oh, the algorithms love streams and engagement, rewarding you with even more views. While you, sure, that works, upload and stream from Restream.
That's that change to Killing Blow, where there's maybe like a nerf there, but there's a hidden buff that you can now use it as a really strong escape tool.
I'm gonna be honest, I feel like the way it is played out, you don't feel a ton of Killing Blow misses, but you do feel a lot of Shiv getting out with Killing Blow. I swear to God that ended up being more of a buff than a nerf. Like, now that the smoke is cleared from that.
Interesting.
Maybe I'm just wild about that, and I'm underrating how many Killing Blow, automatic finishes you used to have. The big nerf there, I think, if anything, was just the cooldown, where even if you get a Killing Blow kill, the reset isn't forever.
Well, right now we've got the the urn is dropped. Have to pick that one up again here. In control of Leviathan, or rather, yeah, the Leviathan. So grab that one again. And there are players ready from Abrahams to try to contest this. Death Slam is not available, but it will be relatively soon. The next 15-20 seconds. So if this gets stalled out here for Leviathan, if they can't turn this in, the threat only increases over time.
Oh, I don't love that. I mean, I guess you're respecting the bebop and what's going on here, but you're absolutely right to mention the Death Slam and the window that was opportune there. But another hook. In from Taz, tries to wait out the riposte, and not quite. I think someone else actually triggered the riposte. So, that's the dangerous part about dealing with Apollo. It's like, oh, just don't shoot him. But do you have your entire team on the same page? Because it only takes one person hitting the Apollo to trigger the riposte.
Yeah, this urn is kind of wasting a lot of time, and I feel like it's wasting more time for Leviathan right now, or time and souls. There's that Death Slam capturing 2 players, and this is looking like a very scary engagement. Tiny Sniper also getting his last ultimate in there as well. Lots of damage output, forcing Leviathan back in the middle position. And that urn is forced to walk its way back as well to the original spot. So kind of feels like Abrahams have come out ahead in these exchanges.
you never love being the team that's stuck babysitting the urn in a very long urn standoff where you're not willing to turn in the urn. It is objectively miserable for the farming uptime of the person with the urn, and eventually a pretty serious HP tax if it turns into a fight. Like, you really can't be sitting there with the urn forever. And in fact, I mean, Leviathan just realized, nope, it's not worth it anymore. They just drop it. But a good amount of wasted effort kind of on the docket as a result. As Guardian gonna go down in favor of Leviathan. Still a remarkably close game overall so far, Dan.
Yeah, and I think, you know, it's an interesting prospect because OCs typically is able to kind of force his will onto the game with the Mina play in you know, this early to mid game timing. We haven't seen it quite as much. I mean, he tried to, but as you said, great defense. And now back on his original spot again. Not really worth going for. Big damage coming out there from Sanya Sniper. Is he going to go for this? Yeah, actually gets the grab onto the urn. So we'll see if it's going to be a similar story here. The pause comes in, but is this going to be a turn in, or will the urn never make it to the drop off in time?
Well, you got 2 minutes, so you got plenty of time on the turn in. I mean, I don't know how much is accurate in the last 2 weeks, but Leviathan was a team that was more willing to give up first urn for Walker pressure. And I look at the way Leviathan is positioned on the map. I think you just slam left Walker. You try and take the fight, get some kills, get left Walker, and maybe you know, have a token defender near urn to delay it. But yeah, you take a look how they're positioned, and that's exactly what they're doing. I think this is the right call. I don't think they're going to intercept the urn. I do think they could get left Walker if they play this right.
Well, they're going to be going for both at the same time. OCs goes down relatively quickly in that exchange on the left. Urn still not turned in, though, by Sanya Sniper. And we're going to get the drop ship. That is Irazumi taking Sai out of the fight safely. But that fight's going to continue, actually. Abraham's still pushing on that left side Walker in the midst of all of this. And they'll get the catch, surely. Oh, wow. Sai is so low. Trying to find a connection with the cards. It doesn't come through just yet, though, for Arzo. But also looking like a threat at the moment.
Arzo in some danger. That's a full HP OCs in on the chase down. Still got a blink up and available, so not the easiest chase down in the world. And wait, oh, faked going into the tunnel. Kind of broke OC's ankles a little bit here. Is that gonna be enough to get away? Gets the clearing in onto blink. But the movement out OCs of the chase down still really severe. Looking for the rake, trying to buy it, and doesn't get his ankles broken a second time.
CP, he's already got E-shifts. OCs. he must have picked it up at like 12 minutes or something. Like rushing into that's kind of crazy.
Also, Leviathan, are they getting a walker out of this here, Dan? At this point, you probably just commit. Like, yeah, you got defense here, but that walker's nearly dead. You are all in. You will gladly sack Sai's life for the pleasure.
Yeah,
or they
just fly away.
Yep. They also, wait, they got mid-walker in the midst of that too. That's 2 walkers for Leviathan.
That's insane, actually. And, well, you've got an urn, but you haven't even turned it in just yet, Leviathan. So they managed to get the urn off this as well, for 2 walkers. That's going to be an enormous swing of value. And you can only imagine that this is maybe a macro error from Abrahams to allow so much to go for this. With that said, they are fighting Freemark really early on, and there comes the Frozen Shelter 2v1 here onto Freemark. He is very dead.
Honestly, did that come into... Wait, Urn interruption is there! Fight still very much in contest from Abrahams. Urn, though, is dunked by Overseas. A little bit extra help here, and the cleanup still going the way of Leviathan. And we had that entire exchange, Dan, about like, oh, Killing Blow, it feels like more of a buff. Was Saint going to die there if that Killing Blow hit? I think the answer might be yes.
And that Walker's going to go down on the right side as well. In the midst of all of this action, you've got Abrahams trying to equalize the Walkers as best as they can. And speaking of Freemark, Irazumi as well, looking to try to convert the kills off of that. It'll be very, very good for Abrahams if they don't lose anybody on the disengage. It looks like they should be good. But 3 players have turned up here for Leviathan to potentially pursue these players after they took down that right Walker. But they won't get anything. That's a small consolation. It does keep Abrahams a few thousand souls ahead here.
It's kind of interesting where you look at the soul difference in aggregate. Abraham's a little bit ahead. You look, though, at how some of these fights have turned out. What Leviathan has been able to accomplish. You know, 2 walkers to 1, where Abraham's only able to get 1 off a trade. It's feeling a lot better for Leviathan here so far as Sanya. Charging the wall overseas, though, gonna let off the gas.
And this pressure is really important right now. You know, Arzo's in farming mode on that on the right side lane. And if they can just keep pressure up here, Abraham's enough to give some kind of an advantage on Arzo's farm, I think that's going to be a very, very important part of their ability to just try to just tuck this series up, tuck it up. I don't know if that's like a phrase, but win the series 2-0, ZP is what I'm trying to say.
I mean, honestly, I think if you said tuck it up, I don't know if it's actually a phrase, but I think if you say it with confidence with a British accent, the average American listener would be like, oh, that's just a Britishism. Like,
yeah,
of course it
damn
is.
It, you're right. Oh, man, I missed a trick there.
Jolly good. Tuck it up.
I'm convinced.
Says man drinking a, you know, hot cup of tea. I don't know, man. You can sell it, but Death Slam. In from Empty Dreams. Said he's able to get here. OC is taking refuge on the rooftops and shooting a little bit of silver, and otherwise going for the quick retreat. Death Slam not resulting in any deaths this time around. Instead, Nox Nostra absolutely devouring Empty Dreams from behind, and Sai gets the finish off the carbine.
Pretty good work there from Leviathan. Oh, speaking of which, oh, the Rusto Locket. You can see why everyone's buying it. Freelock is trying to survive. Oh, that's a bag and a half. That's over 1k. That's so much. And that's on the Wraith as well, ZP. That's the ideal person to get the steal.
Silver lining for Abraham's, where, again, it's to some extent, it has to be a testament to Abraham's getting something out of these fights when otherwise the eye test says have been bad. Because I think if you were to go directly off the eye test, you'd kind of look at this game and be like, surely Leviathan is up 20k right now. They're not. In fact, they're down 4k. But they have had priority on the map, and they have been able to kind of bend objectives to their will. Next turn, though, up in a minute, and buffs, and a little bit of skirmish into middle. Hook on the overseas, doesn't quite care. Seismic Slam doesn't immediately connect, but still Tass in a bit of danger here. Low HP, chase down gonna be there. Sai able to finish it off. Nice little kill right before earned and buffs come into play.
I mean, Arzo's going to become a problem right now. You know, he's especially after that 1k bag and the solo kill. This is like a very difficult situation that could be developing for Abrahams, and they don't have much of a way to take the pressure off. OC's was going to go for the challenge against Arzo, but Arzo has a help. Sanya Sniper on the Celeste is there as well. Brings across Irizumi to potentially help with this fight. And you know, Ricochet was just purchased as well, so you know, starting to you know, look a little scary, Arzo.
Chrysana 14, by the way, at the 10 subs. Always appreciate the super consistent support here in the night shift. But together, Lycan Curse gonna come out, not quite able to stick on to overseas here, though, who's a little bit slippery, able to get out of the worst of it. Lycan Curse soon the fade as all the action taking place on the left. Earn contest in fray. See where this one goes. Earn gonna be picked up by Together first. As the rest of the team fight a little bit spread out. Another hook on the overseas. Bebop versus Abrams interchange continuing, but Frozen Shelter comes on in. It actually traps Sai and Freemock together. Are they gonna go down? Sai certainly is. Freemock down at half HP. Off the Frozen Shelter courtesy of Saint, but the rest of the fight still maybe going the way of Leviathan. It's still a very healthy OCs darting around the outskirts.
Ooh, and that is going to be enough, as you say, to catch Empty Dreams. That's a massive kill to find up on this high ground. It's actually a very difficult position to get to. The OC is making full use of that, and oh, great rake there on the chase down. Finding Sanya Sniper, and this is the OCs that's particularly scary, and it has to be a player like Arzo that's got to stay ahead of the game to kind of be the counterbalance, counterweight to OC's potential dominance. As the urn is picked up by overseas, and Leviathan looking to solidify their advantage with that urn.
You know, I think part of the problem is when I look at this, though, is that when you think about all the times Wraith has been in games recently, do you have faith that Arzo, even the rest of his team, is hurting can take advantage of the super farmed Wraith to win the game, because I don't, and it's nothing about Arzo. I think it's just about Wraith recently, but turn-in being attempted. Nox Nostra again from the skies. OC's leading out the damage. This time the victim is together. Sai finishing off the kill once more. The old 1-2 between OC's and Sai's all game long. Sai ends up falling at the end of it. 1-for-1 here so far.
Oh, they killed OC's. They managed to chase down OC's. That's a very nice pick to find. So Sai is down, OC's is down. And this does really create opportunities, like a mid-boss. Is that on the line here? If they can tidy up this fight quickly. Abraham's looking to try to get some more. They've got big presence, and they're going down to the pit. They're going to force it. They know that they're against the clock here.
Yeah, I think you're going to force it. This is probably one of the more ideal opportunities. It's not the... Well, I was going to say, it's not the easiest thing to force, though. And, you know, maybe you go for the fake. But when you're dealing with things like Ivy and Abrams, the odds of the Rejuve Crystal going the other way still pretty high, even with OC's out of the fight. So I don't blame Abrahams for kind of taking a second look at that and going, maybe not now.
Abraham's kind of doing the Abrahams things, I gotta say, ZP, where it continually feels to me like they should be more behind than they are, but they're actually ahead. And in the meantime, as that is the reality, Arzo is still looking like the strongest player on the server. 29k in net worth here, so if this continues, obviously we know that once Wraith gets to beyond the 30k mark into the 40k, like that's when Wraith starts to get kind of ridiculous. So that's the ticking time bomb that Leviathan are up against.
You know what I think part of the problem is with Wraith, and why we haven't seen Wraith hard take over a game in the way that maybe some of the other M1s have done on average, is that I feel like Wraith, even when she gets really farmed, is still kind of uniquely vulnerable as a hero. Whether it be getting dived to the point that she has to retreat out of the fight, or just getting disabled and killed. I feel like the actual uptime on Wraith in a pro game where people are going out of their way to interrupt you, to either lock you down with silence so you can't blink away, or, you know, disarm, or, you know, whatever abilities you may want to lock down the Wraith. I feel like Wraith actually does struggle a lot with uptime, whereas other heroes are either more tanky in the way that Event is, or they have more mobility in the way that Amina does. They don't suffer the uptime penalty the way that Wraith does at these games.
E-shift, CP. E-shift. That's what I've learned. Just get E-shift, it'll be fine. Maybe we'll also actually see the E-shift on Wraith, but Freemo's getting caught here. Has to get out of the fight. And it's an interesting situation map state at the moment, because you have a pretty, both teams on parity soul-wise. Narrow miss again with the hook. Lane priority overall is in favor of Leviathan, and we have the bridge buffs coming up and the urn as well. So this gives them the positional edge, or in theory it should give them positional edge. And they're going to collapse onto mid now, Leviathan.
I think Leviathan is a little bit more under pressure to fight. They open up this fight with the swap, instantly getting out the frozen shelter. But Tass still falling under the pressure. Most of Leviathan pretty healthy. Only Freemock going down the half. A lot cursey to the Shining Wonder. Empty Dreams. Death Slam, not sure if he got anything or it got interrupted. Doesn't really seem like there's a follow through. So Leviathan, they get some very key ults out of Abrahams and a kill. And Dan, they're none worse for the wear.
Yeah, and Abraham's been very conservative in that fight as well, because, they know that if they give away one more kill, mid-boss, instant mid-boss. So that mid-boss is a very big consequence and problem. The urn is going to be another fight that can be forced here by Leviathan. That's maybe a safer way to try to create that advantage that will give them the ability to get the mid-boss locked in. So the question is now, how does Abrahams deal with this particular position? Taz is going to be coming up now, so he can get back on the zip, try to get to the fight.
I'll be honest, I don't think Abraham should really fight this urn turn-in. You're down Frozen Shelter, you're down Death Slam. This is how you lose the game as Abrahams. I actually think you maybe do a little bit of posturing, but that's it. If you hard contest, you might just lose. Okay, they decide to go for it. High risk, high reward. Nox Nostra raining from above. Urn, Sai trying to dunk it, eating a ton of damage in turn. Just barely able to warp stone away. Overseas, now going for the urn turn himself. Abraham's just playing for damage, not really playing to pick up the urn here just yet, but interrupting the urn in turn. Telekinesis on to Overseas. Overseas, though, absolutely healthy as all this goes down. Leviathan, Sai is low. Abraham's pretty even health bars between both teams. Overseas finally going to go down. Task gets the urn pickup and the turn-in. Leviathan, even with the ult advantage, unable to turn some of that into their favor. Abraham's starting to clutch it out. just needing a little bit more. Rake falling towards the end, and it's a hot retreat for Leviathan and likely a mid-boss for Abraham. So, Dan, a difficult situation that Abrahams manages in the end.
Okay, E-shift, but you got everybody right here. Oh my god, there's surely no way that OC's is actually trying to get out of this one, but is it going to be possible? OC's still getting kind of chased down there, but I mean, ultimately, it doesn't really matter if they kill OC's. They can just get the mid-boss anyway. Doesn't not the biggest deal in the world. OC's back to full HP because
he lived
things.
That's actually an unreal fight for Abrahams. I think, like, looking at that fight, Leviathan maybe hard forced the Urn turn a little bit much. I think if they just went for a raw team fight, they probably win. I mean, they won that fight without Frozen Shelter.
Oh, they forced out the... To be fair, you know, you forced out the Frozen Shelter here.
What? Surely not.
That's a big death timer, ZP, and there's two walkers on the line here. I don't know about that one.
Oh, also...
I don't know about that one. More.
We got a new board member, Dan, on the Patreon. Incredible Mouse coming on in with the 250.
Welcome, sir. We have free waters for the boardroom members. Please partake.
Telekinesis and a very, very dead Apollo. And I gotta tell you, Dan, Abraham's got their way through what may have been the eye of the storm here. Now working with a huge advantage. Yeah, they gave up on Rejuve just now, but things are looking rough for Leviathan and about to get even worse as Abrahams looks to push their advantage.
Yeah, it's looking really good here, and one of the problems is also is the fight at the Urn turn-in. Arzo pumped out some insane amounts of damage, and he was completely unhindered in his ability to do so. I think a lot of the credit goes to Together, as well as Taz and Empty Dreams, for all providing insane frontline and aerial threat, whilst Leviathan were trying to turn the Urn in. Firstly, you had Sai that had to leave the fight because he got bursted so heavily. And then the rest of the front line from Abrahams was able to create enough of a delay and positional advantage for Arzo to be a menace. And I'd love to, if we get an opportunity to pull up the damage at some point in the near future, if things calm down, it'd be kind of interesting to see how the damage values are for both of the teams at the moment.
I gotta say, Dan, we're on the verge of a new champion. As odd as it feels to say, even to this day, that Abraham's a new champion, that'll be the case. If they're able to simply finish this one out, what was a game that Leviathan was often leading, but still very close. Now a game that Abrahams is up nearly 50k, and taking a look at the hero damage, it's pretty interesting. I mean, Fremont has been pumping as expected, and even more so than OC's. Like, Fremont has had a game today. Like, in both games so far, like, regardless of state, like, what Fremont is doing on the Shiv, kind of unreal.
100%. Yeah, and you can see why Sanya Sniper's on Celeste too, just having an incredible series of games on Celeste. So the priority there, it works out, checks out. Sanya Sniper just clearly one of the best players in the business at the moment. Oh my god, Freemark is getting completely deleted here.
In a shelter, no less, where it's not always clear because the shelter gets bigger, but thanks to the UI, I look at that like, Frozen Shelter is up. Ah, it's Fremont in the 4-on-1 in the Igloo. Probably gonna go down.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
Also, at this point, the mental has to be utterly shattered for Leviathan. We're not only on the verge of losing their throne here in EU, but this game was in a really good state for them, and I think that Urn fight is going to haunt them because it was super winnable, Dan. In fact, they didn't have to go for Urn. They just had to drop Urn and fight. And that fight was so good for them.
Yeah, that was totally agree. You know, like the fact that Sai was out of the fight actually equaled the numbers because Taz wasn't even there. Taz cleaned up the right side lane. Taz had enough time to get to the fight because of Sai having to disengage and then after cleaning up the right side wave, Taz appears just at the right time to assist Together, adding to the front line and also had all the room in the world to start pumping the damage. So
yeah, it was also Overseas too. I mean, Overseas ended up falling on the Urn grenade and eating a ton of damage from afar. And I mean, think about how different that fight is if Leviathan just jumps on Abrahams.
yeah, forget the urn and just try to win the fight and then figure out the urn afterwards. I totally agree with you, and it's so one of the small decisions that can be difficult in the moment, but here we go. Abraham's like destroying the base. It's crazy, you know, just looking at the draft and everything like that. We definitely were like, okay, Leviathan had a way better draft in the first game. They got OC's Mina, but hey, you know, Abraham's they're just great, man. Like, they're just such a good team.
Also, I think it goes to show like how the game can evolve to where it really does come down to one fight. This game effectively came down to one fight in the end, because that one fight was at a timing that by getting a full victory in the fight, which Abrahams did, they got Urn, they got to insta-dunk Urn, and they got to go to mid-boss. And now they just get to play the game at an immense advantage. Like, Nox Nostra's coming in, OC's able to pick up one. Frozen Shelter, though, puts OC's now in the blunder zone. The 3-on-1. Abrams, one of the few heroes tanking enough to survive a decent amount of time, but it's still chilly in here, and finally Overseas gonna succumb to the cold and the damage. You're zooming down on the back end, and there's just only so much Freemok and OC's still left alive could do as Freemok ends up going down. Itani Losan gonna hit 3, but they're in good HP, good spirits overall. It's kind of a suicide dive on the Arzo, but Arzo has the support necessary. Leviathan, they call GG. And we're gonna have a new EU champion, Abrahams, take the throne once more.
When Puerto Rico finds you, she recognizes the spirit you've kept hidden. She leans in and ignites the part of you built to explore and feel joy without restraint. Awaken your senses. Discover Puerto Rico.
The whole night shift. So very well played by Abrahams, to be sure.
Empty Dreams back on top. You know, not a bad showing for your first time with Abrahams, but of course, you know, one of the best players in the region. Maybe not too big of a surprise, but man, what a way for this all to transpire, because I thought Leviathan played such a good game, and you know, they kind of flubbed it on the urn. There's really no other way of going back to it. I know we've already talked about it, but if you want to understand what happened in this game, you just gotta zoom in on that urn fight, because it really shows that you can throw an advantage like that, because you can't say enough about the fact that from the Abrahams end, no Frozen Shelter, no Death Slam, your key team fight ult to actually make your comp work in the end game, and you still win the fight because Leviathan, they just, you know, force the urn dunk a little bit too severely.
Yeah, and that's the danger too, when you're getting into the period of the game when the Wraith has hit the power spikes, or there's initial like big power spikes in the late game. You can't really take anything for advantage, because you can get really punished quite desperately. And yeah, getting trapped by the Frozen Shelter. Many moments where we've seen some great Frozen Shelters get connected by Abrahams today. That has really made the difference. Either Kelvin is what I think the most consistent thing in the roster that has been helping them win the games today.
Also, I think the cool thing about this, where, okay, we're going to throw out map 1, where we haven't talked about map 1 a lot. This was a full series, and okay, map 1 was just a terrible draft. Well, at least a bad draft in hindsight. Maybe it could have worked, but the execution was lacking for Leviathan, so we'll throw map 1 aside. Map 2 is an example of how you can do a lot of things right in Deadlock. You can have a good draft, you can have really good gameplay up to a certain point, and all it takes is your execution faltering for a moment, and that can be the difference between being champion and going home with nothing. And I think that's a lesson clearly on display today for Leviathan when you look at how map 2 transpired.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. And I think Abrahams is a team that's just so good at also mitigating these positions where maybe they're off balance, or they're not in the key moments of the map for their roster or their win conditions. They always do so well, and you know, we expected them to have a worse start and mid game, and they just never really did. They were actually able to just continue to keep a slight edge in the souls. You can kind of see it actually on the soul tracker at the bottom of the screens, where it's just that slight blue edge for a while. In the 15-minute mark, you know, they get behind slightly, then can kind of come back slightly, and then you get to that 25-minute mark where, you know, Arzo is power spiking pretty hard on the Wraith, and one bad fight, just like ZP said. So that's what it comes down to. But it is Sanya Sniper that does top the scoreboard in terms of the damage and the overall presence from Sanya Sniper. The whole match was pretty epic.
Now, of course, all these cool stats, the stats we brought up in the course of the game, the new UI stuff, and just some of the stuff we're looking at here in the end game could be brought to you without the help of TrackLock. TrackLock, really good, not only for understanding Deadlock play, but also tracking your progress as you play in your games, and, you know, just want more info about what is going on. And, you know, as I look at, you know, some of the storylines in this game, obviously Fremont was pumping damage. We called that out mid-game with the mid-game damage tracker, but also, Sanya was just so consistent today, regardless of the hero, where I almost wonder if we got robbed seeing Sanya on Mouse 1 jail for so long, where Sanya got to spread out a little bit today, have some really good games on Lash, have a great showing on Celeste, and I think to me, even more so than the addition of Empty Dreams, just, you know, Sanya being able to be more flexible with the new pickup, it really seemed to help out for Abrahams.
Yeah, it's actually, for me, you know, reminiscent of what I saw last week and what I've been learning about, you know, low main as a player on FPS Lounge, where I'm like, wow, this guy can actually play a lot more than I expected to a very high level and be completely pivotal as a player on the team in all of these different heroes and roles. So really cool to see. And again, we started off the show by saying, hey, some of these teams, you know, they're making changes, Loki W and Abrahams, and they're both experimenting to try to find what is the best way to go forward with their respective rosters. And Abrahams have definitely found their footing pretty nicely, and we've seen a lot of different roles. It's just fun. It's just really great to see as guys that have been following the game and all these teams for a long time, ZP.
Well, we got our Shopify sidekick of the match, and it's got to be Sanya once more, where both in the challenging match and in the money match, it was a banner day for Sanya Sniper, where not only adapting to a new role within Abrahams as far as the hero pool goes, but doing it with flying colors, Dan. Just awesome performance all day long, and, you know, very good omen if you're a fan of Abrahams.
Yeah, and it's especially cool to see, you know, on a really high skill hero like Celeste, where you've got to be very, very active, make the most of the movement advantages. You're constantly doing stuff. I mean, it's why the damage was so high. Yeah, there's the hook earlier in the game, the express pass, but ultimately, you know, Sanya proved to be just so good in all of these different fights, eking out all of the advantages that were necessary for the team. Obviously, Celeste can also provide the macro advantage that you might lose if you don't have some of these more mobile heroes. Celeste is the most mobile hero that you can have in the game, pretty much. So, really great performance, great disruption. Love to see it. And when you're up against Abrahams, you're going to have to be thinking more about the Celeste pick, because the Celeste pick, I feel like you don't know where to value it. And it just depends on the players you're up against with Celeste.
Man, you know, it's funny. Someone had a comment in chat, like, what about the video that talked about the downfall of Abrahams? And all I gotta say is, you gotta stop consuming reactionary YouTube content, because anyone that's been following the scene for a long time knows that even your best teams might have periods where, you know, things aren't going super well, but they usually get back up, Dan. And, you know, for Abrahams, yeah, they stumbled a bit for a while, but over the last few weeks, they've clearly been back in championship form, contending better than ever. And they did after losing both Hoot and Dimov, players that, you know, many at one point may have thought were irreplaceable. But that's just how it is, I think, in, you know, any esport, but especially early esports, is that teams will have stumbles, but you can't deny the raw talent. And if you're good enough to win, you know, 12, 13 plus weeks in a row, you're probably good enough to recover after a few bad weeks and, you know, figure a way forward.
I was just going to say, it sets up the storylines kind of nicely, because, you know, having these different winners, you know, is it going to be that Abrahams can continue and stay winning, or does Loki W actually find a way to throw a wrench into the works? Loki W absolutely have the talent on their roster. They just got to obviously, you know, now take this next week to kind of figure out how to fine tune, maybe with the lessons of today, and they could definitely be taking the throne away, or we will see, you know, Leviathan retake it, or Abrahams really solidifying this formula that they have found today to be so successful for them.
Yeah, they really have. And yeah, all in all, I mean, Dan, an interesting day here in EU where Abrahams came out strong. We had our longest challenger match maybe ever. I don't know if we have the official time on it, but certainly top 3. And, you know, the final game was a good one. I really came down to effectively one fight. Leviathan, you know, maybe they let map 1 get away, but map 2 was a brawl to the end. And Looking ahead to NA, Dan, things are going to get even more heated. Melee Creeps versus Floormen. Yes, you saw it right. If you've been away from the scene for a little bit, Melee Creeps does not always win the finals, though they are oftentimes very competitive.
And with that said, if you missed the finals last week, it was really, really entertaining. FPS Lounge lost the first series, and then they had an incredible comeback on map 2. They were like down like 20, 30k or something, like really early on, and made it just a phenomenal comeback. And they have a lot of questions or things to solve right now, because just as a little teaser, you know, Erebus, they was getting the Bebop every time. Billy was getting onto Snakes every time, and these were key factors in their ability to win. So moving into that second portion of the show, it's going to be a good one. You don't want to miss it.
Yeah, and with that, we'll leave you on a quick break. But in the break, we got a teaser for an interview that's been out for a little bit, but if you haven't seen it, we got Elizabeth with an interview with Ido to break down some of the inner workings of Melee Creeps.
Deadlock is a game where information matters. Until now, you've had to keep track of all of it in your head. The TrackLock app changes that, offering in-game overlays with real-time stat comparisons, dynamic timers, and permanent buff tracking. Before the game even starts, you can get key information on your opponents and allies with our match scouting feature, and access the most up-to-date hero builds, tier lists, and player profiles with data synced directly from the game. Your new go-to companion for Deadlock, download the TrackLock app today.
Hey, Deadlock Night Shift, it's Elizabeth. How are you guys? It's been a while, I missed you. I had a best friend's wedding to go to, which makes me now not only the only single person in the friend group, but the only unmarried person in the friend group. Go team. Today's interview is with Ido from Melee Creeps. So sit back, grab your tea, because this is a conversation with Ido. It's a little bit today. There's like the IGL of the team, right? Like there's like a Saya, and you know, they lead the team, but there's also the guy that keeps like everyone happy, you know, vibes up, literally vibes up. You know, you might be down 13 to 12-0, and you're like, guys, we can do it. We can bring it back 13-12, like, you know, or 14-12. Do you think would you say that's kind of your role in the team, or have you kind of adopted that role, or is that something that you all are working on right now? Kind of what you're saying, working on this mental aspect of your game.
I try to, for sure. I try to adopt that role because it gets Debbie Downer sometimes, and even tournament matches, and especially even after tournament matches. Yes, I think it's really important to have fun. Like, you have to have fun when you play these tournaments. Like, I know it's not fun losing, I get it, but like, you have to be like, that was a good game, you know, let's go again. Right? You have to love playing the game that much, I guess. and keeping the vibes up. Like, I'll make jokes in tournament, like even during playing. Like, I love making fun of Fish Cake. That guy loves getting parried, and I love making fun of him.
You love getting parried?
No, Fish Cake, he loves getting parried.
Oh,
yeah.
What? Fish Cake? What? That's crazy. That's crazy.
Well, not actually, but when I hear,
yeah, no, I know what you mean. Yeah.
So in the last tournament, right? It's like, we did a little lane swap thing, and usually it's me and Fish Cake in the lane, but I was with Du this time, and then it's like minute 150 or like 2, and then all I hear from the right lane is like he always does this huge sigh, and he's like, I'm parried, and and like, he knows it's coming, he knows I'm about to laugh at him, and
yeah.
It's just, it kind of breaks the tension a little bit, and so I try and do that as much as I can, whether it's in game or after game. Because like, it's important to stay locked in, you know, flow state or whatever, but you have to enjoy the game, like, and you can't go in with like a losing mental, especially if you lose the game prior to. So yeah, I guess you could say vibes merchant, although this guy's not even on the team, but he kind of keeps the vibes up as well somehow, by just he's like my arch enemy for no reason. Just flames me because I took a spot on the team. I don't know if you know Lord M. Basically, he used to be on Melee Creeps. I took a spot, and so now whenever we lose or win, he'll come in the call and just make stupid remarks, and then it'll just bring the vibes up. So yeah, that's something that's like kind of random, but it's also important, right? So for the team, that we can break that tension. But yeah, I guess you say I try and be the vibe merchant. Yeah. Because size of the IGL, I guess.
Yeah, it's something that in Valorant, especially 2 years ago, especially, we really wanted to focus on, because it just, I think, you know, you focus a lot on mechanics, right, in any game, but you know, we listen to your comms like during comm videos and stuff like that. You can tell when like the energy's just terrible, right? And no one's like, you know, it does genuinely change. Like you have people like who are the vibe merchants of teams being like, guys, I want to hear you scream, I want to see you stand, you know, all this stuff, because like that's how you get the energy up. And you know, I mean, the most famous person was Zelsis, who was on Sentinels when he did this. He's just that kind of like guy, right? And so you see like a tangible difference in team and energy when even it's like you're down 10-2, you're like, guys, all right, let's bring it home, you know? Like, and you've seen people make comebacks from that because of just the energy and just kind of the mental aspect of it. I don't know how much you like, how much you would know about this. Do you think that's where other teams fail? Like, do you think the other teams right now, they're so focused on being competitive and they're so, you know, obviously there's always something to improve on this game, TM. But
Yeah.
I mean, you have teams like Abraham's, right? Teams like Leviathan, all of these teams who want to win so badly. They want to win so badly, right? Like there's that aspect, and that's not something you don't feel, but you have kind of this other compartment where you're able to, you know, have those vibes and have that energy and have that mental. What is your read on other teams having that, if they do have that, or they don't, or like just kind of that's not something you think they focus on?
Yeah, I think when other teams lose, I've seen the reactions, right? I know kind of what goes down without knowing what goes down, right?
Yeah.
Like I don't have to talk to them to know. Like just even like roster changes and stuff. Yes, I will say, I'm just gonna flat out answer first. Yes, it's because these teams lose and they don't succeed for longer than a week or two, because of that reason, and especially through losses, right? It's like always, and this pissed me off a lot, and I'm sure you saw in the EDL interview as well. But like, people will refuse to look like across like a team perspective and want to improve their teammates. They'd rather switch somebody out for a 10 to 15% boost in performance that week. So for example, like I think Goober, right? That he's somebody that he's really good at the game. He could have been nurtured. He could have been honed into a great player. But instead, when you give up on these players because they don't perform, it gives them that it's like, just to pick somebody up that does 10% better, it's like you're not actually like teammates, you know? You're kind of just like work buddies that
Temps.
Yeah, kind of like what you said, right? With your coworker that like oil and water, or yeah, it's like you can keep replacing these people and maybe you'll win a couple tournaments, but ultimately when worst comes to worst, you're not good friends. You're not, you know, super tight and like that to where you'd want to stay together, and then you start blaming each other, and then somebody gets kicked, and then it just ruins the team dynamic, and then you start from square one. So yes, I think 100% starting from square, like even like Abraham's, for example, like losing 3 weeks in a row, or was it 4? I can't remember. Like that team is really good, right? And they could have picked themselves off their feet, said, okay, we lost, and we lost again. Let's keep on, you know, let's keep on trying together as a team. But instead, they did like 4 roster shuffles within a couple weeks. It was like Mikhail S was on the team at the time, Dimov was on the team at the time. I can't remember the rest, but yeah, right? They just kept switching in and out. Which
the EDL like in out thing on the left corner, like
exactly. Like you open the EDL, like, oh, somebody needs to switch. Like every week, you should, at this point, every week you just expect people to get switched out. And if I'm being honest, I think the only reason that doesn't happen more in professional esports is because there's contracts. like actually, like and again, I've never been on an esports team, but I have friends that have experienced esports and told me about their experiences. To where like, yeah, like you can't, if you don't like this guy, you too bad. That's too damn bad. You got to play with him for the next year or two until their contract's up. And you really don't have much of a say in terms of it, because maybe the org just wants to keep them or whatever, or can't hire another player. Yeah. So it's definitely a big thing, and it's also why I want to start Melee Creeps as our own org instead of just joining one as well. But yeah.
That's a really interesting thing, because that's also what you just said is incredibly hard. Like you have just said to me, hey, I'm not going to go to like, for example, because I was just mentioning them, Sentinels, right? Sentinels is an established team, Marvel Rivals, Valorant, League, you name it. Very popular, has that fan base, has that monetary value, and the resources, the outreach, and you have said, no, thank you. We're going to do this on our own.
Yes, okay. So
and to be clear, Sentinels did not ask you. That was a hypothetical.
No. Hypothetically, they asked us, yes, or other orgs or whatever. Yes, I see Melee Creeps as one of the big competitor orgs for Deadlock. Yeah, and I think there's potential to have partnerships in the future, but I don't really know how that works. Honestly, I'm still looking into it. I'm still trying to make Melee Creeps an LLC and stuff.
Yeah.
But
have fun.
yeah, thank you. It's real annoying. But what was I gonna say? Yeah, like I am all in on this team. Like that, if that's not proof already, right?
No,
I believe in these guys to win. They have the right mentalities. We got to work on our losses, getting through our losses as a team better. But once we get through that, and we can continue with Melee Creeps all the way through. Our channel is doing insane. It does better than my own channel somehow now. I don't really I guess our editors are just the goats. Like, that's crazy. We have really great manager. Like, our team is...
Yodi.
Yeah, Yodi, yeah, right? Third Chick as our analyst. We have everything we need. And I'm like, why not just do this ourselves, you know?
Yeah, like start up, yeah.
Give more power to the player, right? Don't have to and again, I'm not coming for any orgs. I just want to preface this.
No. I think it is reasonable to say, hey, corporation we would have some like red tape.
Yes.
Like,
we are not a statistic. Like, we are not like, I don't know if that makes sense, but that's what a lot of esports orgs see. A statistic of like, oh, this guy wins. He's ranked 1. He has high viewership on, especially when like nowadays, he has a big fan base on Twitch or YouTube, right? And like that's something that, say we get signed to 6 players, right? We get signed to 6 players and we're on X org, right? And they're like, oh, actually, we want this guy because he's really popular on Twitch and he's doing 10% better than this player who doesn't even stream on our team, right? For example, like this is just completely hypothetical, but like Scout or Fishcake, right? They don't really stream, so we're gonna drop them and bring on this guy and you can't have any say about it because this is our org or whatever. And I just don't want to run into issues like that. I really don't, because that's just how much I believe in the team, and I eventually want to transition into a coach, and I do it under the Melee Creeps name. Well, probably won't be Melee Creeps in the future, like the name itself, just because creeps is not a word you can use.
Not very brand friendly.
No, we're definitely gonna. I've talked with them, like we're gonna have to change that. But yeah, that's ultimately the goal. We'll see how it works though, honestly, because I'm taking it one step at a time.
What's up, everybody, and welcome back to the night shift. It's myself, Jake, joined by the lovely Jason Kaplan. We're about to get into the NA portion of the show. Shout out Liz, by the way, for that wonderful interview with Ido. You can check out the full video on her channel, get all the details. She's putting out a lot of great Deadlock content these days.
I have to say, Jake, and to everyone watching, no, we did not plan to both be wearing black and both looking equally handsome. It just happened to work out that way. I don't know what happened. We didn't see each other before the show.
We're mind melded. We're mind melded.
Yeah, well, you know what? You call me looking lovely. You're looking fantastic yourself, Jake. I'm always digging the little curls you have here. I try to replicate my hair to do that, and then I see this giant bald spot, so I tend to.
That takes a lot of effort and time, brother. You might try to let that one go. But you got the stash. You know, I will say I'm a little jealous. Of the stash.
Now.
I'm gonna have to live with it.
It gets real weird when you eat food and get stuck in your mustache and it stinks all day and you gotta wash it. But
yeah, that's not. You're really killing the attractiveness level. It's going way down. Let's move on. Let's move past this. Let's take a look at the bracket, guys. What we got coming up for the matches today. We actually did. If you joined us this weekend, we played a qualifier match in NA. I mean, the NA scene is getting so competitive, we're almost compelled to, which is a little bit crazy. Flurman, though, put on a show. Pretty dominant win over No Earnings, who we've heard has been doing really well in scrims, but honestly, that qualifier match was impressive. Floorman just took care of business.
Yeah, and honestly, I like how you pointed that out too, because NA is getting ridiculously competitive. Because not only are we seeing like no earnings, for instance, we also have another team coming out of the woodwork called Evil Cake Army, ECA, with Fluorescence, Cal Goober, Arkham, and Chickpea. I don't know who their 6 actually is at the moment, but man, there's so much talent in North America. I just wish EU would have more teams like this.
Yeah, I mean, the Deadlock scene is getting to a fantastic place. It's an awesome thing to see, especially with so many positive changes coming to the game. Really excited to see what's next, what's here for the competitive scene. But we still, of course, have incredible action coming right at you today. That top slot in NA, it does not earn itself. You got to come here to the night shift. You got to battle it out and be the last man standing in North America. We got some hefty prize pools now. And I mean, Dropify and Tracklock have come in major ways to really level up this prize pool. We're giving away $2,500 a week at the base with some crowdfunding to add a little bit of extra juice on top.
Yeah, man, a lot of money to
The A7500 is also filled with a full suite of Corsair components. So you're getting 32 gigs of Vengeance DDR
teams to keep pushing along, keep sticking together, and keep grinding it out because you want to see everyone be successful. And who knows, maybe the next weeks, next months, we'll have that happen for us.
Yeah, that's what we've been talking about. I mean, honestly, let us know, chat. What do you think? We were talking about this, about, hey, maybe it's time to allocate a bit of that prize pool to second place and talk about ways to expand the show and make it better. So always interested in your feedback. You guys can also join our Discord to be more in the conversation, where we want to be a community focused show and really, take that input in. So join the Discord. You can chat with a lot of us and chat with the community, get your perspective out, or just spam what's in your head onto Twitch chat like everybody else is doing. I mean, that could work. Like, I'm no guarantees, but it could. Let's take a look, though, at our lovely Patreon. I mean, we wouldn't be here at this lovely point in the show without the incredible support of our patrons. Thanks, Incredible Mouse, by the way. We've got a new board member joining the roster. And this org chart is getting out of control now, Jason. I mean, we really need to start finding jobs.
I feel like we either need to have more breakdowns or just have like a second page here. I'm pretty sure like the Night Shift residents can have their own page, but you know what? They're not as worthy as the 250 members who deserve their own page in their own rights. I mean, we've had Afex and Tetsuo here pretty much since I feel like week 1 or week 2, supporting us month in and month out. But it doesn't matter if you're giving 250, 100, or even just $5. Even if you're not giving anything and just here every Wednesday, we appreciate all the support we get from every single person in the community. It helps make the show possible and makes us feel good, man.
Yeah, we're here because y'all are here. That's what really gives the show its life. So huge shout out to the patrons. You can always join our Patreon if you want to support. It's like the best way to directly support what we're doing here on the Night Shift, trying to bring Deadlock esports to the masses. But you know what? That is enough housekeeping. Jason, let's get on to the good stuff. The people are here to see some competitive Deadlock, and we got to introduce, of course, our initial 2 teams here in this NA Challenger match. First up, it's the Melee Crepes. What do people need to know about these guys?
Ban Viper. I think that's pretty much all we saw last week for them. Man, Fishcake has been a terror on the Cursed Apple on Viper, constantly being a pain. We've also seen some like switch ups within the team, if I'm not mistaken. Like Saya, who would typically play like the full support role for the team, has actually been flexing to things like Bebop, and Scout's been more so been put in that role of being position 6 or Saya's role in the previous time. So I think they've kind of realized what they've been doing in the past isn't working. They need to make some switch ups. And we even saw, what was it, Ido returning back to, well, I don't want to say form, but returning back to pocket as well last week. It's a little bit interesting to see that they really are trying to find what that winning condition is for this team yet again.
Yeah, definitely some OGs on this roster, but so much talent front to back, right? It feels like, whatever characters they're playing, I'm not super worried about that because we've always praised this team for their flexibility. It makes them really hard to draft against. It's really hard to pin them down. And I think you're right to call that out about the support thing, because honestly, I think the meta has shifted. Not every team is running, a quote unquote support now. There's like a lot more diversity, and even that character who's maybe a little more focused on healing or enabling is still going to try to bring something to the fight, right? And still going to try and be proactive on the map. So it really feels like a statement of where Deadlock is right now. But this is, I think, pretty dominantly our most winningest team here ever in Deadlock Night Shift with how many they've won. But it's been a hot second since we've seen Melee Creeps up at first place, right? Been a few weeks. So this is a team that has those championship expectations. You got to always consider them a contender. But of course, they're going to have to defeat their opponent here to even have a chance at taking down the top slot. And of course, this opponent, it's going to be none other than the Floormen. Came out of the qualifier match, but with an absolute bullet here, looking very ready for the night.
Yeah, I think after talking to AVG, Floormen are probably the most methodical team and thought out team when it comes to playing Deadlock in its current iteration. I know AVG went really in depth with all the positions and how they kind of all work together to accomplish a win. And then of course, when you bring in the big dog, You bring in the Bulgarian beast Adimov into the roster. It just brings a whole nother level of firepower to this team that's been kind of unmatched in the past. Zeno as well, been great to see him flex around and kind of see that, you know what, he doesn't really have to play those carry heroes. I mean, the first iteration we saw of him was Yamato, and they even got to the point in one of the one-win bombshell tournaments that they actually stopped trying to win just so he can get more and more fed. But to see him just want to win games and he's willing to play the support role has been cool. And of course, I mean, DMB and League have been such staples of this team and such anchors to consistently have good matches.
Yeah, definitely stacked front to back. Not a team that you want to write off or think is going to be an easy win. And this is just the challenger match, right? This isn't even technically for the top slot just yet. It's for the chance of competing for it. But of course, with all the cash on the line, the teams are going to be very motivated to get that done. But of course, as is tradition here on the Night Shift, in order to get into our first match, we got to do a draft. In order to do our draft, we need our Mo and Krill 1v1. We got to see who's got the better fisticuffs, who's ready to throw them dukes down, and get yourself that draft priority. If you win the Mo 1v1 melee only, you get to decide first pick or second.
You know, okay, Jake, I might be showing my age here. You might be too young for this, but have you ever seen this game that you have like two buttons and it's like rock and sock and boppers, I think it or something like that, and it's
rock and sock and robots,
and the head comes off. Is there some way for the first like Deadlock Night Shift LAN that we can modify that to be two Mo and Krills and we have that actually be the coin flip instead?
That would be an iconic like giveaway item. If somebody like builds that and like people, that would go crazy. That would do numbers for sure. You're talking real. You should stop giving that idea away, Jason. You know, we need to capitalize on that. That's our next Shopify store, man.
Exactly.
That game.
Board games modified to the Deadlock universe. So it looks like we have AVG coming from Foreman in the orange. Ido for melee creeps. It's usually like Saya doing this.
Yeah, Saya is kind of one of the masters of the Mo 1v1. These guys playing things a little bit. Whoa, look at that! Just stared him down. Absolute, got that dog in him.
What? You just shot him. That's not allowed. Hello?
Whoa.
Was that like the go time? And then AVG, put him in the grave, man. He's not allowed to shoot you. Just put him in the grave. Get him out of here.
Yeah, let him know. Ido's playing this one real cautious.
I mean, not too cautious that he shot AVG. There you go. Put him in there. He's in the grave now. All right. So
I'm glad we didn't have to like go back and check the tape on that one. Luckily, it seems like the AVG got the win. But will this be enough? I mean, okay, they're going to choose second pick for the floor match. Makes sense to me right now. I think there isn't, like, in this current moment in the meta, there's not some one hero that you just think is a must pick. For melee creeps, though, it's kind of been the dynamo that they've been just snatching in that first slot time and time again. I wonder if Floormen let it through or if they ban it. And actually, okay, melee creeps ban it and they're not going to take it first, but they think Floormen will absolutely grab it in the top two, which I think is absolutely correct. This has been, after many months, years even of Dynamo being irrelevant competitively, Dynamo is one of the best heroes in Deadlock.
And it's been like massively played by Scout in particular for melee creeps over this last like month of time. What I am really curious about is there going to be Infernus being picked as a high prio hero between these two teams? Because he's been a menace. He's been an absolute terror. I know we've talked about this like over a month ago saying Infernus, he still should be really good. Like not really, he wasn't hurt that drastically that there's a reason that teams stopped picking him, and out of nowhere, we saw him being thrown back into the meta in such a highly contested pick. But a Mirage, I don't even think we saw Mirage today, if I'm not mistaken. It's still one of those picks in EU that's just kind of dropped off the face of the earth.
Yeah, I mean, NA and EU have always had those different perspectives. I think you're absolutely right. I think Infernus is probably going to go next here after Bebop. Be a little surprised. I mean, I guess you could consider something like Silver also to be a really good option in this early phase, but I kind of prefer they go the Infernus. We'll have to see. I do think Mirage can be sometimes thought of as not a counter to Infernus, but somebody who kind of doesn't mind the extended trading fights that Infernus likes to engage. It ignites you and it keeps on staying on you. Like Mirage has great mobility to get away, and Infernus, like no one can really deal with getting like max stacks Mirage, and even like having the Beetle reduce your damage output. It has some like nice synergy into countering him. It is going to be Bebop and Silver for the Floorman, so Infernus still unpicked. I think you're right though. I think it's a mistake to let Infernus get past these first three. Maybe it's a little awkward to have Infernus and Mirage since they sort of are doing similar things in the carry role.
I'm not sure. I actually expect him to be picked more towards the beginning of the draft here, but to see like Venator left this late, to see a Bebop first pick, first of all, I understand it's North America. I understand that NA really has a high priority when it comes to Bebop, but to see him like picked massively over the likes of like Mirage, Infernus, Venator, it kind of does blow my mind a little bit. But we do have the Infernus finally come on through, and I guess in hindsight, the Bebop does make sense since Saya was playing it last week. You kind of take it away from them, and you do give it, of course, to Erebus to really power through for your team. But yeah, I don't know. This is going to be, I guess, somewhat of an interesting one. I don't know why I said Erebus, not even on this team. He's just on my mind when it comes to Bebop.
Erebus like
John now in my head.
Erebus did kind of single-handedly bring Bebop back into the meta, at least in NA, right? It was like, you know, they came in swinging, willed it. Like what they were, I think they lost a brutal map, and then Erebus goes Bebop, and they like crazy, you know, come back from there. So I can see why you have such an association with him and the hero. I'm gonna say I'm really a big fan of this Floorman first three. I think Infernus does so well in the side lane, and I think you pair him with sort of a little bit more of aggressive initiator style hero like Bebop or Silver. I think that looks like a super scary lane. There's a ton of other sort of spirit nuking options you could go for, and they also get the Viper. You talked about that, something you don't want to let melee creeps have. Well, Floorman are saying they're just gonna take it themselves. Viper, I think playing for that gun carry build has gotten way more popular in top level play. People have really found the way to make it work and for it to feel consistent.
And if we talk about something that's been also heavily picked these last 2 weeks of Sinclair, Viper is also very good when it comes to mid-boss control. Once you do max your Petrify and Bola, you can AoE stun everyone. Makes it really simple, just steal away every single Rejuve crystal, or confirm it, obviously. Then you have Infernus there to back it up with. So yeah, I'm not hating it, but I am seeing a lot of squishiness in the Foreman roster so far. If you can keep your distance, if you can somehow deal with Viper, which I think Mirage, the Dust Devil, does a decent job of, Viper can be very tough, I think, to kind of come online, especially when you have to pair it up against a Viscous now with the cube to eliminate your kill potential early on in the game with your lethal venom. I'm not really hating this Viscous pick, to be honest, but the Doorman I never would have expected.
That's an interesting one. I don't mind it, honestly. Seeing the Doorman, you know, in the quasi support role, like honestly in high rank, I feel like there's some players that just have spam Doorman forever, right? They don't care what the meta is. They continue to spam Doorman. Some of these like kidnapping plays, you pull people under your walker at 10 minutes, like it is legitimately really hard to deal with. That Vortex Web comes online, you know, items like Cheat Death, and Doorman is now just like a huge menace on the map that really constricts the way you play the game. So it's a little bit unconventional for Floorman, but I feel like I see the vision. Melee creeps, though, front to back, a lot of power in this draft, and the saves from Viscous, I think, are, like you said, are going to be really valuable.
Let me pick your brain, though, because Doorman it seems like a quasi Sinclair, but with the ability to give you more mobility around the map because of the doors, because you still interact the same way. You Vortex Web and you CC. Well, it's the cart for Doorman and it's the Rabbit Hex for Sinclair. Do you think those two are interchangeable for Floorman here, or is there like, in your eyes, do you think there's a specific plan with the Doorman?
I think Doorman offers a couple things, you know, pretty uniquely. I think the ultimate is underrated in terms of its power, right? And in high level play, right, if you can just catch somebody, it gives like essentially more than enough time for everyone on your team to catch up and set up. And you know, having something like a Bebop waiting when you come out of the Baroness, it's like you're just dead. You know, like you're not escaping from that. Having that free setup is a really great way to start the fight. And then on top of that, I think not just that you're CCing people, but when you're pulling them through the door into like deep into enemy territory, it's something that the only counterplay is essentially to not get caught in the first place. Once you find yourself under the enemy walker at 10 minutes, like you just write those people off, you know, like you see your buddy get like kidnapped to the you know, into the enemy fountain, the enemy base. It's like, all right, have a nice time. I'm gonna go hit some sinners. Like it might take them a few seconds to kill you. I'm gonna use that time for something else. Like, and so I mean, maybe the competitive players, right, are gonna be really aware of that and really like avoiding it and very conscious of it. But I do think Doorman just has like an incredible skill potential as a character. So I feel like I'd kind of favor players who really master the character over trying to counterplay him. Like there's so many options, you know, playing with portals, right? It just immediately opens up a whole new element of the game. And back when we saw Doorman a lot more, right, we talked about the importance around mid-boss of like repositioning your team, baiting objectives. So there's a lot of craziness for sure that can go on with the Doorman.
I like how your one counter to Doorman and the doors is just don't get hooked.
Don't get caught
hooked through it or get pushed through it. Yeah, it's a lot easier said than done, but obviously, you know, when you're playing at this level, you kind of expect it. But the GT to come in last, I mean, I guess you do have I don't know if
I think to your point about the squishiness of some of these some of the Floormen team, I think that's sort of the vision here. Is like, okay, look, Infernus, Viper, Doorman, Apollo, these characters do a ton of damage. Even Bebop, right? A lot of damage, but you turn the tables on them and they're trying to run away from you and have a GT bird catching them. I think you look at this, like the lineup of, yeah, it's going to be Mirage and Venator pretty much camping it up on the side lanes, you know, chilling out and farming. But the other four, right? Abrams and Paradox, crazy amount of catch there with swap into charge. And then the damage comes from GT and Viscous. So it's pretty straightforward, right? You catch people, knock them down with the first two, and then the latter two have crazy spirit nuking for the mid game. So I will say, like, I think this, you know, whenever I see a GT in the draft, I'm always thinking about how are they going to snowball this great talent and get the infinite spirit power scaling. If you find yourself in the late game with like plus 80, plus 90 spirit power, you're like one of the strongest characters in the game. If you're at plus 20, you're going to feel pretty bad about the pick. So I think GT is a little bit feast or famine, but also that's the nature of Deadlock, right? You do not want to fall behind. You know, want to always try to be pushing for taking control and being in the lead. That being said, I do think more time pressure for sure is going to be on the Floormen this game. With Mirage, Venator, and the side lanes, it's like, yeah, you don't really love the idea of going to the ultra late game, especially with GT, you know, having that infinite spirit scaling off the owl.
What I am seeing though for Floormen, and again, thinking back to conversation with AEG, is that Viscous, which should be ran by Scout, I would imagine in this comp, it's going to be in a position where you can't get super aggressive in the jungle because you're kind of like more of like a passive jungler. You're not able, I say jungle, but not in the literal sense of you're just farming creeps, but in terms of like your aggression that you're trying to pull off and trying to support your other quote unquote jungler. I think AVG is going to know specifically how to counter that. And with the high mobility of Apollo and Silver paired together, because it's probably going to be AVG on Apollo and most likely Demob on Silver or vice versa, they're going to be so aggressive and they're so deadly as a duo in the enemy jungle too. And then also to facilitate kills into these side lanes when they do go for these ganks. I really do worry for melee creeps that if they can't get to the late game where Venator and Mirage come online, Floormen could win just from the mid game.
Yeah, I also wonder how this Viscous does against Bebop, because I think, yes, the cube is an amazing save, right? In Infernus and Viper, initiating on you, you get cubed, purges, you know, especially when it's maxed, right? It's really, really powerful. It's also essentially a free hook, right? Like Bebop is not going to miss the hook on you when you're in the cube. He can still hook you while you're in the cube. So you might have to cancel it really quick to dodge the hook, which I guess could be okay, but I just think that matchup is going to be potentially a little bit scary, right? The prospect of being hooked deep. I also think for great talent in this game, there is a lot of lockdown to be worried about, right? Whether it's like Apollo just, you know, catching you with crazy distance. If Doorman ults you, right? It's like you're a character that I think on GT particularly, you really need positioning, right? You need like a bit of space to work with, have your team kind of out in front, you know, scouting at the enemy, tanking some aggression, and you're just there, you know, working your damage in, following up on other plays. But if you're getting initiated on, if you're getting caught, and Floormen have a ton of tools to do that, I think that's like the worst case scenario for GT and for Viscous actually, right? But Viscous, you want to always, you know, be cubing somebody else almost always and saving somebody else who's in trouble. And if you're the one getting caught, if you're the one getting initiated on, it's way harder, especially with the meta build right now, I think being pretty much focused on the Spirit nuking plus cube for the Viscous. We've been yapping enough though. Shoppy, he's doing his work, he's doing his dance, and he is going to bring us into game one, the NA Challenger match here of Night Shift 36. I'm Jake, I'm joined by Jason. Jason, let us get into the action.
I'm just wondering, who was the dance teacher for Shoppy? Because I'm jealous. I've been to clubs like twice in my life. I absolutely hate dancing, but I need to be able to dance like that.
I mean, look, you know, it could take many years of training. I'm sure he could get involved in a coaching. Bro.
Oh my gosh.
He's going. He's bringing us in.
If you talk about him, does he just get bigger?
he's just catching a vibe. All right, he's just coming up, saying what's up.
It's like the ego gets bigger, he grows. The more you talk about him, surely he can't get bigger than this, right?
Don't tempt production. Do not.
I don't think they have the capability to do that.
There's no way. Could not do that. That's not possible. We don't have the technology, the screen space.
I mean, I don't know. I'm just jealous overall. Like sick kicks as well. We haven't even touched on the kicks that
that's true.
But like
often slept on.
Well, I say we talked about predictions, right? Or we didn't talk about predictions. We talked about predictions. But who do you think's gonna win this game?
I gotta say, I'm kind of a Floormen believer right now. I think I like the draft. I like personally, I'm so Infernus pilled. Maybe I'm biased because I've been spamming that character. It's my new addiction is Dash Furnace. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. But you know what? It is what it is. But I like the Floorman draft. I think they've got a ton of tempo to control the mid game. And I actually think, like, man, yeah, like ultra late, yes, Venom and Mirage are going to be, you know, carry gods, no question about it. But there's definitely going to be some serious time where Infernus and Viper are real monsters in this game. And I think if you can make enough of a lead by that time, I don't know that Mirage and Venator are going to be able to have that same impact.
The thing is, I also wouldn't be surprised to see Viper and Dorman both picking up slowing hexes, which makes Mirage's life terrible, makes Great Talon's life terrible. Obviously, Dispel Magic's probably going to be picked up here for quite a few heroes, but it does put a lot of like extra pressure, and it's going to be Rocker rocking the Viper. I'm real curious, man, because it's only been really Gibbs and Fishcake I've been seeing play Viper over in North America, and Rocker. I think if you were to ask Florman who's the best player on their team, they would for sure say Rocker every day of the week.
Yeah, he's really solid on the carry, and I think the Viper is going to be a really interesting one because I always think of Rocker as somebody who doesn't necessarily like greed farm that much, is willing to get active maybe a little bit quicker than some others, and I think Viper could actually suit that playstyle really nicely. Furnace, DMB in the mid lane, also going to be a very comfortable pick.
One thing I do worry though is that Rocker will typically take the mid lane farm after the 8-minute mark when their carries have gone to the outer lanes, and I don't know if you want to necessarily feed a Viper over feeding. I mean, you're going to be feeding League, you're going to be feeding DMB, first of all, those two, and then Rockers will be taking the 3rd place. But I don't know. I kind of want to lean towards someone else to be that person you intentionally feed. But then again, that's been talking about, like Gun Viper can be a menace throughout the entire game instead of that homeless Viper we talked about before. You know, courtesy of Lightbringer.
Looks like an attempt to snatch away some of the creeps there, but looks like it gets batted away by John and Saya, putting a little bit of a price on it. Saya, interesting to see him on the Paradox. That's a character that he's been bringing out a little bit more as of late. A lot of teams have really strayed away from the Paradox, right? And aren't using her nearly as much, where, I mean, this character was, I think, indisputably the top hero in competitive Deadlock for months on end. Bit of a trade here in the jungle, and this is going to be rough for Silver. Yeah, you just cannot trade with Mirage in an extended format, right? Like when he starts getting those Jin's marks on you, yeah, you do not want to let that get to max stacks. Even this early without much levels in it, it is still a lot.
Yeah, and him and Scout together to actually go for the invade into the jungle, and Scout's been sticking around, taking even more boxes on that side of the map. And this is the strong side of the map for Floorman, so you have to keep an eye on who's going to be there, and if they do maintain the lead that they're supposed to inherently have. Same for melee creeps on this left-hand side. They should be winning this lane. It's their strong lane, considering they have that tier 1 camp right next to them. They can see Fishcake already standing near. And even maybe a slight little bit of a skirmish on the right-hand side. But as you did mention, like Saya and Paradox in particular, I want to say one of the last times we saw Saya consistently paint Paradox was the Trolley Open, actually, when they ended up winning the 5,000 bucks.
That's a good point. I mean, this team, a lot of wins under their belt, right? Like a serious pedigree here. This lane, though, you talk about a strong one, but GT is doing a lot of boxing here. It's getting a lot of farm towards Fishcake, but I guess he's one of the more tolerant heroes of taking that kind of a burst. A little bit of a roam here into the side lane. Bebop's here with the gank. Tornado's out. Cube has been used as well, so Mirage pretty much out of gas. And a nice hook from Bebop, likely going to be enough to get that kill. Yeah, that lethal venom is going to hit hard. Some smooth moves from Mirage, actually. Hold on, he's slipping away. Surely not. League does get that finish. Nice little find for the Bebop. This early game, you love when you can just get active and find those impact kills on the side lane. It's going to set up Viper and Silver for just a little bit more success there.
I mean, that's probably one of the scariest lanes in the game, because if you hit that hook, you're pretty much guaranteed dead with that lethal venom, especially when you have Petrify and Bola and just about 600 souls to set that up with Rocker. It's already a pretty strong start here for Foreman, really spreading their wings and showing that they can apply this pressure in both lanes, though I am kind of looking towards melee creeps on this left-hand side if they can be successful, because currently sitting at, what, 3.2 for Fish, 2.8k for Ido, and their counterparts of Demov at 2.8 and Xeno at 3k, so they're slightly winning that lane. But when it comes to like the actual battle, I don't know if I really fare Foreman to win that 2v2.
Trade here on the side lane. Perry baited out though. Gives the opportunity to maybe go for some heavies. Mirage is kind of willing to take these trades. Still has a lot of souls in the bank, but is going to get that first position on the urn. That does leave John all alone. I love this move from the Floorman. Instead of going for the buffs, they do give up 2 buffs to the other side, but they find the kill on John, which is hugely important at this moment.
Yeah, I mean, obviously taking that pressure of knowing left lane or the mid lane was left open to go for a kill, and keeping John, more importantly, out of the potential of him getting out of hand in this game, keeping him kind of in check as the game progresses on. Excuse me, as you talk about the late game threat the Venator can obviously be. Now League maybe get a little bit overextended here, caught off as we see even Greytown and Ido coming into the mix. Doesn't quite have Owl online just yet though.
Yeah, I would love to be able to.
Welcome to the new generation of web creation, where your vision and technology works as one.
4.2 in the Infernus. Definitely a hero who really, you know, getting that maxed out dash is such a huge game changer. Like getting that 30 seconds, a minute faster is gonna make a pretty big deal to your game overall. The explosion doesn't quite go off actually, so they do find that kill on the DMB before you can get the counter. So the impact to Ido is real. It's not enough souls for Ido to get the Owl online though. He's gonna have to find a bit of lane creep exposure for that.
Loving this overlay, by the way. Seeing that Fish Cake was thrown into the Baroness Hotel. Potential kill coming through as Fish Cake's low on HP. And Zeno just finished it off on the left-hand side. You saw some pressure yet again at a Rocker on the right-hand side. Opening rounds already picked up. Him and I believe that was Zeno both having opening rounds already for themselves in this game. So looking for that early poke, set up kills for either them or their teammates, obviously.
Opening rounds is a slept-on item for sure, right? It is. I mean, what is it? I think it's 45% increased damage when people are above half. Like huge damage, and enemies above half. That's like, hey, that's, you know, most of the time, right? Like it's pretty realistic in terms of being able to set up some of that damage for the kills. No kill off the first bird though always does hurt a little bit, right? It's like the quicker you get the snowball rolling, the easier it is to really go parabolic with it, right? And turn every owl into kill. So not going to be the end of the world, but 100 seconds of that now could be a little bit of an opening for Florman to get a bit active. I'm saying.
How do you feel though about seeing great talent in the side lane? Because in EU, I feel like we normally would see great talent in the mid lane, just so you have the ability to interact with both lanes really quickly.
Yeah, it's a tough call. I mean, I feel like Saya, you know, the Paradox can also be a hero that absolutely does that, but that's not really been the case this game. I think Saya's just, you know, gone a little bit here and there for the earns, but for the most part, it's actually, I guess it's been League being the one to get active. Bit of some attention put on a DMB here. They're trying to contest a little bit of that jungle farm. But DMB looks like he's going to get away with a few camps there at least.
Even Sign coming in to steal up in the mid lane too. Surprisingly, we haven't had too much pressure on any of these Guardians. Only the right lane Guardian for Florman is going to be relatively low in HP, about half. And not to mention, speaking of low, AVG is on critical health, trying to deal with the pressure. And honestly, the kill potential for them, I feel like in a 2v2 is just so low. I mean, yeah, obviously you do have Viper, but the fact that you have a cube and you're so slippery as a Mirage and you have so much burst potential as well, makes it very hard to win out on these trades. And you can already see this Guardian. It should be shoved down here in just a few seconds. So the first Guardian of the game going over to melee creeps. It does free up Scout to continue to roam around the map, and hopefully for the sake of melee creeps, take a lot of this jungle on the right-hand side, not to mention Sinners.
Yeah, so far the game progressing pretty evenly, right? Like no one really finding that kind of an edge. Mirrored progression across the map. That's a swap though on the DMB, and it should be able to set up that kill. Good connection from John. Does get the finish. It's a nice person to be able to pick up that last hit. DMB taking a couple of deaths here. What was a hugely explosive game on the Infernus is instead, you know, just fine.
A little bit of a Hyper Beam coming in, trying to defend this Guardian. Scout does take it down. And a big grouping of both teams actually here towards middle. And like I said, some good damage being done, but the kill potential with the hook, it's still going to be there if you can just catch on to someone. And it might be Fish Cake who's kind of been caught off. And he's actually retreated back to the Guardian. Never mind, I got to call that one back. So they do escape, but the Guardian had gone down.
Yeah, Abram's such a hard hero to chase down, right? Like the movement tech on this character that people have come to master is so, like, canceling the charge is one of the best movement tools in the game in terms of how quickly it gets you from point A to point B. But winning that trade around the mid lane Guardian does create opportunities now for melee creeps, and they still look strong in this part of the map. You see Florman bringing a lot of numbers here. They really want to equalize that advantage as quickly as possible.
Hook not going to land, but that charge will, and AVG is going to be the first one to go down in this skirmish. And maybe Melee Creep's going to be happy with that, because we're about to hit the 10-minute mark. Both buffs are going to be up, as well as the urn. Melee Creep's already secured both buffs the first time they spawned in at that 5-minute mark, and it looks like they will do it yet again. One thing I do want to see, though, for Florman is that DMB, get him in a side lane. Like you said before, he's been pressured, he's died a couple of times, but he's still sitting #1 in souls for his team at 8.6k. So get in that side lane so you can get that farm up and be that late game terror and that menace that we always talk about when it comes to him in particular, not to mention the hero.
Door placed right on the urn makes things a little bit awkward, but a great pin out. Pulls Dortmund into a rough spot. The Infernus concussive combustion, though, does slow down a lot of this aggression, but where are the kills coming in? Looks like Xeno and Scout both being targeted by their opposite numbers. DMB with the Flame Bash makes things awkward, but with the GT Bird coming in, you don't want to stick around and wait for trouble. Urn pickup seems like it has been pulled just a little bit over to the floorman side of the map, which might be enough to get them first control.
So big commitment here. Ido goes in deep, hits the charge shot across the league, takes him down. So another kill coming up for Foreman, but he can, or sorry, for Melee Creeps, but Foreman extremely low in HP. AVG goes down, Xeno's on 1 HP as well. And the Urn hasn't quite made it out of dodge just yet. You can see Fishcake with it in hand trying to escape here with some fantastic movement. And the backup out of Ido will keep DMB away. They're heavily in the hands of Melee Creeps, but I don't know if any more kills are going to happen here at the spot.
I was going to say, Ido actually can die there. I think if he gets like one napalm on him, could be in real trouble. Does get away before that happens with the help of Mirage to make a bit of space. And with Urn in your hands for Melee Creeps, do you just want to go for the dunk here? Definitely a bit of a scary prospect with Viper around. Rocker has also quietly farmed up to 11k. I do think Viper is a hero that definitely peaks quite a bit later into the game, where Infernus, once he gets this max dash, is like already really strong. But Viper with Bola, it is a really powerful skill for those singleton kills in the early game.
It's kind of funny because when you played like the Spirit Viper, Homeless Viper, your most powerful point of the game was like early to mid game, but obviously with Gun, it's all about that late game and the ability to like 1v1 anyone and have this Slither to get away with the high mobility. But the Urn hasn't quite been dunked in just yet. Might be stolen away here. You can see that AVG was looking for it, trying to actually just pressure them and keep them away from the Urn while this team is fighting on the backhand side. So AVG's focus is on just staying alive here. Well, they don't have DMOV, they don't have DMB. If anything, Thorman should just look to escape this one and let it go because they're getting some massive pressure on the map.
Yeah, there's every single player on the side of the Melee Creeps is over on this side of the map. There's going to be two waves crashing elsewhere. AVG would love to be able to find that kill. It does get the trade onto Scout. The Urn dunk, though, it does look like it goes in, but ends up being a little bit expensive. You look at the map, right? Things are in full control, and I think Infernus just gets a walker here, right? Yeah, I just think Mirage is too late for that. So, yes, the Urn is nice, and it is a renewable resource where you're only going to lose the walker one time. Getting the kill on Infernus would be nice, but this is Dash Furnace. He has Dispel Magic. Like, let's be honest, you are not killing
Bro, he's got a resto locket. Like, even if you get him low on stam, even if he doesn't have dashes up, he's still gonna have the extra stam and the heal from this. Like, obviously playing this super hard to kill build too. I mean, he's got really no spirit power build up. Finally, he has rapid recharge and mystic vulnerability. I mean, DMB, I think for me, just kind of hit a big power spike as well.
Yeah, Rapid's a huge deal. I mean, getting that solo walker kill is a crazy injection of souls for Infernus, right? Look at him. I mean, him and Viper were both 11k before that fight. Now he's up 3k on the Viper. I mean, that's a big injection into somebody who wants to be powerful right now. I will say, looks like as we're coming out of this pause pretty quick, I will say there's a lot of jungle to farm here for DMB. So if I'm DMB here, I am going jungle crazy now for the next few minutes to really just get out of control. And with no walker on this side of the map for the enemy team, like, you have the room to kind of get in and invade that enemy jungle. Economically, it's going to be a real worry sooner rather than later for the Melee Creeps as a little luggage cart to send an aggressive Abrams away.
I need to check something because I'm seeing someone in chat say that actually Thorman got the Urn turn, and I thought it was Melee Creeps, but I didn't quite see. I wasn't super focused on who was getting the Urn because I assumed it was going to go Melee Creeps' way with the position that they had around the actual turn-in.
I saw the dunk coming in, and I thought it was just all Melee Creeps, but maybe I completely missed it. Maybe the distraction from AVG was enough.
I mean, to get Infernus out of Walker.
This could be a huge fight for Infernus. Concussive Combustion stun comes in. I'm not sure who it connects with here, but the rundown coming in on the side does dodge the Italian Losan. Wait, hold on. No way this guy gets out. Surely not. And yeah, DMB is going to be able to finish that one.
Oh, he's 17k, man. He is a raid boss stacked right now.
This is a little bit crazy stacked. And the great thing about Dash Runners, you can farm large camps, man, like nobody's business. So definitely keep an eye on that economy number. It seems to only be a bigger problem. The other 5 heroes for the floor man can really get active now. Even DMB actually really putting some pressure on Do, who might actually get run down on Mirage in his own jungle near his own base. Does get, looks like cubed, but this is a crazy place for a fight to take place this early in the game. Dispel Magic has already been used, but he got the Flame Dash off crucially before that. Doesn't get the parry though, and the Puddle Punch gonna give him some big problems now. Needs the help of the team and just has to do what damage he can. So great rundown from the Melee Creeps, assisting Do. Good bait from him to pull that aggression near to the base. Scout comes in with the save, and it's a very nice kill to find considering his net worth.
But bro, it was like a 2-on-5, and Saya, Scout, and Do were all around half HP or lower. And it was a 2-on-5. I mean, obviously it wasn't right away at 2-on-5, and that just kind of shows you the threat that DMB is, and they had to throw everything they had to possibly stop him. Also, I do have confirmation it was Fishcake to actually get the earn turn, and it was not Foreman indeed. So we were not crazy when it came to that. But AVG might be a little bit crazy this far extended. Needs the backup of Rocker, who will be here as well as League.
Oh.
The Owl, it's not going to find his prey just yet. Connects on the stun, but doesn't have enough damage to get the kill.
He might just be able to slip out. There's a lot of enemy players in the territory. Finding the kill, even if it's late, better than not at all. But I think he may just be able to slip out if he can make it up that zip line. And now with Earn in the hands of Xeno, and that, look at that side of the map. I mean, completely crashing. But AVG took a little bit of the greedy route out of that area. Catch was good there from Cyan Fishcake, and that'll be a nice kill to find. It makes this Earn turn in a lot more sketchy. Infernus, though, is still going to push a walker down. Like, this is why I think this hero has been so high prio. I don't know what character in the game can stop him from soloing a walker.
Just the macro you can pull off with Infernus.
Is John
He's going to get a kill on John.
That is illegal. This is devious. Oh, and he had to go for the... He might be able to stay for more. Like, that's insane. They need to bring in resources to help GT at this moment. I mean, it would be too crazy for DMB to go for that. He doesn't know, of course, who could be coming, but massive spike now for the Infernus. Takes complete control of this game, and even the fight on the other side of the map coming up for him, and the dunk comes in from League. A lot of the souls are going to get denied here. A nice little parry, but the Doorman all creates an opportunity to look for the kill on Do.
He's throwing the Baroness. Scout used the cube on himself, so when Do gets out, he's going to have to Dust Devil to escape this one, and escape he will do indeed. Rocker doesn't have Petrify and Bola, and it looks like he will just back away and not go for the chase. But the pressure's been put on. I mean, it's honestly, it was just, we get the Earn. We kind of wait for DMB to draw multiple people there. He drew John and Ido, and it's okay. We'll just turn in the Earn. And they now have a 10K lead. It's as simple as that, and that's the macro play to Florman. But obviously the macro play when you can pull off something like this with the DMB on Infernus.
Yeah, and Viper has max slide, getting definitely up there as far as some of these items go. Game's gonna get a little scary. I will say the straightforward progression has kind of been completed now. You've got both the side lane walkers. Progressing the game now is gonna require some key kills, but a nice swap, pulling AVG into a really rough spot. He hasn't been able to get the ultimate off, just gets nuked down. Not being able to pop the Lycan form is always the worst case scenario here on the Silver, and that's Ido's first permanent scaling of the game. Definitely a slower game here on the GT than you'd like, but better late than never.
And I think, a lot of people watch, you might see this and be like, oh, AVG's throwing. He's died so many times, actually. I'm actually curious how he died in general. It's a good hook on Ido, and yeah, he's dead.
Wrong neighborhood, man. Wrong neighborhood.
But even though AVG's been dying, I feel like the space he's been creating for his team has been really spot on. Whether it's just space in a fight or the ability to allow DMB to split push. Yeah, he might be on 14,000 souls, but honestly, he doesn't need to have a carry game on Silver when you have Rocker and DB this far ahead.
Yeah, I mean, this is his only purpose, I think, in this game is to tank. Damage you do is kind of extra. Look like the Dormant catch. Is it? Oh, just barely makes it on time, but just immediately cops the Italios on. The setup is good. Abrams, though, hold on. The Resto Locky takes him up for quite a while. He's getting a lot of heals from that passive, but in the end, AVG does get the finish. Hunters are really a bit of a problem, and good connections from Demoff to find Scout. AVG does take the Owl to the face, getting some more spirit scaling for Ido. Iradomini whipped out by John, but I mean, you really feel the pressure on the map right now, and DMB is farming it up in the side lane. So what Florman can accomplish, even without their full roster, is a little bit scary.
26,000 souls. Let's see a breakdown of souls if we can, courtesy of Traplock here, and get an idea of where the soul allocation is across the board in terms of ranking, because I feel like Florman, like DMB is just insanely far ahead. I mean, the lead they have right now is pretty much just DMB. It feels like they have an 11K lead, but 7K of that is coming from him alone.
I mean, that's pretty massive, right? He has like the same farm as Mirage plus like a top tier item, which is a little bit crazy. I will say Viper is having a little bit of a slower game, like nothing crazy. I think Rocker has just been joining the team in these big fights where DMB's been able to get a lot of that solo souls from, soloing down walkers. Buff spawning, though, in 40 seconds, likely going to be the next flashpoint. And it's also a moment where, hey, you win a big team fight, mid-boss is absolutely on the menu if you can clean up effectively enough. And I think the timing is actually not going to be great for melee creeps. Like, Florman are dealing with all their waves right now. And in 20 seconds, they're going to have the time if they want to go look for these buffs.
I'm honestly thinking to myself, Jake, what stops Florman from taking mid boss? And maybe I'll have to come back to that question in a second, as League has been caught out here with a nice swap coming on through, throwing everything they have into this. Tony Lasan coming through, but not enough to help League escape this one. They get one pick, but they might lose one, and that's Dew on the left-hand side has been caught out, I believe, by Rocker and AVG.
Dew's a hard kill, though, but maybe not hard enough. Viper struggling to really get the slides cooking in a small room. The cube comes in, and backup is now here, so player advantage here for Melee Creep. See if they can find more out of this. The owl coming in. Doesn't look like anyone's particularly low here. In fact, Ido's the one who's in trouble. During that owl, he got really, really low, and the catch came in. DMB punishes, finds that finish, and Earn control as well, potentially going to the floorman. But with AVG popping that Lycan Curse, Abrams feels really desperate to come in and delay this Earn, but instead just takes a trip to the Baroness. All expenses paid, and a nice little bola sets up an opportunity to maybe even look for the Viscous kill.
He's got to be dead, surely. There you go. The final blow comes in. That's 2 kills already on the board here for Floorman. Maybe a third, because Fishcake return fire will save you a little bit of time, but not long enough as Rocker finishes him off. And now the mid-boss potential is realistically there. If it wasn't hard enough already to contest them, to now do it in a 3v6, I don't know if you can possibly hold on to this one. Not to mention Earn turning off the back of this. We're looking at almost 20k plus lead unless somehow Melee Creeps could contest.
Yeah, and Mirage looks like he's just going to go for the Walker, which is understandable, but giving up a lot. Maybe not, though. They're going to peel back towards the mid-boss. Reju's already dropping. It went down quick. Ido's going to be running low on arrows pretty soon. And Apollo is up in the face. Nice parries, though, on the Reju. Creates an opportunity for Melee Creeps to grab one. Floorman, though, get the lion's share of the prize. And with still one Reju remaining, looks to be all them cleaning up this fight. Melee Creeps still alive with 5 heroes. They'd love to be able to drop this last Reju crystal, but it's not clear that there's any opportunities to do that. Tornado is out from Dew, trying to run out of this one. John dies in the chaos to Rocker. And Melee Creeps now with real problems in game 1. A massive wave sent to crash on the Sidewalker, but I think Rocker's going to get there to clean it up. Ido would love to be able to finish that Walker, but it's almost certainly going to cost him his life whether he succeeds or not.
Bro, he punches Scout back into AVG away from his base. I don't see a World Scout escape. Just want to be sure. So I'm going to try use the put-up punch to actually get onto the wall. And some great movement actually does allow him to get away. But oh my lord, that was so close. I was expecting to cancel his cube just to parry and then just go back into the base.
I assume the cube is not maxed, and so he needs to stay in it so that the Infernus burn actually ends. I'm also a little surprised that DMB actually went for the connection punch. Like, we see people sometimes bait that onto Viscous. That max cube is going to be a nice moment in the game, but it feels like it's just coming in too late, right? Like, we're kind of past the point of the game where cube purging somebody is going to be that huge difference maker in a small engagement. And Dimov quietly has racked up quite a series of kills in this game, right? Like, has been really stable on the Apollo. I can't remember him dying, right? He's just like always there, always showing presence in these fights. And it's just a character that you really can't run down in this game.
I mean, it's also just Dimov, man. I think out of any player in Deadlock, he's been the most consistent ever since we started back in Fight Night. Like, he just does not really have bad games. And obviously that last kill was set up by League, who has to have quite a few assists. I mean, he's silently helping facilitate a lot of these kills. He's not really being the star of the team right now, letting Dimov and Rocker and of course DMB do so. But one thing I kind of like about League, he's used to being one of the star players on the roster, but you know what? Winning's all that really matters. And with AK in the pocket of Dimov, what's he going to pick up here?
Yeah, some big choices. Oh,
right,
it's great talent hunting season, man. It is not going to feel good to play GT. And Ido got hooked around the mid lane. It's pretty close to his Walker, though, so maybe it's actually going to be turned around here onto League, who's going to die and lose the last Reju. Teammates pretty far afield, but they're going to try to come in to make these assists and turn the fight around. A lot of health here on the Bebop. They're really desperate to try and finish off this kill. Will they be punished for it? Talilo San now under the Walker. Does find some big damage, but the cube is good enough to save Ido alongside the rescue beam. So it's a nice find from the Melee Creeps. Grabbing a kill, finishing off the last rejuve, and getting out for free. So that's a really nice way to get something back in this game, but still economically not enough to equal.
It honestly felt like they threw everything they had to get that kill as well. I mean, they paradoxical swap, they charged him back in, they puddle punched him back in. If he survived for a little bit longer, there's definitely a big chance Foreman could have regrouped in that one to force that fight. And now Rocker's at 31k, DMB at 35. So DMB, he slowed down a little bit, or I guess Dew has sped up. And the lead that they currently have of about 23,000, obviously part of that is due to one of the Walkers that they have in surplus. their opponents.
What
What the hell?
what is that door, man? That's funny, man. Like, I don't think I've ever seen that door position. I don't know what the purpose of that is. It almost feels like an accident. But we'll take it. We'll take it. And I mean, for now, Floormen are just willing to split up and farm. Not really trying to do too much here. Spirit buff found from John. It's gun on DMB, kind of swapping the buffs they'd probably like to have with the other.
Is DMB going to get a third walker of the game? he's pushed up mid. He's actually circled behind melee creeps here, looking for an engagement. AVG Lycan Curse coming on out. Not necessarily the right time to do so as they're trying to go.
Does have Phantom Strike. Oh, you're in trouble now, Ido. Gets knocked to the ground. Flight is out, being run down here. Viscous rescuing, pulls him away, but
he's out.
I'm not so sure. I mean, Demov could maybe look there for more, and they're actually finding kills around the mid lane. It was all a feint there from Floormen. Do goes down in the mid lane. Without the Mirage, this defense is going to feel a lot more difficult. And even Venator now, potentially under threat. This Viper, hugely farmed at this point in the game.
Things they killed DMB, and that was John to do so. Maybe another kill coming through, trading once again. Italo Sun coming on through to take down side. Now Ido needs to put in some work here from the high ground. No Phantom Strike up just yet here for Demov to go for the catch on him, and he might have to back away. Gets caught by the trap. But it looks like they will have the manpower to back away from this one. John so low in health, but the Owl could have possibly facilitate a kill.
Owl under 3, it's some really massive damage, but without John, there isn't that backline threat coming in. And now the kill's coming thick and fast for the Floormen. They know once they take down John, it's open season on the rest of the team. And melee creeps, that last walker almost certainly going to go down. Abrams doing what he can to Saul, has Metal Skin. Has the ultimate as well, but the spirit damage is just too much. Metal Skin runs out. And the final walker of the game here is going to fall. Floormen picking up a 40,000 soul lead. And Demon even thinking about getting a little bit more active here. I think wisely deciding to back off with some of these spawners coming back in. Diving a Mirage into the base is always a risky maneuver. Let's take a look at that soul graph, man. It really speaks for itself now, Jason.
Yeah, it's kind of exploding, as you pointed out. 40K, 27 minutes in. That is actually insane. What I think what's more insane is, and I almost want to double check on this, is has Demov actually died this game? And I'm not quite sure he has. He's been quietly this massive threat. I think even like in one of the prior weeks, the first week we saw Floormen playing with Demov, he has 0. Him and Rocker actually both have 0, which is insane in this game. But Demov's had multiple matches in a row, multiple series where he's died once or maybe twice in total, sometimes even 0 in an entire series.
Yeah, it's like maybe in the lane or something, but certainly in the mid game, he's just too clean. And the Apollo is such a great hero for a player like Demov when, you know, your skill expression allows you to live forever. Big collapse though, coming in under a furnace right now. He's an ideal target. Gets the spell magic off, but a beautiful swap catches him there out of the flame dash, and now in the center of the fight here, melee keeps fully surrounding him. They do get the burst down before the concussive goes off. Huge kill to find. 80 seconds on the deck, right? That's that new respawn change. And they're initiating on an Abrams who gets cubed and saved out of the Baroness. This looks like a pretty bad fight now for the Floormen. They're trying to disengage. They're trying to just retreat out of this. Melee creeps holding on to that W key for their lives. This could be their last best chance to come back in this game. A beautiful hook onto AVG, though, gets him out of trouble for the moment.
Maybe the re-engagement here to melee creeps, though, trying to chase on forward, using that time wall to facilitate some survivability. E-Shift coming out of league. I didn't even see him pick up that item. It actually buys him a little bit of time to escape back under his walker. And honestly, Floormen are really worse for wear. And with mid-boss spawning right now, this is go time for melee creeps. And realistically, if you're Floormen, can you even contest this? DMB down for 35 seconds. Demov is a tiny little on. They have Petrifying Bola here. I can see it. Does Rocker have it max? This is the perfect time to throw this one out and win it out as well.
They're just going for the kills. They're not going to wait for the rejuve to drop. They're taking the fight here and now, even without DMB. Floormen, what can they find? They have that door into the mid-boss pit, giving them a lot of flexibility about how they choose to take this engagement. Abrams starting to get low, but healing up from that infernal resilience. Defensive posture being adopted by melee creeps in the room, but they just don't...
New Sour Patch Kids.
Next on the cards, but maybe not if there's more hero kills to be found. Scout cubing himself, just delaying the inevitable.
Chill. He's got like 4 kills.
Yeah, even John goes down, man. A brutal fight, and without DMB, right? Without, I would say, the most farm player on your team, but from that fight, hey, Rocker has taken that lead Rocker's term, I think, to really take over that particular team fight. So great confidence from Foreman, willing to take that fight without their Infernus, and it pays off hugely now. Triple rejuve, clean finish, team wipe as well. And the world's just your oyster now for the Floorman. An urn spawning momentarily. It's just the dream situation.
I think Xeno, he was MVP of that fight. Obviously the kills, yes, but that aside, the door he put down facilitated so much damage and harass for a opponent that they could do and use as a way to engage into this fight was really nice to see. He got himself in the right position at the right time, and melee creeps were unfortunately caught with their pants down. One thing I do want to point out really quickly, Jake, that I've noticed before with DMB, and particularly Saya did a really great job of baiting out the Dispel Magic from DMB with the slowing hex, even with his time wall down, and then he just goes for the cold paradoxical swap. And when he hits that, he pulls him through the wall again, silences him so he can't have a way of getting like flame dashing. He doesn't have Dispel Magic anymore, and it's helping facilitate these kills. I think Saya definitely deserves a lot of credit with Melee Creeps' ability to deal with DMB.
Yeah, I mean, finding that kill gave them a chance in the game. It just wasn't enough. Like, for the rest of the team to be able to get not just a mid-boss win, but a huge statement team fight domination like that. Like, they're not even, like, look at the League is just standing in the lane menacingly on Bebop, and they just have to give a full earn dunk uncontested. They're thinking about maybe trying to punish by grabbing a walker, but I mean, getting all these base guards down, Shrines next on the menu, waiting out the rejuve feels unrealistic. That is way too close for Scout.
The position that Rocker's able to hold to just keeps him locked inside of this area. And again, when the hook comes back up, you're going to see someone fly across the screen, and League set himself up perfectly for it. It's going to be on to do this time. Dust Devil's going to help him escape this one. The Shrine's still going to fall, and DB's gone for the chase. They've gone in towards the base as well, trying to really get these kills so they can convert this into a first stage patron uncontested. But I mean, the lead, it's a 60k lead. Let's be fair about this one, Jake. It's almost over. It should be over.
Yeah, you'd think so. Here's the Italo-san comes in. It doesn't seem like it got much of a connection. A couple players there, but Melee Creeps playing off their own fountain well. They haven't given up any kills yet in the fight, but they also haven't knocked down any of the rejuves just yet. As I say that, though, they do find Demog. Patron dropping in the meantime, though, and with the door getting you out to secure safety here, it's just a clean retreat from the Floorman. They are going to play this one absolutely by the book, and this is the best of one, so understandable. Get all your souls out on the map, get your buys off, and you still have that minute left to come try and end this game.
Rocker with survival and movement buff, I just noticed.
Oh god, on Viper movement buff of all here. It's probably like the best late game movement buff user. And it looks like a catch found. It is under Mirage, who's one of the hardest targets here, but it feels like you're just willing to take anything at this point in the game. Silver has found her target, gonna step up, look for the kill potential onto Ido. But the slam from Abrams zones players away. They're a little bit scared for the moment. That knockdown, though, onto Saya. It's not long for this Earth with Silver trying to run him down. But some cheeky footwork, though, he might be able to get away for now. But deep in enemy territory. Feels not long for this world.
Where'd he go?
Oh, he juked. He's out around mid. I don't know that this even matters, though. Like, they're just sieging the base, and Saya, like, can't even get home. And, yeah, like, I mean, Rocker is just dominating, right? Even with that last rejuve available. They have the door right into that final patron pit. Saya just now gets home, but I mean, he is in dire straits here as 4 men just come crashing over the Melee Creeps. The soul lead way too big at this point. A beautifully played mid game. Couple nice finds from Melee Creeps gave them chances to win, but it just wasn't enough. Overwhelming authority here from the Floormen as they finish things off. And won't even be able to watch as the patron falls. Gonna spend the last moments here in the Baroness Hotel. It's gonna be 4 men coming off a qualifier match with a dominating victory. Here getting this win over the Melee Creeps, cementing themselves as one of the top teams in here in NA.
It's crazy. Foreman lost last week up against the Bebop and the Infernus out of Melee Creeps, but they take those two heroes away and they get themselves a berth to take on FPS Lounge in the finals, take home the money. And that is gonna be a crazy best of 3 coming up next. But honestly, looking at this game, Jake, I was saying it over, I was typing over in Discord. I actually, if we're looking at like who the sidekick of this match is, I kind of have a name that probably most people wouldn't have expected there. I don't want to call it out just yet if you want to take a look at it in a second, but Foreman, it feels like almost from the get-go they had control of that game. I didn't really see a point that they really lost out on this one. Maybe around that first urn, but still, even when that first urn happened, it was DMB not once, but twice, using that urn to take 2 walkers for himself and create such a big lead.
Yeah, I feel like this game, I really felt why Infernus is such a dominant pick and why teams are prioritizing him so highly. Like, his ability to take buildings is pretty incredible. I mean, he might be one of the best building takers in the game right now, mostly because he's such a sick 1v1er at that soul level, right? Where you're 1v1ing, you know, the Venator. There's no way Venator is going to have Dispel Match like 12 minutes into the game. He needs to buy his farm items. He needs to, like, you know, invest elsewhere to just be a relevant hero on the map and actually get his souls up. Where Infernus, he's got the Flame Dash, he's got the Napalm, the Ignite itself. It's enough to ignite the hero and damage the Walker at the same time. And it's just such an efficient way to push. He gets 2 Walkers off the back of it. The lead kind of goes parabolic at that point. And from there on out, Floormen are in control, and they just never make enough of a mistake to give melee creeps the chance back into the game. That catch on a DMB by Saya, I think, was a really good call out. Is like made the game feel possible, like feel like there's some hope left in it. But ultimately, the fact that they can't win the 5-on-6 in the mid boss pit, I think it goes to show sort of how difficult the game already was at that point.
I think that's exactly what I was looking for, is that if Sai wasn't able to control DMB like he did, I think this game would have been over, you know, at least 5 minutes earlier than this, because DMB, he was only really scared of that one player, and it really was just Sai because of the way he was working around his cooldowns and his abilities to force DMB to have to use his spell magic. Then he has no way to escape if you can hit that clean swap. But either way, I mean, like, not to throw shade, but I felt like Ido didn't really have much impact in this game. I feel like Fishcake didn't either when it came to Abrams, though he obviously wasn't being fed farm into this game, it felt like, or at least wasn't able to capitalize on this farm. I mean, Scout had some good juggles with the put-up punch you're seeing here, helped facilitate that kill into League after taking the last rejuve away from Floormen. But beyond that, there wasn't really much seen out of like some of the big hitters we typically see out of melee creeps.
Yeah, it felt like some of their best moments were defensive, right? Where they were like, oh, you're invading the jungle, we're gonna save our allies and try and turn the fight around. But they never were able to get that moment and flip the switch, where Floormen, it felt like constantly foot on the gas, right? From taking the early walkers, from forcing the earn fights, to more into that late game, even down a player. They just take the fight to melee creeps, win it decisively, and it kind of blows the game open. So I really felt like a difference in posture, a difference in momentum. And yeah, man, Viper absolutely carrying the mantle here into the late game. Like, I love this build. Like, really not that much damage in the build, a ton of survivability invested in to just ensure that he's able to deal that damage consistently. And we were right, man. Deathless for Demov, also Deathless for Rocker. Didn't realize that either. So just huge performances, titanic performances there from Rocker and Demov. And you can see why melee creeps are maybe regretting bringing this Apollo Viper into the meta, which it seems like was their innovation. But Floormen just take it for themselves and just beat them down dirty with it.
Bro, I don't know if you saw this, but AVG took time during that draft to put a bet of channel points on himself, and now has 250,000 channel points, generational wealth created by AVG in that game. And he's asking, like, you need to get some rewards. I need to spend my points somehow. That is hilarious.
I mean, yeah, we gotta think of something. That is funny. You know what? I will say this is the one instance of players gambling on their own matches I can support with the channel points. You know what? Go wild. Like, get in there, believe in yourself. If somebody bets against themselves and 3-2-2s for channel points, I'm sorry, but something is deeply wrong in our society. So I don't want to make it against the rules. It's too much fun.
I think actually at 250,000 points, AVG, ZP said he would wax his eyebrows off. So we'll see if we get ZP in at some point to capitalize. We'll get that added to the.
You did the mustache. No. The fine print there actually said Jason. Sorry about that.
That was in the you missed that on the fine print,
hey,
guys. You missed. 948,000
goes to AVG, TL, and 67 others. I want to know how much did he bet, man? Because he had to be the biggest bettor to have his name there.
That's I'm not surprised. I mean, get on him. I mean, honestly, AVG spent his whole career betting on himself channel points to win. He probably would be doing pretty well right now, right? His record's been pretty strong, and now even stronger. The question is, will he double down in the next match?
No.
That is the question. Do you go all in on this next match? I mean, that would be very swaggy. That would be very cool, but it's a match that I think only gets harder from here on out, right? Like, that next opponent in FPS Lounge is a super scary one. They have been winning a few weeks now. They look really solid. It was a little bit shakier last week, though. They definitely look beatable. But, you know, will it be the same this week? They're a team that I think really has a good read on the current meta today.
Okay, well, production is telling me we actually have at 500,000 channel points. Jake brings out the cat suit that we talked about back in like week 1 of the night shift. So maybe we can get that on happening if he does double down here on the next game.
No.
I think we need to talk about who our sidekick of the match was, though, Jake, because I think there's honestly a lot of names. I think you and I both had different names, but I think they're both very valid as well. But I think we kind of came together with a decision.
Let's see. Let's fly it if we've got it ready. Check out our Shopify sidekick of the match. It is Zeno. We were talking. You're talking some real game about giving it to Sai. I will say Sai made some nice plays, but for me, you just can't get it if you don't win. We don't. There's no participation trophies here. This isn't fourth grade baseball. Zeno, Doorman, ton of catches from him. Great early game, showing that this character is absolutely still viable. And this is not the sort of meme kidnap build. This is more straight up take the fight to the enemy on Doorman, right? Like just using the kit more naturally. And in fairness, maybe that sort of, snatching people away with the door strategy just isn't that realistic. And just straight up setting up fights with Baroness, dropping big nukes with the doorbell and finding good moments with the luggage cart is what your team actually needs to succeed. And for Floorman, that was definitely the case today.
I think when it came to mid boss, like the door he put down for the contest when we saw melee creeps doing it, I think that in its own right is deserving of having the sidekick of the match for sure, because that created the opportunity to go for the contest with your biggest playmaker down, with DMB not there, who has such good zone control with that flame dash in these tight little areas. So, I mean, Zeno definitely earned the sidekick of the match this game as well, keeping out like high priority targets, not using this necessarily the Baroness to get a kill, but like, you kept Ido out of the fight so you could clean up the rest of melee creeps here, keep those arrows away, and even took an owl to the face.
It's super interesting. I think Ido owled as he was finishing the Baroness animation, so it popped the owl like right as he came out. That is some very sick tech for great talent. I don't think I've ever seen that before, but it was a bit of a last gasp in this fight, right? When you're caught in the middle of the fight on GT with 1 HP and the Baroness, it just isn't looking good for you, no matter how you spin it. So great match there, of course, as our opener here in North America. Don't go anywhere, of course, we've got more matches to come. Before we send it away, though, we got to show some love to, of course, one of our sponsors here on the show, and that's Tracklock. We've been taking a look at some of those Tracklock stats, being able to bring you guys all those live stats, even all those little, things in the top of the feed where we can see who got hit by a Tali Lawson, who's afflicted, who's in the cube, who's hooked. That all comes from the Tracklock data feed. So huge shout out to those guys. They've been able to help us level up the show in a major way. And of course, the app, I use it all the time now when I play Deadlock. I honestly, I really love every game. I'm like checking the scouting feature. I'm like not feeling great when I see my own profile says bad mood, lost streak. I'm like, well, it's true. It's true. I can't deny it. It's true. It makes me self-aware. So I appreciate that. But of course, you guys got to download the Tracklock app. It supports us, supports the stream and what we're doing here with Deadlock Night Shift. Their support has allowed us to level up the prize pool along with Shopify. So huge shout out to the Tracklock app, guys. Take a look. We got links below the stream. It's all free to use, free to download, and it's a great quality of life program for just improving a little bit more quickly at Deadlock, right? Getting a little bit more data, a little bit more analysis. I think that's the number one thing that people don't do enough of when they want to improve. A little bit too many grinding the games, not enough of hitting the books. And I think Tracklock is just that, right? Help you take that next step in your Deadlock career. So huge shout out to them as a partner, and check out the app in the link below the stream.
We're so different, Jake, because I use it to check my golden statue buffs, and I get to brag with my teammates. Like, I got 50 spirit power from golden statue buffs. What do you got? They're like, yeah, but you're Rem, and you're taking our own sinners.
Like, I don't care. I've eaten every sinner for the last 30 minutes to make this number go up.
Exactly. That's the game I'm playing. I don't care if we win or lose, as long as I have the most golden statue buffs of the game.
That is fair enough. You know what? Different strokes for different folks. I can't argue with that. So a little something for everybody. So we take a look now at our bracket. That's what's up next. It's Floorman FPS Lounge. That's our last game of the night here, the NA Finals match. FPS Lounge now on a few title win streak here in NA. As I mentioned before, though, that last week was a little rocky, a little scary. They were backs against the wall in game 2, and they just barely clutched it out. Floormen, it's been a while. They've been on the outside looking in, right? Melee Creeps and FPS Lounge have been trading at the top 2, so it's Floormen's time to really put their stamp on North America and show that they are still a contender for that #1 spot. All that coming right at you after a quick break.
Deadlock is a game where information matters. Until now, you've had to keep track of all of it in your head. The Tracklock app changes that, offering in-game overlays with real-time stat comparisons, dynamic timers, and permanent buff tracking. Before the game even starts, you can get key information on your opponents and allies with our match scouting feature, and access the most up-to-date hero builds, tier lists, and player profiles with data synced directly from the game. Your new go-to companion for Deadlock. Download the Tracklock app today.
Welcome back, everybody, to Deadlock Night Shift. We are deep, Jason. We are here at the final game of the night. It's the NA money match here. Found the #1 team in North America. It's been a hotly contested spot in these last few months, but one of the contenders is going to be AVG. He made his way through in that challenger match and picked up quite a pretty penny when it comes to the channel point totals there. See if we can show some of that. AVG bet 99K and came up 2.5 to 1 on that one. So winner, winner, chicken dinner. Now everyone's going to be asking questions if there is less than a 244,000 channel point bet from AVG on this next match for them to win. Like that is what you should do, right? If you really believe, or do you hold back? Do you not quite fully commit?
I just gotta tell you, AVG, at 1 million channel points, you get to name my child if I ever have one. So you kind of got to go for it, right?
I hope your wife's not watching, Jason. That's all I'm going to say.
She's asleep.
She's asleep. She doesn't know about that promise because you get to argue with her. That's what you really get. You get Jason's rights in the conversation.
Like, baby, a million channel points.
A million is a lot of channel points. Like, be reasonable.
So, as long as it's not a stupid name, which it probably will be, and I'll probably allow it. Maybe just the middle name you can do.
You're gonna end up with a kid named Abrams Jr. and you're gonna like it.
He can do worse. He can do worse.
That's true. That is true. You know, a team that could also do worse, they've been having quite a bit of success recently, is FPS Lounge. You know, they're our contender. They are champion from last week. It was quite a nail-biting series, but they were able to get the win. And now they're defending 2 wins in a row for FPS Lounge. They were competing for a while before this. You look at the history graph, it looks like they just burst into the scene out of nowhere. There was a few weeks where they just weren't able to really get things going. 2 2-1s in a row. They've been hard fought, but
I think it's just too back and forth between all of these teams. I mean, any week, it could be Foreman, it could be Melee Creeps, it could be FPS Lounge winning when it comes to the finals. I think Foreman looked pretty damn good. And I think one of the things that's going to help me determine who I think is going to win is mostly Infernus. Because FPS Lounge last week, they got Leffa Infernus every single game, and they also picked Billy every single game. So I'm just kind of curious if there's like a meta game inside of a meta game when it comes to the draft between these two teams and trying to take specific heroes away from each other.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think teams are maybe not even picking Infernus highly enough. Like you look at Mirage and Venator that last game, these have been some of the most contested carries of the patch, and they were not even able to have close to the impact, right? Frankly, Infernus and Viper were stronger heroes head to head. I don't know if it's necessarily, at least for Viper, I don't know if it's necessarily the hero, but Infernus, for sure, taking 2 of those Sidewalkers, it's really hard to think of another character that could have done it. 4 men, of course, going to be our contenders here, coming out of the Challenger match, coming out of the qualifier as well. They have fought and clawed to be here in this position, in the money match here, and now competing for quite a pretty penny. Their share, the North American side, of that $2,500 prize pool, courtesy, of course, of Shopify.
I have to just quickly go back to where we're talking about name my kids, because there's a couple people in chat have some great names. If you're okay with me doing some of them.
Please.
Jacob Lash could be the name.
Okay.
But my favorite so far
That's not even bad.
Is from Aya Kavel. Welcome to the world. Counterspell.
Counterspell. That's like one of those weird celebrity names where you're like, I named my kid like the Macintosh. You know, it's like no,
Northwest.
Yeah,
Happy birthday, escalated exposure.
Oh, that's wrong. You really can't be doing that. You cannot be doing that to your kids. Yeah, so you know, trusting Chad with that, guys. I'm gonna say no. I'm just gonna veto that on Jason's wife's behalf. But what I'm not gonna veto is FPS Lounge. I mean, they've been getting dubs. Lo Mein has been such a fun player to watch for me personally. Like his name just jumps out to me here because he plays all sorts of different heroes. You never know what he's gonna be on, but you know he's gonna be styling on the opposition. Erebus, of course, with the Bebop. Look at players like Hydration, a ton of flexibility there. Really, really solid on the Dynamo, which is another top meta pick these days. And then I love, Rokane on the carry, Leffa as well, getting a lot of farm in this team. You know, the name value, I think, of this team, like they've really shown, they've combined some of these, I think, more known quantities like Leffa and Rokane, really solid carry performers, with some of these, newer comers to the scene like Erebus, Snakes, and Lo Mein. to really deliver that highlight play, and Hydration kind of rounding out the whole team with that flexibility, playing a little bit more of a supportive style. So, this team has yes, it's been hard fought those last 2 victories, but they've gotten them done in a scene that is as contested as it has ever been here in the Deadlock Night Shift.
I think you hit the nail on the head as well, talking about low main first, because for me, he has been one of the biggest snowbally players on this team. Like I've seen scrims where he's like 11-0 on Celeste in the first like 10 minutes. He's getting over a kill a minute at that point. He definitely has the biggest potential to have these big snowballs, very movement oriented kind of player. Then having like the back end of Leffa, he's one of the best M1s in the world, and in situations that he shouldn't win, he consistently comes out winning. And I think that just kind of is a testament to how good he is as a player. And I think you hit everyone else perfectly. I think Erebus is a really interesting one because we're so blessed, I think, in the competitive scene of so many good Bebop players, whether it's over in EU with like Who, with Dima, with Overseas, with even TAS, then over in NA. I mean, you have Erebus, you have, I mean, even League looked really good last game. You have John. They're kind of different styles, excuse me, of Bebop players, where this is more of a carry oriented, but I think he brings a threat to this team that other teams have to respect to take away that Bebop from him, who's just kind of come back into the meta.
Yeah, I do expect there to be some really interesting picks in the draft. But of course, before we get into that draft, Jason, we got to send it. We've got 2 incredibly talented, intelligent, just amazing, thoughtful people who have put together this incredible Shopify demo for the people. And I know that's what they really want to see. So we're going to run that right now. And when we come back, we'll be on to the draft.
So we're back once again here to round out our shop. And Jake, we looked at creating an item before, looked at some market research as well and how to price this, but we need to get our storefront going, right?
Yeah, I think you're exactly right? We got to build that front-facing online store, and luckily, it's pretty easy here. So you can see we just come to the page, and we can have Sidekick help us generate some themes. We could use these pre-existing themes, and there's even a whole theme store. We're not going to show it just here, but there's like tons of professionally designed themes that you could find and design. Immediately, though, Jason, my eye is drawn to the ritual. I mean, for a Deadlock themed store, for the fun of it,
kind of perfect.
Let's try the ritual. So I'm just gonna click on add ritual. We're gonna add this theme into our store, and it's pretty much just as easy as that. It just takes a second for the theme to install. Again, tons of different options, different themes depending on your shop and what you want. But pretty soon we're able to hop in and see what this actually looks like with our product. And yeah, it looks like it's ready.
I kind of like all these like different themes you can look at too, because it can kind of tailor specifically to like what you want to do. And I'm sure even Sidekick can help you ask it what would fit, like a pillow store. They can give you some suggestions for themes. But where do you actually have our product on there? Actually, was already put up because we saved it earlier on.
Yeah, so like again, the Shopify, because it has access to the products you've made, all the work you've done kind of comes together. I will say, Jason, looking at this image, I feel like the resolution is a little low. Now, seeing it on the real shop, I feel like we can do better than that.
Yeah, I think so.
All right.
Who can help us with that?
Let's ask Sidekick. I want to edit the product photo for my pillow. I mean, one thing that's really nice about this is, look, it just takes us right where we need to go. So we're going to link straight to the product. We come back here. We're going to throw a new image on here, and I've got just the one. I think this one's going to look a lot better. We're going to get...
It's perfect too, right? Because it's the Shopify pillow.
Exactly. So we've got our new image. We got Shopify Rem styling with his pillow. And then let's go back to our store. Let's take a look.
I think what's so nice about this too is if you're not like really good with the technical aspect of like finding where things are, just ask Sidekick and it'll take you directly where you need to go.
Yeah, definitely. In using this, that's been like one of the nicest parts, is that the fact that it's all integrated into the shop makes things easy. So, I mean, there you go, Jason. It's been like, what, less than 10 minutes easily over the course of this show, and we have a shop ready with a product and an image, right? I mean, there's more to do in terms of really building a business, but if you can do this kind of a start in less than 10 minutes, it just really goes to show that anybody can build a store with Shopify and start selling. You don't have to be a businessman, a professional. Anybody can do this, right? It is that easy. If Jason and I can figure it out, you can too. Yeah, well, welcome back, everybody. I mean, just those guys. I love the voices. It was impressive, thoughtful. Well put. Honestly, I didn't. Those were my first thoughts, Jason. And
you know what? I think they probably hang out with the hottest dudes, go to the chillest restaurants, and buy the sickest clothes as well. But I'm also I didn't realize we had flashbangs on the night shifts. My eyes are trying to adjust back into the show here. But yeah, no, obviously you guys go check it out. It's so quick and easy, man. And I feel like when we were doing this, it was also like super easy. It was like any questions we ever had, just ask the sidekick and sidekick would give us an answer that was extremely helpful. So really cool if you guys are interested in kind of betting on yourself and investing on yourself. Sidekick can help you do that, and so can Shopify. So just type !Shopify in chat and go check out the link.
Yeah, hugely supports us, supports the stream, everything we're doing here on the night shift. So a lot of love to Shopify, of course, for helping to make some of these shows possible, helping to level up the prize pool here on DLNS. We're hopefully the teams are getting into their draft sooner rather than later. We have been stalling to the nth degree, and our teams are slacking on this.
It's their first time, Jake. You know, they don't know how drafts work. They don't know how the show works. So again, someone needs to tell Hydration to stop going to Taco Bell before playing because bathroom breaks are abundant when it comes to North America. So I would.
They go one at a time. They all live in the same big house, and they all go one at a time. You have to wait for your teammate to get back, and then you tag out, and then the next guy goes like a relay race to go to the toilet.
Can we show that image low too on air? I don't know if we can, but that is exactly. We can get some FPS Lounge branded chairs like that. Be perfect. But yeah, no.
You ever see the movie Idiocracy, Jason?
Yes, of course. That's a great movie, and it's the world we're living in, unfortunately, right now. But yeah, no, I mean, honestly, it takes some time. Hope things get sorted soon. But I'm really interested to see how this whole series goes. I feel like every week in North America, I'm super curious. I feel bad saying this, but EU, I'm just kind of like, because it's just generally like stomps. Like today, we had such a stomp out of Abrahams destroying Leviathan, even with Leviathan finally figuring things out when it came to the second bans or the second draft.
It's pretty incredible to me how Abrams has recovered in EU, right? Like to lose players like Dimov, they lost a couple really strong stars on the roster. I was thinking, okay, this team, maybe they've been kind of gutted, like they were already kind of struggling, but it seems to have been like that injection of fresh blood in the team seems to be kind of exactly what they needed, right? They're back on top with a vengeance, and I still think EU is competitive. It's just Abrahams has kind of got the download on the meta there, and they're ended up putting up back-to-back wins. Obviously, it's a far cry from their previous streak, but I just don't know if anyone is going to be able to replicate the era of like the Abrahams and Melee Creeps streaks. Like the way the last month of Deadlock has been, it feels impossible for a team to win 10 in a row right now. Like you just can't imagine it.
Is that why we said goodbye to our bonus pay? We ended up dropping it out because we realized, okay, it's trained too often. We're just adding numbers for no reason.
This is Jason's idea. It's like, we're going to do this bounty system. And he told me, and I was like, this is such a good idea because Abrahams and Melee Creeps, they win every week. So we'll add a little bounty for them to like win on repeat. It's so smart. And then like literally the next week, it's like both regions are now super competitive. It's different teams winning all the time. You never know who's going to. I still think it was a good idea.
Maybe I should take credit for it then, because they saw bonus pay, like, oh, we got to start winning now. We got to take this bonus pay away from them, and then maybe that's what Kickstarter.
You know what? You're right, Jason. It was. It's probably you.
You know what's weird though with EU is that Abrahams lost two really good. Like they lost Dimov and they lost two, and then we see Hook over to Loki W. We're like, okay, that's a solid roster. Loki W ended up finally winning, defending their title, and then they drop Empty Dreams and Zergy comes onto the team. We're like, oh man, like this team got even stronger. But they haven't won since Zergy's been on the team. And I'm not trying to come on in particular, but something's not working for them at the moment, or maybe Abraham's just gotten better because obviously, it's not just all focused on the one thing here. But yeah, it's interesting to see what will happen for EU over time. But it is time finally now, Jake, to get into the draft. Looks like all the bathroom breaks has been sorted. All the Imodium has been taken out of both teams. And we're finally getting our first ban to come through.
Work to do anyway. And if Furnace does come out, honestly, I like this ban. I think this is a character you do not want to give up. If you're not going to take it first, I think it should be banned here. I think it would go first too for Floorman, especially because they know Leffa also wants this character, right? Like it's certainly his signature. And so I think it will be going in these first few slots, but without it, the response is going to be the Bebop ban from the Floorman. I feel like this opens the door to picking a Dynamo for FPS Lounge, which has been another super top meta hero, but I also think it's interesting because I think partly why Dynamo has been picked is because Infamous is so good. Like, I think it's a really good matchup for Dynamo in general, with being able to dodge concussive super easily with Quantum, and the Singularity is really strong. They're still going to rip it in, though. Like, this is just Hydration. He's the best Dynamo right now. I think he's had, like, the strongest results recently and was one of the few players to pick this character up before anybody else was, like back in the Fight Night era, right? Was pulling out the Dynamo in like the Warden meta to cancel the Warden ulti and like turn around a lot of those fights. So not super shocked to see this pick come out, but Floorman with some powerful picks of their own. They're going to get a Mina, and let's see what comes up next.
It blows my mind to see EU and then the first game of NA drafts, and then we go to NA, championship match where the money is on the line, and we see a first pick Dynamo of all heroes out there. I mean, you have Mirage, you have Venator still up, you have Viper also still up, which was a contested pick last week for FPS Lounge up against Melee Creeps. You have Silver again for AVG if it does get locked, or it does get locked in, obviously. I think there's just so many heroes available that you could just easily grab with the Dynamo being first picked. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe Billy come out again, because FPS Lounge played it every single time last week. But also need to think about like an M1 hero, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a Venator.
Yeah, I think you've almost got to grab the Venator here. But they go Viper. I want to say instead they could still grab a Venator here, but it feels like there's a little roll overlap with the way a Venator plays. I think their next choice is gonna be pretty telling. Wouldn't mind seeing even something like an Apollo, some of these like high tempo Spirit nuker heroes.
It's gotta be Mirage. I don't know. I'm thinking of like a Spirit-esque hero for them.
You're under my protection.
Yeah. Okay. Good call. Great grab on the Mirage. I think that global presence is going to be nice. It also gives them more of that late game spike, and Floorman go Doorman third. That's crazy to me, right? Like, I think Doorman has been good, but this early, I feel like you could probably get away with getting Doorman in like the 10th, 12th slot, but they end up grabbing it in the third. They're maybe worried about the mid-stage bans. I wonder if there's sort of a matchup they're looking for, something some different way they want to approach this.
Can you cart an ulting Dynamo who has your team through a door back to your own walker for safety? I'm pretty sure you should be able to do that.
I think you should be able to cart the Dynamo, yeah. And also you should be able to wall stun him from long range, right? Which actually could be a pretty reasonably reliable way to cancel it. I also think Doorman just maybe makes it awkward for Dynamo to actually get on top of you, right? It's super easy to reposition up to the high ground or back out, come in, and just to play like that tempo control game where Dynamo, you're not as often going to be in that super stacked position. It's more easy to get in and out of those choke points with another means. And Lash and Billy are going to be the next ban. So a lot of the crucial team fight ultimates have been taken out of this game, right? Like Lash and Furnace and Billy are some of the biggest in Deadlock. So a lot of those AoE stuns, AoE control tools not going to be available in this one. Really just the Dynamo for now.
I feel like if you take Abrams here for Floorman, you force FPS Lounge to play one of the squishiest lineups like ever in this game. I feel like you need somewhat of a front line for FPS Lounge to protect like Mirage and Viper, something to facilitate the Dynamo, because with Lash not there, with Billy not there, you don't have anything to facilitate a good singularity coming off.
Who's gonna kind of tank that aggression to let Dynamo have the room to work with, right? You can't just run it down with singularity at this level. You need to kind of let the fight cook and get those stomps in, start to make the enemy feel pressured. They go for the Apollo, which, well, not the tankiest hero. I actually think it kind of accomplishes the same goal in a different way, except he's more just with the mobility rather than like raw HP. He still can kind of get in and be the tip of the spear, lead the way, and scout things out for Dynamo to follow up on. And the Quantum is going to be a nice little save to layer in on top of, well, Apollo has more than enough saves, I think, in his kit already, but hey, why not add one more to the mix and really let him, push it to the limit. And the Venator,
oh my God,
this late in the draft, I mean, like, that's almost criminal here.
That's so much damage, though. Like Viper, Mirage, Apollo, and Venator for Floorman. I don't think you can take any tanky. You can't build a tanky enough front line to deal with all that damage coming your way. I feel like you have to just play the same game they are, play squishy, high damage heroes. I mean, Shiv can kind of dance in and out of the fights, but I wouldn't be surprised to just see them stack up on more damage now.
Whatever they throw at
me. Or,
yeah,
go tanky.
I think it's. I mean, I think what they're doing is actually more. It is in line with what you're saying. I think this Abrams is not picked tank through Venator, Viper, Mirage in a late game. It is there to end the game at 30 minutes and make sure that these heroes just don't come online. Viper, we've seen in the past, played as like a spirit roamer, but the meta has been pretty strongly into the gun territory as of late. So I'm pretty surprised to see Mirage, Venator, Viper. That is an extraordinarily greedy look. Floorman is going to be the Geist and the Mina to kind of carry the standard, but I really like that group of four in the middle, right? Abrams, Shiv, Doorman, and Silver. That's the group that's going to be spending a lot of time fighting, with maybe some roams coming in from Mina off the side lane. Pretty scary group up, and FPS Lounge has gone so greedy with these carries. The last pick, I feel like they need to answer like a lot of this mid-game tempo, and I'm not really sure what hero does it for them. Like,
I think you need something to lock down Mina. because they don't really have anything to lock her down. She
Mo
has so
and
much
Krill.
freedom with 4 players.
Mo and Krell. It like low
wouldn't
key,
hate it.
I think Mo actually could be good here. Maybe it's too crazy,
Look,
but
wait, is production Trollus? Look at that progress bar at the bottom. That is the slowest moving progress bar I've ever seen.
I think we're doing it live. Maybe I would assume. I don't know. That's a next level troll.
I mean,
No,
Dorman came up instantly after the Mirage pick.
Yeah. I don't know, man. What is the last pick? I think.
What does Sinclair work? I don't. I'm trying to think.
The ults
There's
are
like-
not the best. Actually, I have seen people build a Sinclair where they just like, basically, they're just like, I am silver, and they just steal the silver ult and they build gun and vitality items and they just like play silver with like some other spells they can cast before they turn into silver. I don't know if that's gonna happen in this game, but I think it's possible. I don't even know what they need. It feels like their draft is so odd. I'm not even sure what they really need. But I guess I would just want them to have some extra frontliner to kind of help slow this death ball down from Floorman.
Yamato?
Yeah, it could be Yamato. I wouldn't completely hate it.
Well, the timer. It's gonna reset.
It's
Watch.
going slower. It's going slower. I swear to God, it's. Man, Lady
It's like
Guy's
the
looking
Jeopardy
good.
theme or
Looking
something.
stylish.
Looking stylish. I mean, they're all looking pretty stylish, but yeah,
That is true.
I can dig it.
That is
Oh,
true. Oh, to see it. I can sort of see it. Maybe. I'm skeptical. I feel like this is a really good draft for the.
It's good for
format.
Mina, to be fair.
That's true. The hard spirit nuking can like let you catch a Mina who's trying to run away, and you do have Viper, Apollo, and Dynamo. I mean, maybe this will just be like sort of a like early game Viper build, and he's not going to be trying to scale into the late game, since I don't think you're really going to get a side lane with a Mirage and a Venator to feed. So maybe you can just kind of like look for more of a mid game fighting style. I do think Dynamo and Apollo are really strong mid game fighters. And they can maybe find those kills. I think with GT, I'm definitely worried when I see 2 very late game hard carries like Mirage and Venator alongside a GT. I feel like there's anti-synergy there, where like if I'm GT, I want like as many fights as possible, as much aggression as possible. Like I want a Furnace running down a Walker. I don't want Venator like chilling in the jungle. You know what I mean? If I'm going to be looking for the chances to get these bird kills. So I'm a little worried for that reason on FPS Lounge. That being said, the late game is like crazy devastating from them if they can get there. But Foreman have a lot of tools to push the pace on you. Like this Doorman running around ulting people,
Yeah.
setting up fights. Silver and Abrams, like with Shiv, that group of 3 is going to be really hard to deal with. And Mina, I think, is one of the most active of the characters that can be kind of played in that carry role. I think she can come to the fights kind of the most consistently of anyone.
I think what worries me is if you're FPS Lounge and if you're just even with Floorman as the game continues, I still feel like you just don't win the game. I think you need to get your like Mirage Venator ahead to deal with this. Because obviously the later the game goes on, yeah, like eventually you will hit a point you have so much damage. But if you're like equal with Floorman at the mid game, I don't know how that one's going to turn out, honestly. Unless Hydration hits the fattest singularity we've ever seen. Which is very possible considering there's going to be like 4, potentially 5 players in your face anyways. It's really possible to hit these 4 or 5 man ultis off, and then all you have to deal with is Silver or is Mina behind that. So I don't know. I actually don't know who I really favor. I think FPS Lounge draft is kind of risky, having just so many damage heroes and so many mouths to feed. And Floorman for me is just more of like okay, this is a normal draft we're going to play through, and we know how to play this well. I think you're muted, by the way, Jake.
Did I?
Or your mic. There you
Hello?
go. There you go.
Okay, maybe I was talking into space. I just think there's a lot of pressure on Hydration in particular this game, to your point about hitting those big singularities and kind of turning some of these big fights around. But there's also a ton of mobility on the 4-man comp, right? And I think that's kind of what makes it really hard for Dynamo to hit big singularities. When everyone is mobile, everyone's up in this air, like people are going to be going through doorman doors. Shiv and Abrams and Mina and Silver, these are like some of the top mobility heroes in the game, besides like Holiday and Celeste and Lash and some of the next level stuff. Like super high skill Abrams players with the charge movement, Shiv, of course, the shotgun movement. Like these heroes can be pretty hard to lock down. Like yes, they all want to play relatively close range, but it's a fine line to be looking for that singularity on Dynamo without just dying to like Shiv spamming knives on you, or Abrams hits a pin on you and you're just 1 HP and there's no point popping it.
I can see a max rank Bola being the facilitator for Singularity. I think that's definitely possible. If Flormer get a group and you have max rank Bola, you're going to be hitting multiple people with it. If you're hydration, just go in, Singularity, and guess what? You caught 2-3 people. I think, honestly, I think a lot of the weight that needs to be carried for Florman kind of relies on Xeno and Doorman, because he kind of needs to be in a position to force a disengage up against Dynamo if they do get engaged upon by Viper. I think a lot of their success will come from him, kind of like it did in the last game, to be fair.
Yeah, could definitely make things pretty awkward, able to control the tempo of the fights with the doors, get in and out. I kind of like that build he ran last game. It was very like straightforward. Like it was nothing like crazy and cheesy. Some of the stuff I've been seeing a lot in the pubs where people are doing this all-in cheat death to like kidnap you through the door and pull you back to the base. He was just playing the nukes, right? He's just like, hey, I got some good gun damage. I got some good spirit damage. I'm going to set the team fights up. I'm just going to cast my spells and have impact, right? And you know, there's something to be said for simplicity, right? In a game like Deadlock of just, hey, I'm a guy that you know.
Design the perfect voice for your brand with 11 Labs. Change the way you record podcasts.
Gets a free kill. And I think in this game, I don't think they need anything super crazy, right? To your point, it's a pretty normal draft for the floorman. Thing is like relatively stock standard, and they've got a lot of premium heroes when it comes to trying to push the pace of the game. Like I look at Shiv and Mina and Silver, and I feel like, yeah, the aggression in the mid game is going to be pretty scary.
Well, we do have a little bit of time, I'm seeing. We're still waiting for 3 players. I'm not going to say who they are or what team they're on, but it's definitely one of these 2 teams. I wanted to take a look actually at our pick priority, Jake, just to get an idea of how things have played out through this night shift. But I believe this one will not include the draft we just saw now. I mean, over in EU, we did see a Victor pick coming on through. But looking at the rest of it, I mean, Infernus, obviously massive stonks coming on up here with pick ban every single time we've seen so far. Abrams as well, getting much more love compared to prior weeks. And then even Lash getting quite a bit of love here, as you see in 4 of the games.
Yeah, I think, you know, people have really come around to Lash. Interesting that Celeste is still prioritized so much more highly in EU than in North America, right? We really just don't see her in NA anymore. Totally uncontested in this draft. Like, I'm really, especially in this particular game, because I really feel like where this Viper was picked, it really could have been a Celeste. You know, like, I don't know if people feel like she does need that side lane farm, but to have a more straightforward, like, spirit nuker kind of a hero in the draft, I feel like Celeste would have been a really solid option there, right? Ton of damage to throw in, and, you know, pretty annoying hero to actually catch and lock down until you get some, like, really late game items like Phantom Strike. So, always interesting to see the differences between the regions. NA, though, still big fans of the Apollo, a character that, you know, especially piloted by Dimov that last game, certainly made a case for itself.
Yeah, and I think, I don't know, man, like, I'm honestly so curious to see what's going to happen when we have the EU versus NA, like, LAN coming on through, whenever it happens, because I really want to see the clash of styles. Yeah. If you talk to, like, EU, I think they say, well, I think in general, North American players think EU are better individually skilled, but don't play better than North American teams do when it comes to team play. And EU just thinks they're better overall than North America. And I want to see what's going to happen when they finally match up, because they have such different priorities, like you're talking about, of what heroes they value versus what heroes they don't value. And I think you're going to get some like wild games coming on through, and then potentially even like a new meta evolving from that clash happening.
Competition makes you stronger. It's very easy to talk trash from all the way across the Atlantic. I mean, there's no stakes on it. Everyone's I'm the best. You're the best. Okay, who cares, right? You gotta put it down to brass tacks. I know that you know, putting a LAN together is something that's top of mind for everybody in the competitive scene, right? To see the true best of the best. Heck, even to get, you know, get an EU LAN, get an NA LAN, get some players together to really compete on LAN, get off ping. Like, I think that's a super exciting item for the future of Deadlock. One we're always trying to work towards here on the night shift. Can't announce anything just yet, but I'm cooking. Let me cook, chat. Let me cook.
I think one thing EU teams and NA teams will agree on, though, Jake, they're both better regions than Oceania.
that is true. I don't know how many Oceanic players there are. We'd love to do an APAC tournament at some point, and just get some more exposure. I know that's the thing. I know there's players and teams starting to come together in that region. Of course, it's sort of the reality of doing a one-day show that pretty much capped out here, doing NA and EU on the night shift, but it's something we definitely have our eyes on. So once again, I'll throw a little plug for the Discord server, guys. You can join up our Discord. let us know. There's more teams, more regions, more shows you want to see. I can't promise anything, but definitely at least we'll be able to hear your comments and get your feedback. Also, we got a great community going on Discord, so chat about the games or give us feedback, whatever you want. It's all there in the Discord. I'm running out of stalling tools,
no,
Jason. I need help.
I'm not done.
Okay,
I got more.
Thank God.
I will say for Oceania players is that I think they have some insanely good movement-based players. I don't know if you've ever watched like Disco Virtuoso stream.
Yeah. Okay, I know the guy.
He plays a lot of custom maps that are just like movement maps, where it helps you practice your movement, and they have an in-game counter of how quickly people have completed the map, so you can kind of rank yourself as like being one of the best in the world or the best, like the record holder. I think, I would love to have like a night shift movement challenge or something where we load up like 3 or 4 movement maps. We have all the players stream their point of views, and we hop from each stream, taking a look at like who's winning and who's doing it the fastest. For me, movement is one of like the coolest things to see when it comes to this game, and like a lot of new tech being discovered, and be able to chain them all together into completing a map as quick as possible. There's even like KZ maps. If you're like a CS player, there's like movement training where it's not just about like moving through a map quickly. It's about hitting like certain jumps that are really difficult, using a lot of the movement abilities paired together with like I don't know what you call it, but those like half rails you can like melee to slide over, then you use that to like corner boost, or you use that to like jump to something else. I don't know. There's like some crazy stuff, man. And I know Regretful Curve, he's one of the players who's actually behind a lot of the modding of creating these maps, is putting together some really cool things in the future. So I'm hoping to see when that comes to fruition.
Yeah, I mean, movement in Source games, I think, has just like always had so much room for skill expression. And there's always, in pretty much every Source game you look at, there's like a community that is so in love with the movement of the game that they don't even really want to play the base game that much anymore, right? Like they're here for the movement game, right? And I played a lot of KZ. I played probably more KZ than I played CS. I'm not like particularly good or anything, but I absolutely know the thrill of it. And I mean, something like surfing is like an iconic game mode, that anyone who's played like any version of CS or even in TF2, right? Like surfing is like always super popular. So I feel like we're so early in Deadlock, but the fact that movement is, I would say, more core to this game's DNA than maybe anything else. I mean, probably, I think having played a lot of TF2, I got to give an honorable mention to TF2 because that is a very, very movement heavy game. But I think Deadlock, for sure, it's built into the DNA. It was core to how they conceived the game. And so, what people cook up as far as like pure movement mods, pure movement community, I think we're only just starting to touch that iceberg. And I think I've seen what you're talking about. Like there's a whole movement mod where you can download like the map packs and be able to see, like the different maps people have made. People can make their own maps, submit them. So to see the community kind of get active on the movement front, super excited that. I love the idea of like maybe doing something with the night shift and having some kind of a speed run race or whatever, on the channel. That'd be very, very cool to be able to do. And this game has officially been delayed so long enough. I'm starting to make financial commitments here live on stream. That's not good. Somebody got to get me into this game.
If you're a TF2 player, I think you're gonna agree with me on this. When are we getting like a rocket hero? Because I like rocket jumps.
Hero. Yeah, that's true.
Oh my god, I love rocket jumps.
There's not a hero. It's like there's no hero that has a weapon like that, or even really skills like that. There's not really. Yeah. Just put Soldier from TF2 in Deadlock. I think like weirdly, I don't know about the balance, but like the vibes would actually work. Soldier. He's just like
high skill hero hitting like hitting middies or like hitting like rockets like from afar, so you're like do some AoE explosion damage. I think there's something cooking there. But you know what's also cooking? Finally, the championship match in North America.
Oh, it has been cooked, man. It is crispy. The oven is hot. The house is starting to get hot. Like the fire alarm's starting to go off. We have been cooking this too long. But finally, we are getting into this one. It's FPS Lounge taking on Floorman. FPS Lounge trying to hold on to this championship title. Hard fought over the last 2 weeks, but they have clung on to it since first getting that win just a few weeks ago. Floorman been on the outside. It's been a little bit since we've seen them taking that top slot. However, so far this week, they've been playing with a vengeance. 2-0 in the qualifier. Pretty dominant 1-0 over Melee Creeps in that last match. And now, of course, getting into the final, the money match, the best of 3 here, presented by Shopify. It's FPS Lounge taking on the Floorman.
It took a bit. We went to quite a few different topics, but we got there in the end. That's all that matters as we hop into this game. Even seen calling out Lefa on Mirage, potentially coming for FPS Lounge. But man, honestly, this draft is quite wild. FPS Lounge, a very ballsy play with all the heroes they chose in. So squishy, but they do have so much damage behind it. If they get ahead early, I do worry for Florman. But honestly, I think Florman are hungry for it, man. I think they're one of the hungriest teams to take titles and to get wins. I know they definitely work extremely hard to get to where they are, and they want to, you know, come out of the closed alpha as the best team in North America.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is a team with a lot of motivation. We know pretty much all these players have had their competitive success, right? Like no one's a stranger to like the pressure that comes with winning, the challenge that comes with facing teams that are maybe the favorite or maybe, you know, have previously gotten that win over you. And so regardless of, you know, FPS Lounge currently holding the title, I agree. I think NA is always too close to call. I think if you could do better than a coin flip, you are doing great in North America right now. Take a look at some of the lineups. It's going to be Erebus taking on the Viper, Leffa and Rokane on the Venator and Mirage respectively there. So it doesn't feel so much like an FPS Launch draft, right? I think the style they typically like to play feels a little bit slower than that for a team that loves to push that tempo. Lomin on this great talent, though, could be a very important part of setting that tempo standard.
I have to ask Jake, it's completely off topic, but seeing Hydration play and just made me think of it. I mean, obviously you played Overwatch and you played, I don't remember if it was with him or against him, but do you ever see him play and you're just kind of like, you know what, I should try being a pro in Deadlock?
Who is it?
Hydration.
Sorry, Hydration? Oh. Yeah, you know, actually I was on a team with Hydration in Overwatch League a long time ago. So Hydration's an OG, man. He's a good guy. He's a really smart player. And an extremely like cool, calm, and collected player. I think like Hydration is, you know, is a type of player that shows the real value of like a player's mental approach to the game is, I guess, how I'd put it. Like a player who is just like just an unshakable guy, you know, like, you know, he's going to deliver a solid performance. Doesn't matter if everyone expects the team to win or everyone expects the team to lose, like, you just know he's going to be solid and consistent. And I think the value of that in Deadlock, super real, right? Like, I think pretty undeniable even.
Well, that's great and all, but you didn't answer my question whatsoever.
Me playing competitive Deadlock?
Yeah. Do you ever think to yourself, like, maybe I should try?
I have had the thought, I will admit, I have had the thought, but I think this is my calling to be a caster for now. I think the reality is like, so like I'm like, you know, top 200 NA or something in ranked, which I think that's like good enough for me. I don't know that I have the motivation to be like a #1 player. And I'm kind of the opinion that you should only play competitively if you really want to be #1. Like, if you don't even like, I'm happy at 100, or that would be great if I could be top 100, you know, that'd be awesome. But I think like to be a successful pro and to be in a team, it's like, it's crazy how much more work it takes to be, you know, some of these guys here competing than it takes for me to be, you know, in E6, but like nothing particularly crazy at that level. Like, you know, these guys probably have to practice 2 or 3 times more than me to be at their skill level. It just gets harder and harder to climb the ranks the higher you get, because the skill curve just gets steeper.
Yeah. Top 200 though. That's interesting. I'm actually top 50. In my own household.
Okay, yeah, good. Good.
My dog is officially better than me. My wife is better than me, and all the random silverfish I have in my place are better.
I was gonna say, like, what are the like 30 people in your house playing Deadlock? Like, you got.
It is Italy.
He's pumping the player numbers here.
Well, we do have initial kill come through at a TMB. Kicking off the first kill of the game, though, we have been obviously talking about some random topics, but relatable topics, obviously. And Foreman already off to a decent start. DMB, he's not a person you want to get fed, because we can see what he does on Infernus. He can do the exact same thing on Mina. You get him ahead, he will take control of this game and make it very difficult for you to get back into it.
Yeah, I do think Mina is definitely more punishable than Infernus right now, right? Like, she has these really powerful escape tools, but the laning isn't what it once was, right? When the heal gave you a couple misses from League, and that's actually enough for Leffa to get away. Unless... Oh, Kobe! That is gross, man. Leffa started to laugh all the way to the bank there. And that kill even sends you to the shop and picks up your Radiant regen. So, wow, that sick movement from Leffa to even have a chance there. But, I mean, this game is looking very dominant so far. Iridomini, though, has been pulled out. The disarm slows things down for Rokane, but he is not going to miss a close range on the Silver.
I actually wanted to almost see the replay if Leffa stopped moving just to type LOL or something in chat to him. And then he got hit with the Estus bomb and died. And then just like, okay, I'm not going to hit enter. I'm not going to send that message.
You got a quick delete on that one. The team doesn't need to see that. Whether it happened or not, it's a funny story. So I'm gonna go for it. I'm gonna go with that narrative.
I mean, it sounds like something Leffa would do, honestly. That's why
he would type an LOL. But honestly, I don't know if they're laughing in this game. Like, this is the pace is looking good for the Floormen, right? A very conventional draft. They got a small but real soul lead, right? We often see the soul count completely even here at 6 minutes. And double buff goes to the Floormen. So, Owl thrown from GT. No obvious targets presenting themselves. Might just be a little bit of harassment. Does hit 2, put some damage down in the lane, but Abrams and guys just shrug it off. Like, these heroes have crazy sustain.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the rate of regen picked up for League 2. I mean, if he hits you with any of the abilities, the regen you can already see on this health portrait are just going to be skyrocketing on up. And then obviously Rocker with Infernal Resilience, not to mention the Siphon Life, could be very difficult to deal with. And speaking of difficult to deal with, it's DMB so far, man. Hydration has gone down once again. Erebus is extremely low in HP. He should be falling from this as a pause had come on through. And honestly, Floormen are kind of running away with this game so far. Only a 3K lead, but they seem to be dominating almost every single lane.
Yeah, DMB already getting active now. Pretty surprising that he's the one rotating out of the side lane there and getting active. Bola does come out. The finish, though, it's good. DMB is going to be able to finish that kill. And Silver's low, but Cero's very, very tanky in the ultimate form. Heal creep.
Mark stacking up, though.
Ooh, getting the third one. Actually, he might be dead. Oh, the parry comes in. Good read from Leffa. Knew AVG would be really desperate for the melees in that circumstance.
Well, they do get a kill as well into Rocker at a low main.
Those are nice ones to find. Lomain just solo kill, was in a 1v2, or no, I guess Hydration was there to help on that one. That's a good fight coming up FPS Lounge that they kind of needed at this moment. Here comes Mina with the Nox Nostra over the top. Putting some damage down, but nothing too meaningful. Venator is still relatively healthy. They're going to dive deep for this, but this feels quite forced. Mirage and Venator starting to put the damage back down here in mid.
Jinmark's already level 2. You can see the amount of damage it does here to DMB.
Bird coming in.
Have to go back to base. Oh!
This is big. That's, I think, the first spirit scaling for low main. That's a nice one to find here. Just a few minutes in. Another parry, though, man. AVG getting kind of styled on here by the mid laners. Good juke from Rokane, and AVG just has to back out of this one. Try to clear the creep wave. That's the best he can do. And this dynamic duo of Rokane and Leffa, unconventional to have both carries in the mid lane, but they are taking these fights.
Considering they were dying quite often, I mean, we saw DMB really start to run away with the game. I mean, he's at 7.2k, so he's still relatively far ahead. I mean, he's 2k ahead of Leffa at the moment, but a good bounce back from FPS Lounge to pick up consistent kills in the mid and the right-hand side. And this is actually a lot of damage being done to Demop already. The Lethal Venom coming on through. And who did he put in? I don't even actually know who he put inside the Brandis Hotel, but I'm gonna assume it was Erebus.
Yeah, maybe. Erebus, low HP. Shiv just needs to get anything, and yeah, the knife is gonna be enough. Tylo-san does come out, but seems like more of an escape tool than anything else. This bird is going to connect and slow things down on the Xeno, ensure the retreat is clean from snakes. Everybody's got a Resto Locket in this game, man. This item has completely taken over the buying meta here at DLNS, man. All the top players want it, and makes sense, right? A lot of playmaking potential, getting a little bit of extra stand back in a crucial moment. Massive difference maker here at Deadlock.
I almost guarantee it's going to be nerfed next patch. Every time we see something massively picked up like that,
it's overbought pretty hard. I agree. Yeah. Like,
it was maybe just nerf the first, right? Like help Nova.
It does give. Yeah, you're right. The Heal Nova was the crazy one. Everybody bought Heal Nova. That was problematic meta.
Another bird. My God, he's machine gunning these on out. Looking to head over towards the mid lane. Maybe making an appearance in the left lane. And it looks like they're keeping him guessing. Dive on this too.
Demob's low. Big hit on the Shiv. He is able to bloodlet off a lot of that damage, but there's just too much pressure. It's going to be Guardian dropping. It's the first Guardian of the game going down. A lot of damage has been dealt to the Guardians for Floormen, though. They pick up one of their own. Geist is quite deep on this one, but there's no singularity available for Hydration. Another fight in the mid. AVG's been clapped back a couple times here. But he's willing to keep the pressure on, right? Willing to just use the tankiness, the ulti to clear some waves. Mina with the Nox Nostra forces Rokane down into the sewers. Are they going to be able to find him on the exit? He would love to be able to get out, and Leffa looks like he's going to tank enough of the aggression to maybe get that possibility. Tornado going to ensure the retreat from Rokane. So great play here from the carries.
Oh my.
It's going to leave another kill on the average. Big stacks coming in on the Jin's mark. Owl coming in as well. And DMB finds himself in real trouble. Ooh, almost dies, and Leffa gets the finish. That's going to give stacks to low main. So the Floorman is still doing well from an economy perspective. Like, they are still leading, but Lomain getting stacked up early is a really important asset to them.
As mentioned, left at 9.2 on a kill streak as well. I think the one scary part, though, is that League is at 11K. He's being gifted the right-hand lane to himself, so he's continuing to farm out quite heavily here. DMB, I would assume he's going to be rotated towards one of these side lanes momentarily. Considering they lost the left-hand walker, that'd probably be the best place for him to go. But FPS Lounge have rotated left over there to deal with him and Erebus together to potentially pull off the kill. I feel like they're really giving no quarter to Floorman right now and really trying to keep this pressure on.
Yeah, it's so interesting that Floorman, it feels like they're losing the last few engagements. They do still have a soul lead, though, so they are just getting maybe a little bit more out of the map. Attempted Urn Dunk coming out, but Quantum has to come out, and Apollo just has to retreat here. Luffa and Erebus, though, are pushing a walker on the other side of the map, so holding the Urn could just be a winning play here. Entangling Bola connects, but there's no melee. Dropped the Urn out of Apollo's hands. Drops of his own volition under the walker, but actually, hold on. League finds that kill. Big singularity, though, on the 2 in this fight. But it's on the Silver and Abrams, 2 of the tankiest heroes, the frontliners for the Floorman. Italian onto 3. It's enough to finish off AVG, but already the fight starting to go well here for Floorman. GT completely out of gas here. 1 charge shot let, next bird in 10 seconds. But missing that charge shot means I don't think any of these kills are going to come. Urn has walked all the way back to mid. But across the map, good fights for Floorman. Lee got those kills on the other side of the map without even using the ulti. So really outplaying, I think, Leffa there on the side lane.
Probably going to get just another fight as well. I mean, this Urn actually will continue to transition back towards reset. Now there's stack coming in for Lomain at plus 30 now as he finishes off the League. Definitely high priority target right now. And I guess the downside is for FPS Lounge, they don't have the Urn anywhere in sight to actually go for a turn-in, but I think they'll be happy with the Guardian take. Reinforcements have come on through. You can see Rocket heading over from the middle part of the map. There's going to be no singularity coming on through, and D-Mob, I mean, we forgot about him. He's on a 3 kill streak, takes down another, and they're going for the chase on to Hydration. Oh, what a charge.
Oh, yeah, charging to Lomain. Lomain, a few seconds until he has that flight available. So he'll be able to play his way out of this one. No chance to stand and fight against Abrams. Flight gets him up to the high ground. That's going to give him a bit of a movement edge. But takes that knock on the zip pad, and they might be able to run this down. Maybe they just think it's a little bit too deep. Potential support could come in. Looks like Lomain is going to be able to get back to base. Yeah, that's a little bit too close for comfort for sure. Potential catch on Apollo is Bolad, but looks like the cart doesn't connect. They just have to put him in the Baroness for now. But Snakes can come out of this looking for a team fight.
Pilot's on in 30 seconds, so realistically not going to happen. Even a preemptive repost there. Ripost. Oh my god, I can never say that word right.
Riposte.
Riposte. Even worse, I said it wrong twice. The Urn has been picked back up 13 minutes in, heading over towards the right-hand side of the map. Looking for turn this time, though, out of Floorman. And League with no ultimate. Not necessarily the worst carrier to take. But the pressure, it hasn't stopped on this left-hand side. It looks like FPS Lounge really want to take this walker down, and DMB, I don't know if you can defend against 2.
Yeah, it's a pretty tall order for Amina, especially one at low HP. But player advantage for Floorman. It's going to get them a kill and potentially the dunk as well. I think you probably take that trade, right? You're getting a kill on the Snakes, and because there might even be a walker that comes in courtesy of it and really makes this an advantage play for the Floorman. I don't think there's anyone who can really be here to make this defense. Mirage is going to be half-hearted at best, putting some poke damage down. Putting some stacks onto Geist, but with the door out for the retreat, it makes it pretty safe to go for what would otherwise be a bit of a risky push for Geist.
Yeah, and now 9K in the lead here for Floorman. So in the end, it has worked out for them. 1-for-1 walker trade, but they get the Urn in hand. The next Urn in about a minute's time. He's got to be a little bit careful. I mean, those owls out of Lomain have been pretty damn spot on here, sitting at 13K for himself. And then the Viper, we're also, we haven't really talked too much about Erebus. Got the burst fire, got the bullet lifesteal, opening around split shot as well. Pretty much core to her kit. Haven't really seen him put any investment into the petrifying bullet just yet. Going for the slither, so he has the extra shield when he slides around, which is sustainability in fights, considering you're a very squishy team, isn't the worst case. But I do wonder what would be the next max, and I would think it had to be. It always has to be bullet because that sets you up for so much with your team.
Yeah, sometimes people go for the max lethal poison, but I think you're right. I think I'd rather see maybe a max bola. Your team could really use that extra control. They're looking for a bit of a fight here. Looks like Floorman willing to back out. The guided owl not finding any connections just yet, but with the Urn coming down, if you don't take this fight, there is going to be a high cost from it. Looks like Snakes starting to trade here, putting some pressure on the League, but the Geist quite tanky here. Singularity available. Erebus already found Rocker. Hotel guest out for Leffa here. He's caught in the Baroness, but decent fight for SPS Lounge. They're still getting a little bit low on a couple characters. There might be something to be said about this one. Demov caught in the Singularity. Talos on. It's only on to Xeno, though. There might be a punish coming in. Looks like there will be. Snakes goes down. Hydration goes down. And despite finding that first pick on...
Okay, great. Wait, were you even listening? You haven't taken a single note this entire meeting?
I'm actually listening better than I ever have. Let me share my screen. Do you see this? Everything we're saying is being transcribed in real time. Look, word for word. That's exactly what you just said.
Wait, so you're not taking notes because...
Because Otter is. And I can even use the chat function as well. So, for example, what did we decide on the budget? Just like that. See? Instant answer.
That's actually incredible.
Right? And the best part is, after this meeting, I'll get a full custom summary based on the meeting type, action items, and it's all generated automatically and organized for me. I'm actually more present in meetings now because I'm not frantically typing.
Okay, I need this. How do I get it?
It's free. Just go to otter.ai. Trust me, you'll never do manual note-taking again.
Never take manual notes again.
King base here, so somebody's gonna have to go back and deal with it. Looks like it's gonna be Rokane. Pretty natural for the Venator. Also a fight maybe brewing in the mid lane, so pressure split across the map. League actually does go down. Looks like found from the GT bird, and a quick little sneaky dunk worked in, and even most of the souls also gonna get picked up. So nice footwork from Xeno. Gonna find himself in the wrong neighborhood now, though. And so while objectives going towards Floorman, the kills go to FPS Lounge, which is going to be nice for them at this point.
Sort of Xeno just broke their ankles there with that turn in. You saw him like bait in the melee to Leffa and then fades away to just dash on back. That was damn well done, honestly, out of Xeno. But it did cost him 2 lives, and that's the scary part. But also the scary part is the fact that Rokane, he's been silently farming up quite a storm here at 20,000 souls. He's just behind DMB at 21k, but being gifted that big lane that you talked about shoved into him on the right-hand side, going back towards the jungle. I think obviously DMB will have more impact at this stage in the game than Rokane, but if he continues at this pace, he's definitely gonna be that late-game threat. Not to mention that, you know, Low Main is already at plus 40 on his bird, has rapid recharge, counterspell as well. I don't really think he's too worried about investing much more into his kit. Then again, I don't know if they're going to feed anyone else. Like, I don't think Erebus is going to get a majority of the farm anymore. I think, obviously, Leffa, Rokane, and Low Main are going to be probably the 3.
Yeah, I do think Boundless is a pretty big buy for GT. You get that spirit power scaling that's amplified by Boundless Spirit. Like, that tends to be a pretty nice power spike as well. There's items like Tank Buster that, you know, really make a difference, move the needle for you. But getting caught out is not the way you want this fight to start. And it looks like another catch even came in on the side wave at the same time. Erebus caught by League. Walker dive being considered here. Creeps are a little bit away from this, but they're not going for the creeps. They're going for the kills. Leffa thought the Walker would defend him, and I don't blame him for it. I thought they would too, but full dive from Floorman. Aggression all over the map. And it pays huge dividends. They get 3 kills, and there's no punish. There's not even much damage going the way of Floorman in that one. So really flexing their strength on the map here.
Nice little micro too, out of the movement out of AVG there. When the stomp came through, he backed away instead of dashing away, then dashes back in after the stomp was done, so you can close that gap against left and keep the pressure on. And well, speaking of pressure, you see on your screens, mid boss has been started. It's already extremely low on health. Looks like they are going to be baiting out of this one. And they have given up ground to actually have they can steal this one away.
They can go back, healing the base, and then come back to mid boss with the door. Look at all the bells as well being stacked up on mid boss. So it's super scary to even get close to it. Now though, it looks like FPS is going to force their hand, going to make them really commit to this. There's Owl, there's Singularity, there's a lot of tools into this fight. Floorman starting to get this fight popping off. Once again, Rocker, AVG, caught by the Singularity to open up. This time there's a little bit more damage to eliminate them just a bit more quickly. Rocker also falls. 2 players hit the deck, but FPS Lounge low across the board. Do Floorman want to continue to take this fight? They're still looking, they're still poking and prodding, trying to find those opportunities. Decay from Shiv is going to be pretty meaningful here, especially with the knife starting to tick. Demov, that connection, it's going to be scary. Slivers of HP, and actually Hydration is just going to bleed out from that. Floorman, only 4 players alive now, but a lot more health on the field than the vibe of FPS Lounge.
Honestly, I thought that was a lost fight for Floorman, man. The position they had getting caught with Singularity, their team entirely split across. It's going to be a re-engage out of FPS Lounge, though. Good. Knocks Nostril on top of this to actually get the silence and the kill on the left, who has a chance to steal it. They take every single rejuve and potentially more. Snake's trying to escape from this one. He's going to be ran on down here, not to mention Erebus trying to potentially run away, though I think he's going to be relatively safe. But another kill coming on through left by Rokane. Everyone is getting these kills, and DB just trying to keep these Rejuves alive, not trying to lose a single charge of it. And Foreman will come out the victors 28k ahead.
Is the bird going to kill anybody? It does hit Mina, but it's just not enough to get to the execute threshold. Huge wave of creeps, by the way, took the FPS Lounge base Guardians during that fight. So you're going to have a speed zip on one side of the map now, which is pretty meaningful. With 3 players dead, DMB just going to heal up. And pretty soon, I think we might see a siege on the mid-walker. For now, just going to see a quick take on the urn. D-Mob getting very active in the mid lane, though. Like, this is some fearless gaming.
I don't think he's died this game.
Maybe a little too fearless, honestly.
Headed to Broadway.
I hope this isn't like StarCraft, where you have all the Korean pros, i.e. like EU pros, going over to North America because the region is just easier in general. I mean, I feel like if you take the death stat from D-Mob ever since he's been playing a Foreman in Night Shift, it's got to be insanely low. He probably has the least deaths out of anyone else in the last like 3-4 weeks.
True, but I will say, I don't know that you can say D-Mob is like the same as every EU player. Like, D-Mob was one of the best players in EU too.
That's true, that's true.
I feel like he's one of the best players in the world, period. Like, I just don't know that the region matters so much. I mean, it is pretty impressive that he's doing this on ping, right? Like, get D-Mob off ping and show what he can really do. But I think the netcode in Deadlock's actually reasonably solid for playing on somewhat high pings. Floorman, though, they're not in a hurry. They're not in a hurry to develop this game. I think the region was going to be out before the next urn comes up, though. So if you could just steal farm, I think it's a perfectly reasonable choice here. But if you want to look for this mid walker, the time to do it is in the next 60 seconds.
And that last mid boss, though, if you pointed out perfectly, man, like seeing the call bells stacked up on top of mid boss, preventing FPS Lounge from actually trying to steal it away while Floormen were healing was so chef's kiss, honestly. And when we see a fight break out, the last walker of the game is being harassed down by League as the rest of his team is pushing FPS Lounge back, and Rokane's going to be caught out by AVG. The first kill coming on through, it will cost him his rejuve and potentially his life as he looks to escape, but he should be dead.
Yeah, he's way too deep. Went for a heavy melee and got parried there. Definitely an overextension from AVG. That's not a death you want to give up here for the Floorman. And FPS Lounge, I think they're wise to step up on the map now. I mean, your singularity's coming up. AVG's dead for 50 seconds. That's actually a reasonably big mistake from AVG, because now, I mean, yes, you have 2 more rejuves, but I think FPS Lounge are stronger for at least a couple minutes. They're going to be able to step up and get a lot of jungle on the map that they may not have otherwise found.
You know, I heard ZP and DDK talking about this topic earlier on, talking about Shiv and Killing Blow, and how I think it was ZP saying he think it actually was a buff, not a nerf to Shiv, because we see it mostly used to escape, not actually to lock down kills. I was kind of curious of your thoughts, Jake, of how you feel like Shiv is with the changes to how his Killing Blow works, because it definitely does seem like a buff with how we're seeing the highest level of players use them.
Yeah, I agree. The flexibility is probably a buff at the highest level, because the option to use it as a pure movement tool is now available, which it just wasn't before. Also, the range being so long makes it, you know, more reasonable to like catch some flying players trying to escape from you. But Average Shiv also got changed in a bunch of ways at the same time, like for his knives and his dash. So I don't know that a one-to-one comparison is possible. So that being said, I mean, I think it's pretty clear from, you know, D-Mob's performance that he's not too worried about whether it's a buff or a nerf.
Is Shiv ever going to be weak? I think that's like maybe the question I'm going for.
Realistically, I think that the reality of characters with like a very high skill cap movement tool is that in competitive, like top level competitive play, the answer is like probably not. Like, but let's be honest, like probably 80% of people playing Deadlock are like don't know how to use the Shiv shotgun movement. It's like not exactly the easiest thing in the game to like really max out and get the top potential from. So yeah, from my perspective, it's normal that, you know, the high skill movement character with like tons of reward from hitting all the knives back to back is going to be pretty good at the top level. Probably always will be.
It's just so fun to see so many changes and tweaks to Shiv, and he's still one of our most picked week in and week out, and one of the most impactful heroes that we always see. I don't know what they plan to do with him long term.
I do prefer the meta of Shiv now than the Shiv where he's like, just build like 50k souls of vitality items and like just press the ult when my teammates get people low. Like that was, I'm gonna say that was less fun than the current. I think that's maybe not the most controversial opinion.
No, not at all.
Like, at least now, it's like you can build Dispel Magic, and it's a lot harder for him to get some of those kills. But he was just, like, hyper tanky, executing 6 players in the team fight. That felt pretty bad.
And he got indirectly buffed when all the health pools got increased across the board as well. For
all the percent executes. Although now there's a lot of percent executes in the game. Like, it's not the rarest stat in the world. Looks like Florman, though, they want to force an end potentially to this game. Contesting this urn, though, very risky into this kind of a room against Dynamo. You got to really think twice about this one. Looks like the fight maybe already beginning on the mid lane. Dynamo here waiting for that one, baits it out, grabs the urn pickup away, trying to get that curse off. The Lightning Curse does come out. There's a lot of tankiness, but ABG still feeling the pressure of some of those gun carries. Basically, all the skills still being held. Maxed out here to me, though, absolutely chunks players. Even Abrams taking a nice bite out of his HP. Singularity. Looks like it's out, but he's carted away. He's carted out of the fight. There we saw that interaction. 4-4 now in the team fight, but Foreman, big net worth lead. Their strongest players still alive. ABG and Rocker just tank some of the damage. The rest of the team here to play and deal it out themselves. As this dust starts to settle, it really does feel like Foreman cleaning up. Kind of the story of the last many fights, though, right? It's been these two just soaking all the damage, and then, hey, the 4 left alive doing all the cleanup.
Space created. That's all you have to really talk about here. Snakes it down. Hydration just used to kill the DMB, which I didn't think would actually happen. Funny enough.
I don't think DMB'd it either.
Yeah, and it's just Hydration left to defend. But I do wonder if Rocane, if he got a little scared seeing Singularity being carted right at his face, not sure if it was his or the enemy's. Had to remember,
right.
Oh wait, is he on our team or not?
You know, it's just not a picture you want to see, right?
Yeah.
Singularity flying at you from across the map. A shrine here would be really rewarding to find, but it's super risky to go for with mid-boss spawning. I think Florman make a wise choice here to fall back.
Let's go blue.
I mean, it's always so big if you can find the shrine, but it feels like with this kind of a lead, you don't need it, right? Urn has been up for like a few minutes at this point. I don't know that dunking is that realistic with Owl dropping it out of Doorman's hands. Although the creeps are hitting on the base, like they know that FPS Lounge are out here looking for a team fight. ABG getting super low, dies once again before the curse. So FPS Lounge really punishing the front line of Foreman.
Have to be careful too, because mid boss is up, and if any time for FPS Lounge to go for it, I would say it's almost right now. DMB's still down. ABG's no longer there. I feel like this is almost like a you have to go for it kind of thing, because you're down. I mean, how many is this? Like 33K? They need something to get back in this.
Yeah, they do. It's pretty hard against Doorman, but they're going to go for it anyway. Xeno would, I'm sure, love to get a door in the pit and just make this really awkward. Lefa's going to be teleporting and Traveler somewhere. It just looks like he's playing the stairs here, trying to put some damage down. A cart on the Erebus stuns him into the wall. A lot of damage on the Viper. He's already going to be kind of struggling to play this fight from that position. Foreman, they know just stalling. Their players are coming back into this. AVG up in 15. FPS Lounge, once again, low across the board. This poke hurts, man. The doorbells from Xeno. The daggers from D-Mob. They're just cutting them to pieces without the engagement even really beginning. FPS Lounge strong in the room, but feels like they're being hit from all sides. Florman with the mobility advantage, kind of poking and prodding from all angles. And we've seen it quite a few times already in this game, how FPS Lounge just, once they get their back against the wall, things start to go wrong.
And like, if you go in a pit, you fight them. If you try to run away, guess what? They have a door outside a pit to continue to fight you. You can't get close no matter where you go. And there's no singularity. There's no real way to engage this fight, as the mid-boss has been dropped. Getting loaded up with
there's four bells
and a cart. Good luck in surviving through this one, as you have the size of impact.
Outlaw 6 is enough to grab one of the crystals, but will you be able to win the team fight? AVG died before the crystal came out. There's not going to be a silver in this fight. Rocane laying down damage from that stairwell. It's going to be a pretty tough place to push. Last rejuve of FPS Lounge is consumed. Foreman still working with one more. Playing this one slow and steady. Singularity, though, it's good enough. It's kind of slows things down on the D-Mob, but there's no damage to follow up onto him. The Shiv going to live through it. Looks for the executes, finds that dagger onto Hydration. I think that should be enough for the tick-out kill. Xeno grabs the finish. And AVG, man, he has taken all the deaths this game. But Foreman, I mean, maybe he's just doing his job. He's soaking in the damage, holding it down. And as the dust settles in these team fights, it just seems to be Foreman a lot stronger with their souls on the map.
I think what we just saw as well, watching that fight from D-Mo's point of view, him zoning out two players up that staircase, the rest of his team can fight, I think is just a testament to his understanding of what he needs to do in these fights, but more importantly, how these fights are kind of playing out. It was really, honestly, it's just really cool to see him do that in that sense, that his team continue to fight behind him. and the amount of raw damage he was able to do, and then of course his survivability as well off the singularity. I think there was an E shift we saw out. I didn't actually see who it was. Was it DMB? I'm assuming to survive in that singularity. But all in all, I mean, Foreman, they still have the lead. They have at least one Reju crystal left, and they do have this base already cracked open. That left-hand shrine is extremely low on health. But I don't think they can just push in for it just yet. They need the reinforcements, and the reinforcements are coming. You can see them just coming down the zip line in mid lane, and they even get an initial door over onto Leffa, who might not survive getting out of this.
Yeah, it's going to give them the opportunity to set up on the team fight. The Owl comes in over the top, stuns a couple players from the floor, and Singularity, rather, Quantum Entanglement comes out from Hydration to pull Leffa out of trouble. Foreman pretty low across the board, and with only one Reju to play with, I think they'd be wise to play things a little bit cautiously. The shrine is so low. The creep. Someone's going to kill the creep, please. You're kidding me. Jason, if that shrine dies to this creep with snakes 2 inches away, I'm going to lose it.
Let's go blue.
Please don't lose it. I need you to stay here. But
I will lose it.
You could just blow air on it and it's gonna fall down. Oh, we can see you're actually
this bird?
to initiate that fight.
I saw this was on 6 players. All 6 hitting with the bird. MVG just got smoked, man. But the fight is just too. I mean, it looks like such a great start to the fight from low main before, man. Navigate their way through that. Here they go, picking up the shrine, playing around the door, making sure they don't take any kind of a risk here. Leffa is also sieging the base here, trying to maybe get a shrine trade of his own. It's just going to be AVG going back to deal with him, but can AVG actually take the 1v1 Mirage? This is not an easy hero to battle in a one-on-one, but you don't necessarily need to win it. You just need to keep Leffa occupied. Lycan Curse comes off. Silence Wave comes in, has to dispel that. But the Lycan Curse, one of the better 1v1 tools in the game. Still Mirage, one of the better 1v1 heroes in the game. Eventually, Leffa is going to create enough space and time for him to teleport back to base and get into this team fight, which is actually going decently for FPS Lounge. Still, TPing into this spot might have been just a little bit too greedy. League is still healthy, still strong, and with a gun buff to boot, Geist, an absolute menace on the server right now, Jason.
That was honestly like such a sick dispel magic too. The sound spray came on through. I didn't even realize he dispelled magic off, so we could actually dirt devil away from this one. Oh, this might be an overcommand of Erebus. The rake cleans him up, but it'll still be a 1-for-1 trade. And I think honestly FPS Lounge are going to be happy for that. DMB down for 85 seconds, and they're trying to get this urn in. Was that D-Mob running it in, or was that Hydration? He scared him off. I mean, that's still a free turn for them if they can just pick it up. But instead, they're going for the push. They're going for the finish.
There's solo singularity on Geist. You don't have much choice. You got to stop her from doing damage, but she still has that swap online. She's going to pop it instantly, take down Hydration. And Lady Geist standing tall, a 9 streak for a League. Now it's his turn to be the hyper carry for this squad, and he has delivered into this one. Tyler San slows things down, curses a couple players, but Floorman refusing to take no for an answer. Low main now, the last player alive to defend in the pit, and ultimately League gets the job done. Really wild game on this one, but in the end, Floorman played a pretty straight up battle. The only thing I would say is like a little bit wild this game is the amount of times Abrams and Silver just tank the gank, die immediately in the team fight, and Floorman just still win because the other 4 are so healthy and so effective at fighting as a unit. But FPS Lounge, they go for a bit of a wild and wonky draft with double carry plus Gun Viper, and it doesn't work out for them here in game 1.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm so distracted by Shoppy dancing. I'm so jealous of those moves, but you're so right, man. Like, I think AVG, people are gonna be like, oh, AVG, he sucks because he's died like 20 times in 2 games. But you know what? He's gonna be laughing as he cashes in his channel points from that match, which I'm assuming he bet on himself again. But still, like he's in here.
He's grooving.
But the thing is, it's about doing your job. It's about doing your role. And if your role is to create the space, to soak the damage, soak the abilities so your teammates can kill, then you're doing your job and you're winning games. Why would you care what people think if you're dying? Because you're winning the matches, and that's all that matters at the end of the day.
Exactly right. Takes the team. You know, it's different strategies can work, and it's sort of a way to deal with the Dynamo. It's like, hey, you send a guy in to die to the Dynamo, and then if the enemy team can only fight with the Singularity, you still have like a healthy Lady Geist holding down the back line. By the way, I really think we got to give a lot of credit to League this game. Like, not only like this exchange on the lane, which I think we joined like late when he was already on this Mirage dive. Okay, nice little movement from him though. Off the zip, into the wall bounce, into the Kobe nade on Leffa. So some nice movement being showcased from both sides. But the fact that you're able to get a victorious lane on Geist, I think is generally way better than you can expect. By the way, Viper testing DMB, test passed. Right there, Nox Nostra just eats that snake for dinner.
Yeah, little bit squishy as Viper, so is Mina, to be fair. But when you open up the Nox Nostra, get him down to about half HP before you even have to rake him, that's not a great sign here. But this dive as well onto Leffa, I think it just really put the foot down for Foreman, that they were just committed to one goal, and it was just to punish Leffa and to get these walkers down. But honestly, the MVP moment for me, it's Xeno again. I mean, I know we're not done with the series so far, but the fact that he was able to just buy so much time with all these call bells consistently whenever the rejuve was dropping was so cool to see, because we haven't really seen Dorman much the last how many months. I think the last time we really saw him was when it was Gun Dorman, and then that got nerfed to hell, and then he disappeared off the face of the earth. But to come into this game back to back with Dorman, is it going to be ban worthy? I'm actually starting to lean towards yes, because the amount of control it gives Dorman in mid is insane.
Yeah, the ability to come in and out of the mid-boss pit at will and like to back out to a really conservative, safe position is really game-changing, right? And, you know, and just in the end, you're like, you have some decent spirit nukes. We saw some value from the luggage card playing into the singularity, looked pretty nice. We saw, I feel like those Baroness hotels really do have a pretty meaningful amount of impact, whether they're setting up for a quick gank or just, hey, lock up the carry for 5 seconds. He's out of the fight. We can kind of like go for kills during that moment. That's worth it. So I kind of agree with you. I think I was questioning to see the Doorman picked in the top 3, but the way Xeno's playing it, I maybe have to take that back, eat my words, and say, hey, this Doorman is absolutely performing. Look at the damage. Great. I mean, he's almost as much damage as Geist. What the heck? That is way more than I thought on a relatively supporty Doorman. I mean, I guess he is mostly building Spirit Nuker, but still, the League has a crazy game on Geist this game, and Xeno is almost equaling his damage with about 2/3 of the soul count. That is crazy.
I don't even think we can call him supporty. Like, what item does he have that makes him supporty?
I guess I just like low econ, right? Like, he's not farming up in the side lane. He's being active in the early game fights, you know? But like the fact that he still has impact like this is crazy.
I got you, but I'm more leaning towards a sense of like, he's not playing Kelvin, he's not playing Ivy. I mean, even to be fair, his Ivy did have massive impact because he would go Echo Shard Stone Form and he would just stomp you repeatedly and then do insane amount of damage. But I feel like Xeno's support, quote unquote, has always leaned towards him being a damage dealer, and it gives you that like 6-man that you wouldn't really expect. Like if you look over maybe towards like Saint and EU, I don't think Saint would put up numbers like Xeno is doing. And I think that's just kind of the player Xeno is. We talked about him being like a Yamato one trick back in the day, but he's making the support role work for him, and it's making it work in the style that he wants to play, and the team is playing around that. You can talk about Doorman, you know, all you want individually, but the Doorman doesn't work unless the team plays around the Doorman as well. So I feel like they're really facilitating him well to excel.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Also, I love D-Mob's build this game, man. Sees like enemy team has a bit of an overemphasis on the gun damage, has plated bullet resilience and return fire. Like that is devious. Like he is not taking bullet damage into this one. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's like D-Mob's actually, it's actually kind of crazy how, like, I think you might be right. I think he's like sub 10 deaths in like the last 3 weeks of multiple games, which is absurd.
How do you kill what cannot die? I think that's the question FPS Lounge need to ask themselves in this break here before we get to the next draft, because it is proving to be a formidable task for melee creeps and now for FPSL.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. We got all that and more, the conclusion of this series, potentially over in 2. I mean, Foreman put up a real strong showing in game 1. Still, FPS Lounge, smart team. I bet they can adapt, but they can find something on the other side of this break. We'll be right back. You're with the Night Shift.
Deadlock is a game where information matters. Until now, you've had to keep track of all of it in your head. The TrackLock app changes that, offering in-game overlays with real-time stat comparisons, dynamic timers, and permanent buff tracking. Before the game even starts, you can get key information on your opponents and allies with our match scouting feature, and access the most up-to-date hero builds, tier lists, and player profiles with data synced directly from the game. Your new go-to companion for Deadlock, download the TrackLock app today.
In the next 5 seconds, you'll see an idea go from sketch to clay to shape, and become a website. Acting on your curiosity feels like a way to bend reality. Wix Harmony works the same way. You just describe an idea to Aria, Wix's new website agent, like you're brainstorming out loud, and then it becomes real. From there, you can take on the reins to adjust it as you like, because all the ideas you have should have a place in the world. Whether it's clay or whatever you're dreaming up, it all starts the same way. From your mind to your online space, this is a new way to create a website.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the night shift. If you're just joining us from the NA portion of the show and getting down to it here, Jason, in the money match for NA, we've got Floormen up 1-0 over our previous champion FPS Lounge after a pretty big statement victory here in game one.
Yeah, previous champion for the last 2 weeks running, trying to defend their title for a third time, man. And honestly, with how that first game played out, I would be a little bit worried. I think there's a lot of things that they need to ban away, but they only have 2 slots to do so. Just keep in mind, we had Infernus banned out by FPS Lounge last time, but Shiv has been a problem. Doorman's been a problem. It's a lot of decisions they need to make here going into the second game.
Yeah, I do think they kind of found themselves in a bit of an odd draft in game one. So I feel like if you could just kind of stabilize things, you know, lower the temperature a little bit, you might be able to find a bit of a better look. They also have more control now, being able to pick what side of the draft they'll be on. We're getting the draft ready for you guys. But of course, before we do that, we got to give a quick shout out to one of our lovely sponsors. If you've been digging some of the graphs, some of the data we've been having on stream, you got to check out the TrackLock desktop app, guys. Totally free to use. There's a ton of features on this thing. I use it now all the time when I play Deadlock. Not only does it make it easier for you to access your data about what's going on in the game with an up-to-date match profile, but there's a ton of info there about your stats, about everything. So we can take a look at that if we've got it ready on the production side.
Yeah,
here we can see.
You were talking about how you use it to like check out individual players. I like using it to check out like my individual, like my permanent buffs to kind of see where I'm tracked across the board. Because I think one thing that is, you know, massively missing in the game is to be able to track this, and the fact that the TrackLock app gives the ability to track. I keep saying track. Being able to see their goal and statue buffs, but also like your like souls per minute, and kind of keep an idea of like where you want to be at and where you're kind of lacking. You can kind of analyze your own play quite well with it.
Yeah, exactly, and keep an eye on you know how you're doing in one game versus another. I feel like this in-game tracker is letting you kind of keep an eye on what your skill is looking like and how you're doing is always pretty nice. Take a look at a little match code I played. I hope I don't feed right here. It looks like I'm feeding here. Rip.
I mean, of course production hit you with that. But, I mean, they found the exact moment that you died, but also be able to see like all the other players in the lobby and kind of like what their win rate is on their specific hero that they're playing, how well they've been playing lately as well. I think it's such a cool feature to let you know in that match, like who's going to be my biggest threats that I have to worry about.
Yeah, and how experienced people are on the heroes they play. I always check my lane partner. I'm like, is this the first time they played this character, or do they have some reps on it? It'll kind of, you know, change my approach to the game. I always think it's nice info to have. Which this is like one thing. This is like the tools for the live game, but I also think for a lot of people who just aren't even worried about like in terms of like the assist in the live game, what they're actually doing, but to be able to look at like what are pro players doing, what are like the meta heroes, what are the meta builds. Check out some of the like the leaderboard, see what the top players are doing, take a look at some of the top items. Like for me, there's just a lot of rich data on this app that if you have the desktop app, it's just so much easier to access. So shout out to production helping us take a look. But we can take a look at some of the builds. Even like, look, you can like see what Listic's doing. Check out some of the top players on the leaderboard. What's the data? Listic is a filthy Bebop spammer. He's joining the ranks of the proud Bebop enjoyers.
You can even see the activity when they're playing as well. That's kind of cool to be able to like know when those people are actually like playing their matches, when you can try to Q snipe them. I mean, he's playing a lot of Bebop, a 50% win rate on it. It's not, I mean, it's not the best win rate, but it's not the worst win rate whatsoever. And you can see who he's been playing with as well. Yeah, I mean, honestly, there's just so much information to gain from this. And I think, honestly, if you're a player who wants to actually improve their gameplay and wants a way to like figure out what do I need to improve on, I think this app gives you such an easy way to do so to help you improve yourself.
Dang, look at Dynamo, man. Dynamo is taking Deadlock by storm. Dynamo actually might get nerfed with stats like this. I feel like he will. Infernus also super high up there. Interesting that like...
What's that 7 doing up there? Number one. Right. What's happening with that?
7 is like a crazy... 7 is the opposite balance problem of Shiv. Like 7 is the Shiv of low elo. It's like press ulti, do big damage in area, good. Like I am
you
strong.
Dying again. Wow, our production's really doing a great job of showing off your depth.
Tap back in for that. Come on now. Come on now. Cut this. All right, we won the game, Jason. We won the game. I'll have
That's
you
all
know.
matters.
We got the dub. I made John proud. That's what I was playing for there. But that's
you were
the TrackLock app,
the AVG role, right? Where you just like
I was taking the deaths. Somebody had to do it. John wasn't gonna die for the team, so I had to do it. I had to put my life on the line. That's just I'm a selfless guy like that. But you guys download the TrackLock app. It supports not only what they're doing with the app, but also us, and it's totally free to use. So it's like you don't have to pay anything. You can a lot of extra data help you level up your Deadlock game. You can do ! TrackLock in the chat. It'll pop up all the right links. You can just Google search TrackLock. Pretty easy to find their app. Pretty easy to get the download. So huge shout out to them.
Don't go search.
Use our links.
Use our link.
Yes, true. That's what that is. That's true. That is a good point. All right, guys. I think we got the draft ready to get into this game.
Goober. Jake, you're a Bebop spammer. I played against your Bebop less than a week ago. You're the Bebop spammer. We have
I'm saying he's joining the proud ranks of the filthy Bebop spammers. I am a Bebop spammer. Although I'm becoming even filthier. I'm becoming an Infernus spammer. I gotta enjoy Dash Furnace for like the next week because you know that's not lasting. It's just
the thing is, you did it.
This coming from the guy who played Junkrat. I'm just saying.
That is true. That is true. That's the real OGs know. You know, somebody made a Riptire.
Am I lagging or is he lagging? I can't tell. I don't hear him anymore.
He died. Well,
He died.
I'm not hearing anything.
Jake's dead. I think there, he's back. He's back.
Am I back?
He's back.
Okay. Well, maybe
that was
my
the
mic's
Riptire
not-
hitting his mic.
The Riptire hit my mic. It popped it, destroyed me. But I was gonna say somebody made a Riptire joke in my Deadlock game, and like half the lobby didn't get it, and I realized I may have outlived the Riptire joke. Someday it will have, I will outlast.
Well, we have the same bands coming on through from last time, and so far the same picks coming on through. So it looks like FPS Lounge, or we're just running back the first draft. I don't know. It seems like they're still happy picking the Dynamo first, but as you pointed out, Jake, I'm hoping they do pick a little bit differently this time, because that squishy lineup that they had, it just could not handle D-Mov and Xeno and League. It handled the AVG pretty well, though. Let's be honest.
The city could use some new blood.
Oh, his mic's gone again. Man, these Riptires. Did you echo shot or Riptires?
What's going on,
thing?
Mike? I don't know, man. This is crazy. You think I do this job for a living or something? I was just really surprised. Like, there's zero change in the draft so far. FPS Lounge took first pick. The draft is completely identical from game one so far. You really, I would be shocked if they don't change something.
He's okay. There, I think he noticed it.
Thanks.
You
for the
were that invested in the draft that you didn't notice it.
I had to see the chat. Just so you did.
I think you broke him. I think you broke Jake.
Oh, that killed me. I saw the chat and I was like, wait, and then I looked up.
Wait, production, can we get a clarification on what time the Riptire was? Thank you.
We're getting so deep into this one. Wait, was Mirage drafted in the same spot before?
Yep.
Am I taking crazy pills?
No. It was Viper then Mirage.
But it's like effectively the same, right? Because these are the same picks. Okay,
Ooh.
they take the Doorman away. I already like this a lot. I think the Doorman is a better hero than Viper. If you were to put it in the last draft, like Viper just kind of fell out of place, not getting economy with the gun build. And I think the Doorman has started to look, to your point, like something you really want to contest.
I think it takes Shiv now for Foreman to maintain.
So you need a monster hunter.
All right. So now the question is, what's Xeno gonna play? Because obviously Ivy was in his kit.
I think Ivy would be really good with this draft, right? You got Silver and Shiv. You could like drop, do the dive bombs with Silver and Shiv, fly them in. Like, you got really good heroes for like the aggressive tempo that Ivy likes to play.
AVG, come here. I got something to show you.
Yo, AVG, let me take you to their base. AVG, come on, bro. Come on. Just this once. Let me take you into the base.
So the final ban that came through, I actually don't remember. Who was it for FPS Lounge?
What did they ban last? I think it was Lash they banned out.
Yeah.
As, kind of make it pretty awkward to Dynamo ulti and commit on it. So maybe that just same ban comes out again. Okay, Viper. All right. I will say, I think the Viper would have fit really well for Floorman, and if FPS Lounge don't want to contest it, but you could just grab Venator here. I feel like this is just a straightforward Venator pick for Floorman.
Yeah, but
crazy.
Who's going to play it, though? Because DMB is going to have
Rocker. One of the carries can play Venator. Surely anybody, like, top-ranked carry player is playing a little bit of Venator right now.
Well,
and they're not going to take it.
Yeah, they're protecting Rocker's pick of Abrams here. So they do leave Venator open, but I feel like FPS Lounge is kind of like a perfect pick for you, honestly. Like,
yeah,
using the doors as well to gut shot.
I will say, I do kind of like the Abrams in theory against Doorman, because if you can pin the Doorman like away from his door, he's super squishy and easy to kill, and you just like movement control people off of the door, right? When people are just like standing on the threshold of the door, coming in and coming out, they're so hard to deal with, but that also makes them really vulnerable to getting just Abrams shoulder charged into a really bad spot, because the door is obviously such an easy place to sort of sneak up on typically. So I like the Abrams pick, but it feels kind of rough that you had to give up Apollo and Venator to get it.
I mean, but they didn't care last time. Remember, they didn't bother to go for those. They went Abrams. They had Geist.
True.
I think, and then they just had to pick like a Xeno hero. So it's kind of pretty much status quo from the first game, just some slightly different pickups.
You were looking to summon a god, right?
Oh, they get the Lash.
They get the Lash instead of the Doorman this time. And I will say I do like Lash right now. I think this character offers a lot, especially in this draft where Venator and Mirage are just they're just gonna kind of walk around on the low ground doing their thing. But like these are pretty vulnerable heroes to getting death slammed and pulled out of position, which for Venator it's like all about positioning, right? It's all about controlling the tempo of the fight and kind of, you know, keeping the enemy in front of you, keeping them corralled, you know, put the traps between you and them. But Lash ults you deep into the thick of the fight, and you are not going to last long, given the floor man draft that we have here. Like a lot of aggressive frontline damage. And hey, shout out Apply for the raid, man. Much love, Apply. Damn, we're going mega Overwatch throwback stream. I saw Vol was co-streaming, my old Overwatch teammate, and the Drifter. What is it?
I don't hate
Jason's, he's smelling something. Something's getting stinky.
And my dog walked in the room and just ripped a fat one and left. No, I get it, because the doors plus the eternal darkness or eternal night, like how do you fight around that? Like you can't see the doors. I'm also stretching it here to find some sort of reason to pick it.
I think this is all right. I do like it. I like the draft more than last game. I will say I do like the draft more than last time, but I just feel like Floormen have this like front to back super sick fighting comp with all these heroes who can do super well. I do mind, you're right. Maybe Eternal Night injects that level of chaos that like for Dynamo in particular, right? We were asking last game, like who's gonna like sort of start the fight for Dynamo so that he can get the good singularity. Drifter, Apollo, and Doorman. Okay, now you have a much more convincing group of 3 to make those possibilities happen. And maybe also some more damage maybe to pour in, but Drifter has been a character that historically has just not done well in competitive play. Like the ability of really communicative, high skill teams to coordinate when they're blinded by Eternal Night. It's like, yeah, you can't see, but if you're communicating really well, if you kind of all play on the same page, you know, it feels like you can kind of counterplay it. And then you're like just a little bit of a mediocre carry hero on Drifter. That's sort of what it feels like to me. Like you have a nice ultimate-ish, it's like okay. But in the end, if you don't like snowball off kills, you end up feeling really weak in the late game.
Help me out here, Jake, because I cannot remember for the life of me. Can you alt cast your baggage cart to push your friends?
Yes, it does push allies. Can you cart your own Dynamo thing? Yes, I think you can.
I don't think you'll do it.
Good, but it would be funny. It would be really funny.
I think for FPS Lounge though, this is a mid-boss contest, or like mid-boss fight. It
is a scary comp for mid boss. Like the Doorman alone is crazy on mid boss. Dynamo as well, but Floormen have, I think, reasonable tools themselves. You know, with Lash and Abrams, right? With like, especially if Abrams gets max ulti. I mean, that's generally going to be very late into the game, but that unstoppable from max ulti on Abrams can be a problem for Dynamo. And Lash ulti is just always going to be pretty solid in the mid boss bit.
I'm just worried though, with the Eternal Darkness, you can kind of limit Lash's ability to hit big grounds or death slams out in the open. But also, I think going back to a point I made in the last game of like Xeno, he built full damage. Like there was nothing supporty about his build when it came to Doorman. I believe he's going to be on Lash this game. That would make the most sense to me. And again, Lash can be one of those heroes you don't have to have a high eco on to be effective.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think, am I crazy? Did we see Xeno play Abrams before? I feel like Lash is, I don't know if Xeno does or does not play Lash. I do think Lash is one of those characters though that you need like a lot of reps on to feel good on. Like it's like a very tech heavy character. I don't think we're gonna just throw that to like, oh, whoever it fits. I think you're gonna really maybe prioritize Lash being on a player who really, you know, is comfortable on the character, and then the other roles like Abrams and probably more likely Silver to be put in as fills. Once again though, it's a pretty unconventional draft from FPS Lounge. I think like, I do agree that like I think it's a better draft than game 1, but the Drifter alone throws a huge element of chaos into this game. Like how does he do on the early roams? Are you able to find those kills? I mean, Drifter inherently is a bit feast or famine, and it really feels like in professional play, it's been mostly famine. So that's just, I think more it's like historically we have not seen the hero do well, but hey, maybe this is the time for FPS Lounge to kind of prove us wrong on that front.
You know what I don't get though about this is that if you're FPS Lounge, you saw Mina was first picked for Floormen. Did you need to pick Mirage then, or could you have just taken Billy?
That's a good point. I mean, I do think there's always the possibility of them going the Mirage and the Mina. Like, I don't think that's out of the question. I think you probably would take Mirage over Geist. I don't know. It's reasonable. It's like debatable, for sure.
I'm just thinking because I mean, maybe they're intending to run like this kind of lineup, but Philly was kind of important to the success last week when they took down melee creeps, and they've been unable to get it a single time because it's been banned out on the turn every single time now. So I don't know, maybe that was something they could have done. I mean, obviously we'll see how it plays out here. Maybe we'll get to a third map. But I think from what I'm understanding, you're still kind of leaning Floriman's way here.
I think so. I mean, this is like stable, it's conventional. And honestly, I think when it comes to a high stakes situation, you'd rather be the team just that's kind of like running something solid that you feel good about. I do think low main on the doorman, if there was going to be a player who's an X factor in this game, it's going to be him. Like if he can find some of these like big moments that set the team up for a winning team fight, that could really move the needle this game. However, on the other side, you got D-Mob on Shiv, which is always going to be a pretty scary matchup to go again.
Yeah, that needle's been moved back by T-Mob mocking in the Shiv yet again here. I will not be surprised to see him have a deathless game if they do win this one yet again. And Erebus, I mean, the thing is, Erebus kind of, I think for us, he kind of came out of the blue. Maybe not you, because you're playing at E6, Mr. Big Baller there. But in terms of like competitive play, he kind of came out of the blue, and he brought this like aura of bebop. I want to hope he can have a similar aura when it comes to Drifter, because I think they're going to need it, honestly, if they want to have a big game here. Again, there's just so many mouths to feed. I think there's not as many mouths to feed as there was previously, with just Mirage and Venom to be your main two focus. But like a Drifter with no farm is going to do nothing. I think an Apollo with no farm is going to do nothing. And I think with low main hydration, you can kind of get away with being extremely low farm, though I don't think low main likes to play with low farm.
Yeah, I do think Drifter is going to be maybe a little bit more relevant on low eco than Viper, but to some extent it does suffer from the same problem. Like in the end, you're a damage hero, right? Like you have some nice sort of utility skills, but realistically, you're like 90% of your kit is dealing damage, and you know, having your own personal kills on the game, especially with that kill scaling. So a lot ends up being dictated by your ability to find those in the mid game. And for Erebus, I feel like the fact that format of just opening ban Bebop, like, I don't think anyone else is opening banning Bebop. This is for sure like a personal ban for Erebus. This is like saying you don't really think Erebus is going to be able to play something else. You're like, you know, calling his hero pool into question. And so for Erebus, game one, kind of a vindication of that strategy, right? The Viper didn't feel good. It felt like a really awkward and forced pick for them. Game two, he's on the Drifter. Certainly paints a picture of like there is a way to defeat this team. Just don't let Erebus play Bebop ever. Like it's like thinking about what people did to Ido back in the day. It was just like, do not let Ido play Pocket ever. He's first banned every game. It did make Ido, I think, a much stronger player to go through that, but in the moment, it is a good strategy.
I'm kind of surprised you went with Hido there, actually. I thought you'd go for like the 1-1 with John, because he came out as like a massive Bebop player that got banned away, and it called into question his pool in particular. And it took him a little bit to kind of show off that he could flex around to some other heroes like Warden, for instance, which is still one of the heroes mainly in his kit, and then Geist later on thereafter. But yeah, I mean, I think with the pressure on Erebus, he needs to show he can flex out to other heroes and have a similar, if not better, effect when it comes to it. And we'll find out, obviously, when it comes into the Drifter, which I think this is the first time he's played Drifter in Night Shift.
I mean, we see this hero like once every couple months, right? It's like one of our least played.
That, yeah.
Yeah, it's like one of the least played heroes in competitive. I think mostly because, right, like in theory, you know, the communication of a competitive team is like the counter to the, you know, isolating people with the Eternal Night. It's good advice for people playing pubs. Like, you got to get on the mic and communicate with one another when people are hit by the darkness. Make sure you stay on the same page. But even that, like, it's pretty rare for people to be all on their lonesome in a pub game, or rather, it's not in a pub game. It's very common. But
don't upload your videos to YouTube. Upload to Restream, where we will live stream it to YouTube and all your platforms at once. Get ready for 5 times more engagement and views. Oh, the algorithms love streams and engagement, rewarding you with even more views. While you, sure, that works, upload and stream from Restream.
I mean, we'll be the first to follow. That was in the mid lane, with AVG picking up that kill. And already, just like last game, Florman off to a strong start here, though. DMB has seen better times with his help pool.
Yeah, a lot of damage in mid. Bit of a catch here on Rokane. It's a kill AVG would love to be able to find. He's thinking about going for a dive on this. Ooh, even gets a parry. Lomane got greedy. This time, though, he gives the parry right back. And with the help of the tower, we'll be able to get that kill. But you probably filed that under worth for AVG. Slow down Rokane. Deny him a little bit of that farm. Wise play from Dorman, though. He's going to save the wave so the Venator gets all that farm. DMB looks like he's shooting at the Dorman, but in fact, he's just looking to steal those creeps away from under his nose.
Yeah.
I actually do wonder, was that parry intentional, or was he just trying to parry the Guardian and low main just happened to melee? I think a little bit of column A, a little bit column B on that one.
I will say it's probably kind of a grief for low main to throw a heavy melee on somebody who's running under the Guardian, who almost certainly is going to parry. So he's probably going to be kicking himself for that one. Rokane is going to be kicking him for it too, because he's the one who died.
I mean, I can't talk smack after that highlight reel of my parries happened on the night shift, however long ago that was.
I think I parried you like 10 times.
Well, we won the game, so I did my job, I guess. No, but in this one, with a strong start though out of DMB and AVG this time, I kind of do worry. I mean, it's not that big a lead so far. We do have. I don't know how I feel about like this Dynamo Mirage lane. I think it obviously does offer you the flexibility to get away from the gap closing ability out of Shiv. You can, I guess, do some decent poke, but we're seeing a bit of a switch up in hydration in more of a safe lane, I would say, than compared to last in mid.
Yeah, it is nice having both Tornado and Quantum to be able to like break the Shiv's knife chains. So he's just like not gonna be able to keep those on you. Mirage always likes to sustain, but Dynamo is taking a lot of punishment in this one. And I always feel like once Geist gets this Radiant Regeneration item online, it really makes the lane pretty difficult against her. She just sustains so well. It really mitigates kind of the biggest downside of the hero of the skills doing damage to you.
Yeah, for sure. And obviously, maxing up the Essence Bomb as well at the moment, currently at tier 2. Looking to really continue this harass as much as possible. I'm mostly curious how this mid lane has been going, to be honest, because that's where DMB really got things going in the beginning.
Oh, nice riposte on the charge there. Really well played from Snakes. Rocker was trying to bait it out, but waited for the perfect moment.
And there is some kill potential on this left-hand side when we get these ultimates. Like Xeno, get a nice death slam into like a shoulder charge. I think the only problem is it's really hard to hit that on the Snakes. I think Erebus has to be your primary target unless you have that riposte gone.
Yeah, riposte and Tyler San give you a lot of movement capabilities. Bit of an attempt here. Onto the Lash, trying to keep the Lash low, so he's a little bit scared to commit. Disengaging Sigil doesn't actually connect onto Lash there. It's going to mean Xeno has enough health. Keep looking on some. He also has 20 charges, Resto Locket, so actually kind of holding back a little bit on his true power here. Could absolutely take the fight to the opposition if he sees the chance.
Not even his final form yet, man. Singularity is ready to be used here for hydration. Being forced to retreat back under his own tower. He's got his Resto Locket as well. We're at 5 stacks. I'm pretty confident to say we have at least like 5 or 6 Resto Lockets at this point in the game. And you can see D-Mob just constantly harass up the side with serrated blades, and that's going to be. I don't actually know what caught Xeno there. But he goes down.
Popped. Yeah, looks like some burst damage from Apollo. The Italo San committed. It looks like when we were off cam, there was a big exchange of ultimates on this lane. Everybody's low, but in the end, FPS Lounge are the ones standing. Really focused on the lanes right now. Everyone wants to break those Guardians first, and it looks like Drifter is going to get his wish. So Erebus has played nice, stable early game. I will say this is a really important moment for the character where you need to come out of the lane strong. Nice Singularity comes out, denying Geist the chance to hit that HP swap. Getting that clean kill on her, and maybe another Guardian to go down here.
It's going to be a big change of momentum for FPS Lounge. A good bounce back after the slaughter that was game 1. As quickly we did see the Guardian be taken the left-hand side. We also see one get popped in the mid lane, and it cost AVG his life. But currently 2-1 in favor of FPS Lounge. Erebus may potentially get himself a solo kill. Can't quite hit any of his abilities, though, unfortunately.
Yeah, misses the blood mark. Mina's turning around with the Nox Nostra, and it's actually able to burst low main down. Low main was just looking for that last little bit of damage to finish the kill, but DMB, great read to turn that around and find a kill of his own. Still, when you look at the Guardian HP trade, it's not just a win, it's dominant here for FPS Lounge. They're up 4k souls, and their 2 Guardians and side lanes are very healthy. Looks like it's going to change pretty quick, though. No one's here to defend this one. AVG and League pick that one up. But Rokane is going to be able to go to a very healthy Guardian lane and have a really nice position to farm up on this Venator.
And AVG's committing a lot to this one, trying to go for the chase down hydration. Oh my, I don't want to say it, but man, every time we go to AVG, he's getting parried here. He's still going to continue the chase. Like,
might still be able to get this kill, though. Parried to the teleport is not that big of a deal. Still gets the teleport through.
He jumped over the Connect Pulse as well, so he didn't get knocked up for the confirmed damage. That was really well done.
They're looking for more here on this lane, but Drifter maybe trying to find some counter kills back. Rocker's super low on this Abrams. But Mina doesn't have the Sanguine, doesn't even have a Resto Locket able to be popped, so she looks like she's gonna get run down here by Snakes, who is on the case, trying to sniff her out. It's a nice little heal you can pick up on the creeps. So Apollo gonna do her the justice of giving her some more stamina. He's just gonna teleport away, so it looks like DMB actually has slipped away on that one. Still though, the punish is not gonna come in onto the hero, it's coming in onto the Walker.
Yeah, and I mean, AVG's gonna get a free earn turn in. If we can see Foreman actually defend this Walker, it would be massive with 3 players there. I don't see any world that Foreman keep it up. So FPS Lounge, a good response out of them. Get something out of nothing, but then you be careful to defend their own Walker. The last time we saw this happen in the previous game, that's exactly what Foreman did.
I like that little move from Rocker to clear the wave and slip away with his life. Definitely a scary place. Iradomini comes out. You're going to try and burst down the Silver before she can get into the Lycan Curse. Does pop the Curse, but in the end, the Italo San more than enough damage to finish the kill. Erebus, critical HP, does get run down by Dimov. Bled out from the knives. Looks like a little bit of a fight breaking out here on this left side of the map. Left has coming into this one as well, starting to build up some of those key spikes on Mirage. Still a very even game. But that's a lot of ults expended for FPS Lounge. Might be a little bit of a power play in the ultimate economy for Floorman.
One thing I am seeing here, this is looking very reminiscent of a build that we saw Leffa do quite a bit ago. With the Mystic Vulnerability and having Erebus with the Spirit Strike, you shred so much Spirit resistance off the target that your Jin's Mark can just pop people. I think when I was watching it back, he was doing like 1,200, 1,600 Jin Mark procs. Obviously, it has been tweaked since then. There's a really big world where Leffa can just pull out some insane damage numbers. As somehow the Baroness Hotel comes out in the middle of a Nox Nostra onto DMB. But he has
starts to cast
away from this
before he gets silence. Sanguine though still available for Mina, so it looks like she's gonna be able to slip away to the high ground. Has a Dispel Magic. Probably doesn't even need to use it into this one. And hold on, Leffa finds himself pretty deep. Has gone for the high damage build. Doesn't have the most tankiness. There's more players coming in. Big burst of spirit damage followed up now by Dimov. Across the map though, Snakes does find League, so trade of some of the carries into this one. Foreman though, bringing the numbers, trying to overwhelm, trying to get the finish kill onto a very critical low main. The bullet shot on the Erebus is going to ensure that they can find him as well. Doorman somehow slips away from that, maybe takes a quick walk through one of his signature doors. But all in all, it's a pretty dominant fight for the Foreman, finding a few kills across the map.
And they get themselves a Walker too. There's no one to contest this one. No one's healthy enough to do so, as Lomin's forced to run back to base. And Hydration is, well, not necessarily out of position, but I don't think he can slow defend this himself either. It looks like they're actually going to retreat away. I think it was Leffa. Yeah, he actually traveled back in to make sure to hold on to it.
Yeah, and Singularity online for Hydration, so you're really scared of like committing there and having Dynamo come in and just brutally punish you. So you get a lot of damage to where when the Walker's that low, it's like, it's going to be pretty easy at some point later in the game for, you know, one player to slip in and finish off that burst. Still, it's souls you don't have in your pocket right now that you would rather have. So it's always nice, I think, for FPS Launch when they can make the hold.
We're about a minute away, though, Jake, from the next buffs. And, of course, next Earn's Fun on in. And I think that's going to be the next big point of action. He's going to be able to survive through this one initially for League. But Low means he'll be there to close out the kills. They take the Geist down. They set themselves up nice to take away a lot of jungle. And more importantly, set themselves up for these buffs to come on. Come on, line. And Dimov is, he's trying to defend his jungle, actually. Now it's, I think, Xeno trying to escape from this one on the right-hand side of the map.
Opening passage. I bet they're hiding in
Yeah, Doorman just playing around the doors, right? Being really aggressive on the opponent's side of the map, just kind of baiting anybody looking for fights, knows that if things go wrong, he can always just door himself out of there. Looks like it's going to be a fight over this right side buff, though. Abrams showing a bit of face, putting some pressure on a Doorman, who, pretty strong hero to be able to try to challenge on this high ground, though.
I see Abrams. I see Shiv.
We're seeing League be left alone to go against the left on the left-hand side, using DMB for more of a, I guess, mid-game power spike here, since you can rotate in for these buffs and the Earn spawning on in. There's a, I don't know, I'm looking at like Snakes. I guess he's pushing out the lane here, but he's not going to be here for the initial take of any of this. It's not going to seem to matter. Trading 1-for-1 in buffs. Lee getting the movement buff, and Rokaine getting the gun buff on Venator. The perfect buff at the perfect time.
Yeah, it's a nice one. Nox Nostra, though, putting huge damage on Hydration. He's critical HP, needs to play his way out of this one. Singularity, though, is deployed, getting a little bit of value out of that before he does go down. Baroness Hotel now puts DMB away, but the lash hold is big onto 2. Doorman trying to desperately get back to his door and back out to safety. Gonna try and continue to put down what damage he can and playing that movement game. But it looks like Silver, yeah, he didn't close the door. Silver Shiv come right on through, chasing down these kills. Demov is healthy, man. You do not want to challenge the Shiv, even with that gun buff. Rokane doing what damage he can, though, trying to back off players from the Floorman. But in the end, it's quite a few kills. 3-4-0, I believe, in favor of the Floorman.
This could be an earned turn and a Walker take after as well. That Singularity is down for such a long time. There's not like Floorman has any buffs themselves, sorry, any ultimates online for themselves, but they already do have a wave shoving. Immediately, FPS
it's going to be tight
to defend against this. I don't see him actually getting
nice melee. Great contest from Hydration. Does knock the urn out of Abrams' hands. Going to slow things down. Dynamo with the tankiness to take that risk, but big pin from Abrams. And look at the lifesteal. The book doing everything here. Hydration running out of gas, getting chased down by Abrams. It's going to be enough to just back him off completely. Wait, looks like that Solar though was grabbed by Snakes in the Chaos and going to Taliosan out of there. Because the Dust Settles actually looks quite strong. Yeah. Good fight so far.
They're pushing the right lane Walker for this one, trying to actually trade out the urn for a take, and they're actually going to take down Rokane, so this Walker should be falling once they do shove the lane on through. But to see Snakes steal it away?
I think they were just looking elsewhere, right? Bringing resources to the other side of the map. Demov, I mean, we kind of... Looks like, what, the mid Walker went down there? So the Walker's going to heal up right at that moment. Still, getting the mid first, I think, is always nice at this level of play, right? The Sidewalker is just inherently easier to take, even when they have the extra HP compared to mid. So I think that actually is quite the nice find off this team fight.
Fight's done just yet, though. Low means teleport on over. And we'll still have Zeno after taking the mid lane. Walker gets carted away back to his team, and it looks like both teams will retreat and go back to farming up as much as possible. But I mean, that urn, it's 11k difference, but if you'd imagine Floorman secure that urn, you're looking at what, a 15 16k lead. It's not the worst case, since they did get themselves a Walker on that mid lane like you pointed out. Erebus is on 12k souls. He's quite far behind, and he's pretty much been relegated to like the full-on position 6 low eco now. I just don't know what you do as Drifter anymore when you're on this low economy, and
you build duration and you press your ulti, but it doesn't feel good. Doorman holding Silver. It looks like he's just gonna steal the center and get out of there. It's always a nice one on the Doorman. Just a little daylight robbery. They're even trying to kill AVG. They're trying to kill AVG. Surely they can't, right? On this side, they do get his Lycan Curse out, which honestly is not bad.
Felt a little bit scrappy in this game. Feels like the macro hasn't been the cleanest so far. Some of the decisions. We're just about 2 minutes off for the next turn to actually be picked up here. I think maybe it's time to take a look at some items. As DMB has picked up E-Shift, and I think that's going to buy him a lot more flexibility when it comes to these fights, especially mostly around the Singularity. And Demov's gone back to Dispel Magic. He's actually gone Radiant Regen with Decay. He's not being as tanky like you mentioned before with the plated armor and the bullet resist, going for more longevity in these fights without having to go down the resist train. Not to mention the extra damage he can do with Decay.
He's got a lot of sustain in this build. Honestly, wouldn't mind like a heal booster with the amount of heals he's building on these items. Maybe a little bit crazy for Shiv to be buying that item, but a little bit of an attack on hydration. But with Singularity coming off cooldown, you don't maybe want to go too deep onto this one. The pressure though is coming in on that left side Walker. Floorman trying to cash in some of the damage that they were able to do earlier. Big health swap though, puts Rokane low, puts him on notice. Looks like that Eternal Night is going to make people just a little bit too scared to stick around for this fight. But in the end, you don't actually find kills off it. It gets the back up on the Walker, but does it find any more? Hold on, maybe it does actually. Zeno goes down. Looks like a stack for the Drifter, but Abrams is just so strong right now. Drifter cannot really stick around in this team fight for long. Is, making it awkward and making the finish hard, but eventually Rocker just cleans him up.
He bought some time, but again, like, what do you expect? 14k Drifter up against 20k Abrams. There's just no realistic chance you can win this one. But Hydration, while this has been happening, has looked to shove on this mid lane Walker. Well, AVG and DMB look to take a right-hand Walker. I think the wave will be cut down by Floorman, but I don't think it's going to matter. This is going to be a trade of 1-for-1.
Looks like League is dead, though. Dies in the Baroness to maybe a proc from Leffa. And the mid-walker is claimed, so they are keeping the trades coming, but I don't think this fight is over, man. The scrap just refuses to end in this game. Both teams continuing to brawl out, and I think this is going to favor the Floorman. Looks like they're going to be able to find the better side of this cleanup. And with Dynamo dead, yeah, mid-boss absolutely going to be an option here. Still, Floorman players, though, in the fight here on this side of the map with the Urn Dunk potentially contested. But they're going to come to mid too. They know, hey, Urn's in your hand. You got one player dead, one holding the Urn. That's two players who aren't going to be here at this mid boss.
If you're FPS Lounge, are you really going to contest this one? Or are you just looking for the Urn Dunk? Maybe you can do some poke off to the side. As you see, initially, it will be Snakes to charge on in. Ball's advancing on through, looking for DMB to push away. Seismic Impact comes on as well, and DMB gets the first charge of the rejuve. Lomain steals one away with the help of the cart. But it's just going to cost him his life. They at least take one away from DMB. And they're still committing for this fight. FPS Lounge feel like they can take this one and take away all these rejuves. And as a matter of fact, they've done it. Rocker's gone down. They can use the door to get away. And Hydration gets the doorway through with a singularity. Catches out quite a few. He's forced to cancel early and back off.
Yeah, Dimov just doesn't die, man. He's still fighting. He's still brawling on the other side of the door. Has gone through to your home. How dare you open the door to the Shiv, man. He will absolutely step right through it. And that is a nasty nuke from DMB with the rake to clean up. Man, what a big team fight there for Florman. They don't walk away with rejuves, but they get 4 very solid kills and a big ultimate expenditure.
Have you seen Invincible?
Yeah, I've been watching the new season.
So that just reminds me of like season 1 when Omni-Man goes through that portal that those aliens
the Martians
start attacking the world and just destroys their homeland. It's exactly what D-Mob just did right there. He's like, oh, you gave me a doorway to your other like friends? Let me go on through that.
Yeah, the Shiv is the fact that he just tanks a full singularity and you can't kill him is that's not a good sign. That is not a good sign. I believe, is he still deathless? Surely not. Come on,
I think he's deathless.
I think he is. Man, I don't remember him dying. He's just too
I think
clean.
we need to pull up a stat next time.
Oh,
yep.
God, 3 of them are deathless.
How many deaths he's had since he started playing on Florman in the night shift?
Yeah, right. I mean, I guess they've taken some losses, so surely he dies a decent amount in those, but.
No, he has 0 deaths in those losses, actually.
He just goes to base when it looks rough.
I gotta check my KD, guys.
Yeah, sorry, guys. I got a big streak going here. I know this is an important game to y'all, but let's be real.
Man,
a lot of jungle time for ABG. He actually hits pretty hard in the jungle, man. This is not that bad. Jungle speed for a silver. Oh, Zeno. Wait, who's he calling out there? You know I beat you one-on-one? Is he calling out Leffa? Is it
think
Lord
so.
NM Lash?
Lord NM's not even in this game and he's catching strays.
I love the banter here between Zeno and Leffa.
You know, I'm all for it though, the Lord NM slander. He was talking crap to me in chat earlier. I had to, put him in his place. I wanted to ban him, but I was like, I'll be gracious. I'll let Leffa just trash talk him instead.
Just mercilessly ban somebody for trolling in the chat.
I mean, I think chat would be for it, at least for him in particular. But we do see it might be a fight break on this left-hand side.
They're thinking, I think sieging this Walker is like a crazy move.
Yeah.
For Floorman, I don't think they should ever do that. They can maybe look and consider possibilities, but I think even with Dormian especially, you kind of don't want to come to that neighborhood. You kind of want to play everywhere else on the map. Shiv, want to take a little bit of a trade here. Just maybe grab another quick rage up. Doesn't want to commit too hard. I mean, buffs and Urn spawning in a minute. I'm sure that's going to be top of mind. It's always interesting slowdown in the game when you have a big mid-boss fight, but no rejuves actually leave the pit intact, to where it's going to be quite a significant amount of time before there are like really important game-winning objectives. So that actually buys a lot of time for FPS Lounge to kind of cook and find some kills, and even, hey, just the comeback jungle souls are going to be pretty nice.
And also buys you time for singularity, I think, is probably one of the most important factors. Probably one of your biggest win conditions that you need in these fights, and they're even going for a catch, or trying to, onto Zeno with Hydration and Leffa on this left-hand side. With 30 seconds to go, it looks like FPS Lounge will be able to secure one buff on the left. It should be Florman getting everything on the right, and ABG getting caught out by the Baroness Hotel before Lomain just
harassment
away.
Baroness Hotel.
He's teleporting back.
He's thinking about it. He's thinking about getting active on it. I mean, he has the door to get out, even if he teleports into a rough spot, so he should be okay. Little exchanges, some little damage being thrown out, and AVG is low enough to where, hey, bursting him down is actually a pretty realistic possibility. Scourge online for Apollo is going to do a lot of max health damage, which I think is a great item this game, considering all the tanky frontliners on Floorman.
Exactly. You can see here going directly in towards League, using that flawless advance and the riposte. And he's actually kind of lost out in this trade, though. Look at his HP.
Oh, God, he's getting owned. He's getting owned. He underestimated the Geist. Geist is big dog. Lash hold on 3. Big connection. hold on, but is it enough to find finishing kills? Here comes the Eternal Knight trying to slow things down. Looks like a pretty much a hasty retreat for FPS Lounge. Singularity is out. It's only on to Shiv though, and I don't think there's any damage. Follow-up hydration soon to tick out. Dima finishes the kill. He is inevitable, and so are the floor men. FPS Lounge just trying to make it back to the base. Rokane drops. Leffa out of stam, out of tornadoes, out of options here. And it's going to be a clean team wipe. Floormen 6-0, dominating team fight victory, earn in hand already, and really only a base left to siege here, Jason.
Yeah, I got so cut off that I knocked my phone off my desk, and luckily it is still good. Yeah, I mean, the lead that they have right now, I'm just double checking any cracks. The lead they have right now is kind of ridiculous and kind of reminiscent of what happened in that last game. They're showing no signs of slowing down, getting an earn-in on this. Probably getting the last walker of the game as well here, as you do see it finally fall on this left-hand side in just a few seconds. Even taking the base Guardians. I mean, realistically, Jake, I just have to say, I don't think there's a road to coming back from this anymore for FPS Lounge.
Yeah, I'd say that fight's a backbreaker, especially with this disciplined retreat from Floormen is absolutely the right move. Getting one shrine is a huge deal. Going for the second when everyone's respawning, probably just not worth the risk. And you know, everyone gets a chance to go back, spend their souls, get them out on the map now. And it's going to be not just a 50k lead on paper, but a realized 50k lead with 2 buffs online. So Floormen really dominant, even with some key ultimates off. We're truly in desperation territory now for FPS Lounge. I wouldn't even blame them for like full sending it looking for team fights because, yeah, this game is very nearly over. Mid-boss about to spawn. It's like the Lash ult just catches low main. Great solo ult there. Deal with the Doorman. You don't have to worry about his shenanigans.
I mean,
fight already looks rough.
In 20 seconds too, so this is the perfect time to do so. He's down for 50, though we can see them just completely charged on forward, looking for the fight here. Slice of impact comes in, catches out Erebus, and that is a dead Drifter in just a second. Even Ish picked up here for Rocker to buy time, to create space for his team to finish off Erebus and Rokane. And then mid-boss is up in 7 seconds. I mean, realistically, you could probably just take the shrine and take the stage 1 patron and then still take mid-boss off of this.
Yeah, I want to see how they approach this. Looks like they're getting the cleanup kills. These hero kills are always going to be worth. There's that one shrine standing. Even if he's just going to dive in on left, I don't think this Mirage is killable, but force him back. Make sure he's not harassing your teammates as they're cleaning up this shrine. Looks like Geist is going to start the mid-boss. Shiv's going to come back to assist, and they're going to do this really clean, like dropping the page. I wouldn't be surprised if they delay the patron drop just a little bit. Let the mid-boss damage kind of come in and get really low, and make it so the players just won't even be up in time to even theoretically make it to mid.
Yeah.
Oh, they might, if they get a kill on Leffa, oh no, surely not. That cannot happen at this phase of the game. You do get the patron drop, people respawning. Leffa's critical. Looks like he is going to make it back to the base.
Xeno wanted him real bad. I think he was constantly in the base.
He has a rejuve though. They got to help him out. They don't want to get him giving up these plays. I like that he's waiting a little bit longer, but it's coming into hostile territory here, but not hostile enough, it seems. Floorman still strong with the triple rejuve. Snake's going in, repulse away. But Apollo on the retreat is not typically what you want to see. Lash waiting for the opportunity. Big Lash on 3. Death Slam catches them from over the wall. Lays in all the damage. Is likely going to drop after to consume this first rejuve. But Floorman playing with the house cash here. Still a ton of rejuves left in the bank. Demov going to consume the second. But FPS Lounge hit the deck. And with the Hidden King exposed, it is game over. Floorman, a resounding 2-0 victory. It took him a while to build up to this, right? It took him a lot of innovation and adaptation to get here. But they got here with a vengeance. These were not the most competitive games we've seen on the night shift. Like, this was Floorman with a bullet all week long coming out of the qualifier.
Like he said, coming up, you know, it was a long time coming. Innovation on the meta, or innovation in these games, and the innovation to me was just give Demos Shiv, and he just doesn't die. Again, a series where he did not die at all. Back-to-back games on Shiv, coming out as one of the MVPs for sure. And honestly, Floorman overall deserving the MVP. A fantastic showing by them after losing in previous weeks to be able to bounce back and take the title once again. And this is what we've been saying, Jake. NA is so competitive that any team can win on any given week.
And that's how it is. Even though Floorman have been on the outside looking in for quite some time, it shows that the practice has not gone anywhere. This team, we talked about the effort they put in. All these players have had winning performances before. They add a player like Demov into the lineup, and it feels like things are really starting to gel for them, right? And it's sort of understandable. You bring in a player like Demov, it might take a second to adapt, right, and make those changes. But now, I think this week, we really got to see a tour de force from Demov, right? Able to really show up and show out on the shift. Like, Deathless through the whole series, and he's not shying away from the fights. Like, he is taking the fight to the enemy constantly. Hydration did his best effort on Dynamo, but it really also felt like Floorman had such a great understanding of how to play against the Dynamo. Hydration was never able to find those big backbreaking Dynamo ulti moments that you really want to find on the hero.
Yeah, and the thing is, did he ever hit like a multi-singularity? I think at most he caught 2. Oh, Hydration just stealed away that Sinners. That was great. At most he caught was like 2, and I don't think that was necessarily him to blame, but Floorman kind of keeping themselves spaced away from each other and keeping themselves in a position where they won't get hit by massive singularity. I mean, you see there it catches, I mean, Dmov ran into it, so that's not fair, but only caught onto Xeno.
Yeah, Xeno was slippery, man, this series. Like, he looked really solid on the Lash. I was wondering, like, hey, is that hero going to be in his wheelhouse? And absolutely it was, right? Really big death slams. Very, very survivable this game on Lash. Had quite the solid performance. You can see why they maybe banned it out last game. Yeah, the Floormen, I mean, they had the rhythm. They had the recipe this game. They sort of knew exactly how they wanted to approach this one, and it really showed out in the result of this game, right? Like, the way they compound the lead, they really just didn't give the enemy any opportunities back into that. I also think Erebus is going to have to go back to the lab when it comes to the hero pool. I mean, Floormen have just first banned Bebop for 2 games, and frankly, Erebus not able to really have impact on the series, right? Not on the Viper, not on the Drifter either. I think that's it's one of those things when you're that good on a hero and people start to realize it, and you start to get those respect first bans. It's a significant problem for you. You need to have like other top characters that are at least close enough to where they can't just throw that first ban at you so confidently.
I think I am disappointed on one thing though, Jake, taking a look at this series. The predictions from this game, AVG was not the biggest better on this. Floorman had 510,252 for FPS Lounge. But yeah, but I mean, jokes aside, this was all in all just a clean-cut victory for Floorman. They were prepared in the draft. I think they got very comfortable picks when it came to the draft. They flexed Xeno onto a couple different heroes, showing his Doorman is something to be worried about. But I mean, to be fair, even is his Lash, as we saw in this game. AVG playing Silver every single game in today for them, I think, is also an important sign that, you know, Silver might be integral into the way that they actually want to play things. And then, I mean, D&B on Mina, like nothing really changed on the side of Floorman, and they just did what they do best twice in a row.
Yeah, definitely a big win for these guys. Lightbringer's in a chat, by the way, in our Discord saying, I think he's right. Demon went deathless 3 games in a row. Like, yeah. That is crazy work. Not just flawless in 1 game at this level is like, okay, you had a really solid game. To do that back to back to back is absolutely crazy. Especially he gets solo singularity like 4 times this game, and they just can't bring him down. Like, Shiv is unstoppable.
I'm even going to go back to Shift 33 really quickly and see if he died at all in those games. Okay, yeah, he had deaths in those games, so that surely
if in the game that he loses, that he does take a fight and die.
No,
like,
and the ones they won.
Hope.
I looked at the ones they won. To be fair, he had an Apollo game. I saw he had 5 deaths. I was like, oh, he's trash. So I closed it. I didn't even look at the other ones.
Okay, yeah, right.
But I mean, honestly, I think this is what I love about North America. They keep innovating. They keep doing different things. Every team has the chance to win every week. I think okay, maybe disappointment isn't the word I'm looking for, but honestly, when we had Melee Creeps have this like super long win streak of like 14 weeks, then they ended up losing, I honestly expect that to be like the spark that would ignite like the competition in their hearts once again. They would come out next week with like a new innovation, a new way to play, and to really start to carry things on through. But whether it's them not improving or they have been improving and everyone else is improving even more, I still want to see more out of them. I know they have more to show us, more to give, and I want to see Melee Creeps back on top, or at least able to take the title back for themselves.
Yeah, they're always a fun team to watch and to make it far here in the night shift. But this is just the reality of NA Deadlock right now. It is so competitive. These teams are vying for any little edge. I feel like this week was honestly just a really well-prepared draft and strategy for the Floormen. They kind of got what they wanted. They understood their game plan, and they executed it to a T. Game 1 a little bit closer, a little bit more competitive. But, you know, it felt like they had the answers to the Dynamo. They had the play style, really, more than like a hero or like a hard counter response. It was just like, you know, they just were super aware. They didn't let Dynamo get those opportunities. They, you know, got the kills on him every time they could, and were just super cautious and careful of that key skill that turns around game. It's time, though, I think, to crown our sidekick of the match here, presented by Shopify. We'll take a look on who we've got into this one, but it had to be Xeno. I mean, on the Lash, I think this game was massive with some of the big ults he's able to find and just like the stable Lash game. But I really think it was game one on the Doorman, or on the Doorman rather, that kind of set the tone for Zeno and for his impact on the series, right? Like those doors, the way they played around the mid boss, his ability to come in and out, and then having that crazy damage stat line on the Doorman, pretty out of control.
Yeah, and I mean, seeing his Doorman play here in the initial match of the series, I didn't know really what to expect because it's been honestly a long time since we've seen Doorman, but he kind of made me a believer in the way that they were playing around mid-boss, in particular with the doors like you mentioned. The fact that he was able to buy time for his team to go heal because he threw down like 4 or 5 call bells on top of mid-boss to not give him a chance to actually steal it away, I think was really, really cool to see that they're, I mean, even with a hero that's been out for such a long time, even that to me is an innovation of the way you play Doorman, going for that rapid recharge and going for the ability to just stall as long as possible. And then when it came to, you know, the last map of the series, I mean, his Lash was good, but he also kind of like got in the head of left a little bit. I think you like 1v1 if I'm not mistaken, according to the chat. So I think that's also a win for your team.
Yeah, you know, you got to get in somebody's head. You know, I think he was very tasteful with the BM. As a BMer myself, you know, I really got to give it to Zeno. I thought it was artful. I thought it was really well done. It was like, you know, he was not overdoing it, just the right amount. Calling him out, saying I'm gonna win the 1v1. You know, that was the perfect little hook for Lepa. So love to see the banter for the players and love to see somebody do it so well as Zeno, of course, our wonderful sidekick of the match. Not from the banter, from the gameplay, but the banter helps. It does help. We for sure will like you more. Please.
One more person. I mean, it's the sidekick's sidekick of the game. Is that? Can we do that? Can we like sidekick on a sidekick?
Yeah. I like it.
I gave it to. I wanted to talk about AVG again because
from game one,
not because he's
dastardly,
secretly paying me to do this, or because he's secretly betting on himself with channel points. But I still feel like the Silver throughout the entire day, he created a lot of space when he needed to. When he was like one of like the only tanky members on the team, he created this space. But also like the chase downs he was doing were really great as well. I think he deserves some credit to kind of take pressure away from like DMB in particular to carry some of these games by getting the focus onto him. I think that deserves at least a little bit of acknowledgement. Maybe not the sidekick of the series, but a little bit of something.
Yeah, I think you're right. Like to be able to intentionally be like, look, somebody's got to take the singularity. If we're all scared of it, it's never going to come out, and we're just going to let Mirage Editor pick us apart. So somebody's got to get in there, force the fight to happen, pull enough resources to where the rest of the team can clean it up. And often that was him. So I think it's a good point. Be able to be a little bit self-sacrificial. It just shows the flexibility for him as a player. We've seen him play like the more high econ roles where he can really take over and carry the game. Now on a role where, hey, he's not going to have quite as much in the resources count, and he's still able to have some good game impact. And I think especially in game 2, he's able to really have a solid game on the Silver and really show a strong performance there. So good call out as well, Jason. Always good to show love to AVG. Also, AVG, stick around after the show. I believe we're going to have AVG on the Graveyard Shift with ZP. If not, be another maybe member of Floorman, one of the champs. We're going to chat with them and pick their brain here on the Graveyard Shift.
Maybe we could do a quick recap of the day as well if we could take a look at the brackets, because obviously a lot of you here watching North America maybe didn't catch on to what happened in EU, as we did have a crazy long match with Abraham's low-key W to kick things off in the Challenger match, followed up by pretty fast matches out of Abraham's taking down Leviathan, getting the title back for themselves with Empty Dreams back on the roster. If you guys didn't catch it, ZXC Bobby has been, well, I don't know, dropped or left. But they brought in Empty Dreams, who was dropped from low-key W, and it seems to be a perfect fit for this roster, giving it extra firepower and putting Abraham's back on the top of the table.
Empty Dreams was another player who was like a long-time winner in EU, right? Has been on different teams, has had generally strong performances on all of them. So maybe a wise addition for Abraham's. You got to remember, this is a team that also had, like, to that Melee Creeps point of like, hey, they had a crazy win streak. Yes, they took some losses, but they actually are that team that has looked like they've reforged and come back twice as strong as they ever were. 2-0 win over Leviathan is quite the statement considering Leviathan's recent success in Europe. And in NA, man, Floorman, it felt like they were almost destined, right? The way this played out, completely no losses through the qualifiers, through the finals. Really, really solid showing